and you're gonna be thinking, well, it probably should be him, right? He should be him to be the number 3 after Leaks and Slime. But we're gonna find out. Whoopa going into this one, without a doubt the favorite according to us, according to Steak as well. It's time to wait and find out if all of that is gonna be with reason. Of course, we're gonna start it off with the map pick of Wu-Tang. That's gonna be an Inferno and T-side pistol round. Apps pop. Mace is gonna be the person responsible for the flashes. Now the thing is, Knopf is really close and he's gonna spot a couple of those players. So the moment that he sees someone in apartment shifting, being sneaky, he's gonna call for help. And now he's gonna go for another rejiggle. That was quite risky, but he does get the information. Smoke goes in, flashes go high. Slime is tapping away, able to get the first one. Now he needs his teammate to hold his own, but Knopf is unable to. Zan gets the kill. No kit for the CT side, so the retake has to be fairly rapid on this one. And Slime is already repositioned in towards Boiler. Circling around Depression. Actually gonna be in the server instead of Maddie. Another last second change, but he's on the low HP and he's let Leaks past. That's a great play from Depression. One way to make the low HP count, if you hit the shot that is, and he doesn't. Slime with a crazy double kill towards the back of the bomb site, and somehow they win this round. Depression has probably just taken a sip off of his morning coffee and said, well, you know what, I haven't warmed up yet, because that was a bit of a blunder. That was, yeah. You know what? It's a... Can we pitch it as a slow Sunday morning and not show the replay of it? Yeah, let's focus on the perfect pistol round that Slime had. Slime was fantastic. Long Smoke comes in on Moto. He's able to get the first kill, then gets 2 more on the retake, gets himself on an AVP in the first round of action after the pistol as well. Because of that triple. We can talk about him. Let's not put Depression under the bus straight away. In the meantime, though, Force Bike coming in for Wu-Tang, and it feels like they're just gonna group up in for a B play. What's the setup? We're working with Vester Prime on the other side, MP9, M4 supposedly playing in towards Ruins, and the MP9 is gonna be up close and personal with the util in hand. Now you hear the sound cues. Molotov should be coming in. The first player, that's exactly what goes on, and they're blinded. Actually, Prime climbing on top of Coffins there to try and support his teammate. Will offer himself up to the pistols, and QQ and Zan will gobble up those 2 kills. The B bomb site just gets completely lost in the matter of seconds. It didn't feel like the reaction was wrong. It just felt like maybe they weren't ready for the amount of players that had crossed already. Prime trying to force the issue a little bit with that play on top of Coffins. Going down before his teammate with the SMG even shows, right? Not the best start ever, but yeah, as we were saying, a little bit unsure onto who was gonna be playing up until the very end here from Wu-Tang. Apparently it will be Depression playing instead of Maddie. And of course, for those of you that need a bit of a reminder, this is the same Croatian Oper that used to play on ESC, Ghost W, AGO, iNation, Fnatic Rising, if you want to go back in time. Of course, another ex-Fnatic Rising player in the server and on the same team, Mace, used to be the IGO of the project a couple years ago. Slime, Ope. They're still unaware of the fact that there was an AVP in the server, by the way. This is a key thing to right in. Now they know. Mace just walks right in, and yeah, as we said, Slime didn't fire a single shot into the previous round. They just went B and took it by storm with the util. So now you spotted the Oper. you really favor your chances against him. You probably do, right? Because you do have the utility. You have a couple smokes, you have a couple flashes. Molotov, you shouldn't be shying away from a fight. But if Slime is able to get one more kill and then stay alive for his teammates to arrive in time, this could be on. Instead, opening up the distance. It's gonna give it away. It's probably the wise thing to do. Wait for everyone else to come close and then you can approach this one together. That's a lovely shot coming out of QQ. Fantastic find by the Deke. That was the only player coming out of Banana as well. And now with Vester being out of the equation, yeah, Wop would just want to call this one off. And understandably so. You have no kit, you have no presence in towards Banana anymore. Just 2 flashes to work with, no smokes, mollies. The man advantage that Slime was able to find as well just get lost. So it is a good response coming out of Wu-Tang. I mean, one of the key things to, I guess, write down with this team is that their Inferno is probably going to be solid. Even though you're looking at only one Inferno they've played on HLTV, and that was a 17-19 loss to Gen 1. First of all, Gen 1 is in good form right now, so we are, and they are playing with Jax as well, by the way. So it's a pretty decent Gen 1 lineup. Playing some good Counter-Strike, getting 17 rounds off of them is no small achievement, I want to say. And also, when you look at the career of some of those players, especially Mace as an in-game leader, he's always been incredibly comfortable, and his teams have always been comfortable in Inferno. Of course, as we've said numerous times so far throughout the event, Inferno could be considered a bit of a Danish map, even though it's not your traditional nuke, so both Mace and QQ are going to be liking it. Wappa should be as well, but so far it has been their opposing numbers. Mace just through the smoke. Primes realized it though. They're offering a couple fights here. They've lost the A bomb side in the meantime. The bomb has made its way onto the side itself. Noffa needs to be really careful with this one. It's holding the line. There is a player up close and personal though. They try to walk in. Noffa should have the kill any day of the week, but with the smoke, I'm not sure if you're going to be ready for Zoots. Oh, depression. Giving away his position towards the apartments, unable to get the kill. This time, Vester doesn't turn around to get the kill on him. And I think this is another one where Wappa simply got to call it off. And you know what? What Wappa have been doing financially has not been too bad. Wu-Tang have picked up 3 rounds already, which is a perfect start on the T side of Inferno. It's your map pick as well. It helps you to get into the game a lot easier. But from the perspective of Wappa, I feel like they've been taking good care of the economy. A lot of the rounds they've been locked out. Wu-Tang have been calling and playing a pretty decent T side. Sticking together a lot. What Wappa have been doing is play the long game, right? Play the percentages. If you feel like you have the advantage to win a certain round, sure, go for it. Go for the retake, but you're not forced to yet. It's not like you're 1-9, 1-10 down and you just gotta send it. You can take care of the economy, and that's why we've seen them have an AVP in pretty much every single round so far. Now, this is taking good care of Slime. Now it's time for Slime to take good care of his teammates for making sure that he's been on the op ever since pretty much round 2. We know what he's capable of. Speaking of the devil, aggressive in towards the apartments. There goes the opening. That's what you want out of your oper. Great move by Slime. No chance for a refrag. You go for an aggressive play. Keeping it fairly mobile as well. Just 2 rounds ago, he started it in towards B when he was all alone and everyone else had that A stack in mind. Now he goes for the apartments big. That's one thing that you gotta have to the back of your mind. In a game like this one, even though he's one of the youngest guys in the server, if not the youngest person in the server, Slime is going to be playing with a lot of confidence, realizing that regardless of his age, he actually does have more experience than a lot of the guys on the server playing on a higher echelon of online Counter-Strike. Happened fairly early for him on Sprout Academy, obviously. He did get promoted from the academy quickly. Another A play on the cars. 3-man B stack is not going to be ideal. Nothing needs to get the first go. Needs to stop Zan right in his tracks. Now he knows. He's waiting for the apartments player. There goes the first one. Doesn't get a multi though. Depression quick enough with the refract, and that's going to leave Slime all alone. Low HP back to the side with an open hand and mollied out of position. Actually, Flames don't catch him, but the AK will. A lot of damage has been done in the process, but Zeus, a good angle to work with. He's got the advantage. Vester peeks in, goes down, leaks, needs to find out refract if they want to have an opportunity, but it's the Romanian to shut them down and out. Woo! What a shot from Zeus. I mean, the first one was good enough, the second even better. And that's the perfect streak on the T side, keeping it going. I mean, again, this is a great example of how efficient Wu-Tang have been on that T side, right? You lose the opening, you go into an A play, and again, it's just about keeping it all together, having good spacing, being able to refrag efficiently, and then at the end of the day, as soon as someone gets a multi-kill, which in that case was Zeus, you were always going to be fine. You're able to isolate the Opera, make it as uncomfortable as possible for him towards the back of the bomb site. Prime gonna try and walk right through the smoke, gets one. Does he realize he switched positions, traded places with another player in the smoke? Now he does. Vester drops on. Well, that's another test for Wu-Tang's protocols here. Prime is gonna keep it going. He's gonna push right through that banana smoke. That's wild. That's crazy. I can't believe what we're seeing right now. Zeus can't believe it either. The way that he's just died, man. That is crazy. Well, Nop is holding in towards middle. Most of the action is happening in towards B though. QQ and Depression are still going to give this one a good go. Thing is, still have Leaks inside of the smoke, just waiting for his side teammate to make contact. Then he goes for the swing. Now they're just going to do the exact same to Depression with the AVP. He's able to get one onto Leaks, but nothing more than that. And there goes the first round for Wappa. This is already... You know what? The only reason that this is not looking bad for Wappa right now is because they've been able to take such good care of the economy, because they've been able to repetitively get opening kills. It's clear to see that Wappa have an idea on how they want to play. It's clear to see that they have ideas. It's clear to see that they can still be really competitive, and it's not like they've been going in desperation retakes. They are playing and they're taking care of their economy in a way that a team that is comfortable with their Inferno would, that believes in their own capabilities would. Speaking of aggression and opening picks, I was gonna say we're gonna take a look at the Oper, but take a look at Prime! An 8 kill into the first one, fully blinded for a second. Doesn't mean a thing. He is as wild as it gets. And if he keeps it going like that, he might not even be the number 3 after Slime and Leaks. Might be the number 1 himself. That's back-to-back 3v5s that Wu-Tang have to work their way into. Actually, it's back-to-back 3v5s. Just the first one they were able to win. This is yet another round in which Whopper are going to get tested in towards the B-bomb side. Yuto comes in, Vester turned around, actually waiting for a flash, but Zeus plays ahead of it, and the B-bomb side collapses once again. Prime has been taken down, Zeus is going to keep it pushing, Slime's not ready for the pace. Knife out, not ready for the push, and now Leaks Might have to step it up, might have to try and be the hero. There goes the first one. Second player spotted. QQ, time to disengage. He's actually gonna stay and think about a repeat. Just get spotted out. Oper towards the back of the side. Depression has to hit a shot. Missed a couple already. Might go down to the rifle here. QQ able to get the first headshot. Depression still towards the back of the bomb side. Isolated completely. And QQ's just out of there. He knows he's playing for time. He knows that Leagues doesn't have enough. And he's gonna have to save eventually. And early doors, I mean, again, those have been some of the issues for Whopper. It's not getting the opening kills. It's about not being able to convert situations that you should be. Maybe 9 out of 10 times. Take a look at that again. Dudes just goes through the smoke before the first flash pops. Takes a bit of a chance, but that's the reason he gets that kill. Flashed for himself. There was another one coming in right after. And the second player just swings from the coffins. It's probably one of those situations in which you'd actually want to see, as soon as the first player goes down without anything, you'd want to see Prime just fully disengage and let them have the bomb side, right? But I guess both the CTs were not ready. And if you don't take advantage of those situations, you're just gonna get punished repetitively, and that's exactly what's going on right now. 3 unanswered kills going in favor of the T side. Leaks, I believe, spotted towards the back of the side. Actually, doesn't seem like it. Seems like they have an idea he could be there. I don't really know exactly where he is. QQ, oh my god! The flying AK headshot. Right. So that's what's going on here. Wu-Tang have picked up a couple of 3v5s and now they're just jumping with the rifles. I mean, he wasn't technically jumping, he was falling, but still in the air, still gets the kill. Depression with the op. And that's 6 rounds on the T side. And now if you're Whopper, you're scratching your heads and you feel like you're losing too badly for a team that had so many man advantage and 2-man advantage situations. There goes again Maze, just going through the smoke, able to beat Prime to the punch. QQ on the spam, shutting down Slime in towards the apartments. This kill is absolutely insane. No money left. Oh my god, that was a one tap as well. Yeah. Of course it was. They started hitting some of those shots. The flying AK in the previous one, this one tap as well. Wu-Tang is starting to have a little bit of fun in the server. Can you really fold them? They probably, I don't want to say they should have been losing, but it probably should have been at least a tied game. Oh no, it's the pistols, isn't it? Not for Leagues. Back-to-back 1 Deeks, and again a 2 versus 3 that they need to convert. Player towards the back of the side, spotted though. Dudes should have that kill any day of the week, and that happens as well in towards shore. Same goes for Depression. Slime left in the clutch. AK picked up, doesn't have armor. He's gonna pick up all the util that's on offer, but the thing here is, he might be considering another save, and you wouldn't call him crazy, right? He doesn't have the armor, he doesn't have a kit, doesn't have a smoke, a molly. He's been smoked off himself into Warshort, and they knew exactly where he was coming from, so calling this one off, making sure that Prime's gonna have that rifle to work with in towards Banana in the next round, making sure that you get as much out of this one as possible. And I don't hate it completely, because by round wise, it's felt like Whopper have been really competitive and maybe even the better team in a lot of the rounds up until it goes to the final stages. So if you're able to close, you still could get away with 4, maybe even 5 rounds on that CT side. It's not impossible to see them gathering up that momentum, but obviously there's going to be a little bit of frustration if you keep losing all of those rounds in the way that they have been. The rounds keep on piling up. Stake now having Wu-Tang as the heavy favorites for this one. I mean, you can't really fault them with a 7-2 lead, I guess, especially on their own map pick. Let's see what the Danes have to show. Again, there has been a lot of good starts to some of those rounds. It's the finishing touches that have been missing or have been rather messy. Starting to look like yet another B play. Slowly grouping up. Zeus, the only one left in towards the boiler. He's going to be that insurance policy lurking a little bit later on, but Vester's been left alone in towards B. A decent amount of utility to work with though for Vester. As long as he plays his cards right, he should be able to hold on to that bomb site for a little while. And Wu-Tang, actually, they're still going for the B play. Look at the minimap. Look at Prime. Prime's pushed all the way through the mid-smoke. They've got no idea. He's gonna catch them all with their backs turned. Oh no. And they're trying to walk back as well. There goes one. There goes two. Looking for a third, but he's dropped the bomb and gotten so much information. And with 30 seconds, you're just left scratching your head. Zeus doesn't realize how this is even possible. And now they're waiting for him to make a play, but they're unsure whether they want to go back towards the A-bomb side, whether they want to double back B. And with those 20 seconds left on the clock, you're just walking into the AVP. You're walking into the jaws of defeat. Slime gonna land the first one. Vester still towards the back of second. Just waiting for the contact. There goes the peak. There goes the bump. And there goes the round. Zeus will try his absolute best to make it as expensive as possible. But this round goes in favor of Wappa. And it's all on the back of Prime pushing yet another smoke. I hope someone's keeping count of those, because this is probably the 4th or 5th time we've seen him push through a smoke somewhere on the map. And the crazy part is, it's been working out for the majority of the time. Most of them have netted him a kill. Or two. Slime. Without a doubt, it's been Slime and Prime again. Shining lights, as we said. Leaks usually the main firepower output. Has been having a bit of a slower game so far. But I guess as long as you're able to stay competitive, as long as you're able to be in the competition for those 5 rounds. If they get 5 rounds out of the CT side, this is going to be a great result, considering the situation you were in, but it's still wishful thinking. 9-3 still pretty much on the cards here. Nothing. Gonna go for the peak. Flash doesn't actually go deep enough, so it doesn't blind the second player, or they were playing anti. Either way, wasn't able to get anything done. He was thinking about going for it a second time. And he's confirmed the information. At least you know there's at least 2 players in towards that apartments area, so thinking about the possibility of an A plane. With Vester pushing towards the downside of Banana, they know it's going to be an A plane coming. They have 4 people here. It's all about holding on now. It's all about getting the kills, but the flashes are absolutely perfect for the first couple exchanges. But now the cavalry arrives. Prime with a couple. Slime with the AVP, and Depression is left in the middle of nowhere between so many enemy players that it's absolutely impossible to even think about isolating some of those fights. Wappa get a 4th on the board. Now they start dreaming about a 5th. And as we said, if they get 5 rounds on the CT side of Inferno, this one is still pretty much on. Good double nade to start things off in towards Banana from the CT side's perspective. Mace, Zan, get tagged down. QQ as well. There goes another one. This one dodged by the T's, but now you realize there was, if you're counting the nades now, you've counted 3 nades at least in towards the B-bomb side, so you might be a little bit anxious going forward. Actually, it's going to be Vester to go forward into that fight against Depression, and Slime, he's ready for the mid flank this time around. Zeus is not catching anyone off guard. Now they're forced to go for the B play. You lose all your credibility in towards the A-bomb side, you gotta go here. You need to play through. And the worst part about it is the 3 remaining players that got tagged down early on by the Utos. So you have Zan on 64, Maze on 74, and QQ on 20 HP to try and salvage this one. And there's 3 players on the other side of this. Zan takes down the first one. It's a good opening, but this time the setup is going to work out perfectly with the 3-man stacking towards the B-bomb side. Whopper get 5 rounds in the end of that CT side. At least enough to keep them competitive for the second half here, especially if they're able to pick up the pistol. Well, this is where it gets real interesting. In that game against Gen 1 a couple days ago, Wu-Tang were able to get only 5 rounds on their T side. And they still made it into OT. They still got 7 on the CT. Let's see, the defense on Inferno usually a little bit better, and they're starting it off with a perfect call. 4-man setup towards the A-bomb side. They should be able to hold on. And there it goes. QQ just tapping away. Gets himself a double. Zoots with another. And now you realize your mistake. You realize how many players there were towards the back of this side. And Slime and Prime will need something truly special if they want to pull this one back. Especially with Maze just being on the other side of the moto smoke, waiting to swing, waiting for his teammates to give him and provide him with enough cover. You're just jumping around. You're just trying to catch one of those USPs off guard, but they're always so quick. So deadly. And it's a prime 1 versus 3 required. The setup is good enough though. Even if you get the kill onto Maze, who's playing towards the, or Zan, who's playing towards the back of the bomb side. Actually, Zan does turn around. He's gonna offer himself, but Maze's position in towards Graveyard still should be good enough. And there it goes. USP tap into the back of the head. Maze gets the kill. A little bit of a friendly BM, of course. As we pointed out, it is a bit of a Danish derby in a way. Obviously, you have Maze and QQ on one hand, and then you have the entire team on the other. Vlopa. Of course, we already talked about Maze and in his career, the fact that he's been quote-unquote forced to actually building something from scratch and starting his own project, right? Went through so many teams, so many different organizations, Ecstatic, Secret, Ambush, Sprout. Played on, even let him cook for a little while. Of course, he did start making a bigger name for himself on Fnatic Rising, but feels like in the last couple of years it's been really difficult to land on a stable team. So when nothing gives, you have to give, and he's trying to, creating his own project, playing with other guys that have been unable to land on stable teams in past times. This is just an eco with 1 Deco invested, so there shouldn't be a lot of complications in a round like this one for Wu-Tang. Usually that's the one that we use for the yapping sessions. And it should be all good now, yeah. As the Deco out of the equation, Slime might try and pick that one up. Actually, he's got in the MP9, which I'm not sure is actually the better option right now, especially with the long range. Actually, Dink landed, QQ nearly going down, but it's going to be a clean one. Whopper really taking their time, trying their absolute best to make it a costly one. For the CT side, it is going to be just the 1 kill that they get. A triple for Zoots. Farming those ecos, farming the cash. Of course, he is as well one of the, I want to say, most experienced players in the server. Even though we're not talking about international projects, more of in general online Counter-Strike career longevity. But having played on teams like Infinite, All-Stars, Nexus, he's been part of the Romanian scene and part of the online circuit for multiple years at this point, Suits. You can clearly see that he's got a lot of skill to bring forward, especially in a matchup like this where he definitely feels comfortable. Four-man setup in towards that A bomb site to start it off, which means that Zan has been left all alone. He's got the U2 to work with. Still gotta be careful with it though. The moment that you spot out a couple of those players and you've been pushed away from top banana, you probably want to call in a second rotation. That was just the preparation from the T side. Push them away. Make sure they feel a little bit of pressure in towards B, not too much, but enough to keep at least two of those CTs occupied. So we can group up and go for that apps pop. Noffe leading the charge, just waiting for the U2 any moment now. So he needs to get at least one kill on that MP9. And there they go. Oh, in the middle of nowhere. MP9 run down. The A bomb site crumbles. And now the pennies drop. This round is already over. Zan will try his best to actually get his hands on a rifle. Might be able to do so, especially if he just snatches it away and doubles back in towards the B bomb side. The question here is how much do Whopper really want to go and try and get that AK out of the hands of the CTs? I don't think the reason, or I don't think the answer is a lot. I don't think they really do. You press tab, you look at your own money, you realize that was your first investment and you're on the losing side right now. You want to count your blessings, so to speak. Take care of that economy. The round worked out perfectly. It was a by-the-book round of Counter-Strike on T-side Inferno. You have apartments, you have middle. By middle, of course, we mean brackets, but then you go back, you push them away from banana, you make sure you're not walking into a four-man stack, then you go for the apps pop. First player doesn't get immediately shut down. Oper gets caught in the middle of nowhere, sorry. You want to keep those four players alive and keep it going. Now, that was just a bonus round for the CT side, and by that I mean, obviously they did lose the AVP and that's going to be picked up by Slime, but the majority of the players were on those SMGs and not on the rifles. Now you're going to have a couple rifles more than you did in the previous one, and Zan is burning. He's actually burned all the way. Base gets the kill, but surely now they realize he's all alone. Surely they don't let him get out of here alive, and he knows it as well. 36 HP, they have Molotovs, they have flashes. There's no way they're gonna let him survive. Actually, Prime's Molotov is gonna fail. Mace is still doing a pretty good job at evading all the potential danger. There's no way he's still alive. That is ludicrous. Okay, yeah, there goes the molly. He was down to 1 HP and still decided to actually stay around and keep on jump spotting. You gotta love the audacity, but one Molotov was enough, and now they're going for yet another apps pop, and this is gonna be even better than the previous one. UQ is gonna be left all alone, and even he's on his way out. And towards library, they spot him out. Nothing he could do about it though. A little bit of damage to Gnoffe, but the decision had already been made before he was caught in that fight. Depression already in towards the B bomb side, and QQ is just gonna join in. But this is starting to look a lot more interesting now for the Wappa side. We're looking at 7 rounds on the T side, back to back. I want to say fairly convincing rounds as well, with 4 players surviving. Money's going to be starting to look good, establishing the bank, establishing a little bit of confidence. Of course, Inferno has not been the most successful of all maps for them, but there's been a couple good results every now and then. You're looking at 9 maps across the course of the last couple months. They've lost the last 2 back-to-back, both pretty close maps, by the way, against the eyeballers in Kono. 9-13 against the Swedes and 11-13 against the Ukrainians. Before that, they were on a back-to-back winning streak against Los Kogutos and Adepts. Or Adepts. So there is something in there. There's at least a lot of experience on that Inferno. Vester probably thought he should have had this one. Thankfully, he's got Prime for the refrag. Primed and ready. Mace still able to get his piece of the pie. And Slime just walks right in, not ready for the upper of depression. He's gonna beat him to the punch this time around. And that means there's a lot of space to be taken in towards the A bomb side, right? The moment that you spot the upper like that in towards B, you know you can just try and walk out A. Take a lot of those fights with more ease against the rifles, knowing that there's not going to be an AVP holding for you. Bit player spotted, double nade, gonna do a whole lot of damage and even forces Use out in the open. QQ gotta step it up, gets the first one, make it a double, and there goes down from the back of the bomb side. Setup works out wonders. Wu-Tang hold on for double digits. Winning ways and back to no 1v1. That depression wins. That's back-to-back rounds he's been able to get death kill. And Gnoff is gonna try and look for something. Depression is walking in though. Might not be ready. Flick is not gonna be quick enough. It goes to 1-for-1. Are you ready for the apartments player as well to be there though? Or do you really want to test it? I don't think he does. You get that 1-for-1, you're gonna be feeling quite happy about it. Another early refrag. And again, Wappa can group up, heading towards the bomb side, feeling like they're in a better position. The thing is, Wappa have finished on A so many times. You can clearly see Wu-Tang just want to focus on that A bomb side a lot more. And it's the perfect time to switch and put a PX. He's not nearly lining up for a double there. Able to get the first one instantly onto Leaks. Prime with a good refrag though. And now there's a lot of questions that you gotta ask yourselves if you're on the Wu-Tang side. It's a 3 versus 3 retake, sure, but do you really want to attempt it with dudes being on the other side of the map, with QQ supposedly needing a lot of time to get back in? Yeah, they will go for it. There's no Yuto on the T side though, but the time is going to start running out. CTs need to be really quick with it. They have a lot of utility though. Zeus with a smoke, a couple flashes, a couple HEs, but there's no kills being offered. They're just playing for the exits right now, and they know it. They might have just arrived to allow that base player to get out of there, but he's gonna get taken down as well. Might have been the case. You try and lock them in, do the damage, allow Mace to get out of dodge. Help him to get out with his AK-47, but not only he goes down, but you're not able to find a single kill either. Wappas still keep on fighting, and the money for Wu-Tang is far from ideal, by the way. There is actually a conversation to be had here. I don't think you want to fully purchase into this one. Even though Depression had enough money to drop over an M4 and QQ could have dropped the FAMAS, you probably want to call this one off. Lay it on a bit of a half-buy. Zeus will go for the pit 250 with some utility. Depression is looking for another opening kill onto Slime, and again he's got it. He's gonna be living rent-free in Slime's head from here on out. This is 3 rounds in a row he's been able to get that pick. Slime's Inferno's just turned into a massive nightmare because of Depression, who's been spotted out though, and again he's been refragged instantly by a rifle. So Even though Slime is going down, Depression does get instantly taken down as well right after. So in the previous round, going through the apartments pick, now staying in towards short all alone. Both times, Whopper are able to fight back, but even though the Oprah goes down, they're still going into the stacked bomb side. 5-7, AK, USB towards the back of the bomb side. The rifle will have to do the majority of the heavy lifting. QQ. When you go for that peak, it's going to be of key importance. There it goes. There's one. The refrag is perfect though, and Prime with a double, Leaks with another. Steps hurt as well. They know exactly where Zeus is coming from, and Leaks is not even going to give him a fight. HE goes in, and the AK will confirm the kill. That's 9 rounds on the board for Whopper. This is 1 the difference now. And because of the AWP going down, actually, because of Zeus really wanting to attempt that clutch in the 1 versus 2, and obviously he didn't have the AWP, he threw it away, but because of him trying to go with it with the pistol and potentially picking up a rifle, they aren't actually going to be able to put an AVP in the hands of Depression. We're going to have Depression on that rifle. He's been doing a whole lot of work getting them those opening kills in the last couple of rounds. See if he's going to be able to do it on the rifle here. Well, it's not going to be him to be engaged in the opening. Joe is going to be Zeus. Prime beats him to the punch. Refract comes in from QQ with a little bit of help from Prime, actually, but he's going to keep it going. There goes the second. Gnoffit will be able to get the kill onto the side player, and this should be the A-bomb side secured, and this should be Wu-Tang saving again. Sand Maze, you're up close, sure. You've rotated in time, but you're completely locked out of the bomb side. A man disadvantage as well. You know you've got no shot. And you know you're calling this one off as well. And a lot of credit has to be given away to Prime once again. We were having that conversation before the start of the game, and the reason I've been scratching my head so much over this guy's career is the fact that on Tricked a couple of years ago, he was probably the big thing on Tricked, right? He was the person that everyone was getting hyped up about. I'm talking Tricked while Lucky was on Astralis, right? We're talking 2021 Tricked. Prime was probably the most exciting player on that team. And the fact that he was the star on there, then he leaves or gets removed, it doesn't really make that big of a difference, but he doesn't stay on Tricked for any longer. He goes into Masonic, things don't work out, goes into Sashi. Of course, we all know what happened there. The entire roster of Sashi got replaced by his own ex-teammates from Tricked that later on became Espionage. And now he's back on Whopper, but individually it feels like it's been such a long time since people have been praising Prime. Or it's been... I'm gonna rephrase that. It's been too long since the last time I've seen him play like the Prime that he used to be back in the day. And obviously, he still is fairly young. I don't want to be speaking like I'm talking about a player that's towards the latter stages of his career. He still is 23 years of age, but it obviously is a little bit awkward when you know a player's got a certain skill set, but then some of the performances are just not backing it so much. Of course, Whopper is a bit of a longer term project, right? It's a project that's going to focus a lot more on playing correct Counter-Strike, trying to figure out a proper system for all of the players to be feeling comfortable. It's not going to be entirely designed around 1 or 2 individuals having good performances. It's the Danish way of building teams, which I actually think is quite exciting, right? Exciting is probably not the right way to put it. It's exciting for me, but I think it's the right way to go. You want to learn how to play proper Counter-Strike first, and then obviously if you have the firepower, it is a bit of a necessity, but if you do have a strong amount of firepower, then you could become a really good team. Into the blender they go, though. That is just an eco slash half buy coming out of the CT side, but they have stacked the correct one. And finding a couple kills is going to be good, but the refrags come in instantly. Leaks. Big triple in there. That did look pretty scrappy there for a second, by the way. When you look at some of the HP on those players. I mean, Nothing 10, 22 HP for Slime, 66 for Leaks, who's able to get himself a triple. Was a bit of a slow start for him, but now he's starting to get fired up. And as we pointed out right before the start of the game, for Leaks, for a lot of you folks that might have not been following the Tier 2, Tier 3 online circuit for a longer time and might not really know who that guy is. Well, he used to play on Scepter before, but I think the most intriguing project that Leaks was part of, well, I say intriguing because there's a lot of familiar names on there, is that NTK lineup where he played with MSO and Azion. Yeah, we are talking about that MSO and that AZ. At this point, legends of the Danish scene, of course, not really active anymore and well past the times of playing on the highest level, but still names that most will remember, especially when we're talking about Danish Counter-Strike fans. The reverse sweep is in though. Whoppa, 11-10 up. One round the difference still, so Wu-Tang could level things up. Could take us all the way, but this is doable for the Danes. And this is a round that Wu-Tang need. Zan lined up with a flash. Just waiting for Mace to take first point of contact, then tuck in and call for it. Still need Mace to get the first kill though. If he goes down instantly, actually, they decide to go for the flash instantly, but it's a double flash and Mace will be able to get a quad kill. Tap it away, nearly the ace, but it's the in-game leader. And it's the Dane against the Danes to shut them down. There's no countryman fellowship in the server. What a play from Mace. With everything on the line. In arguably the most important round of the map so far, he does something like that. And I was even wondering, right? Because most of the time, you're gonna see him take first point of contact, then call for the flash to make sure that they're not gonna dodge it. There was no one playing anti. Zeus just had two back-to-back flashes, or Zan, sorry. He just chained them up. And they're gonna do the exact same thing. Actually, gonna try to walk forward this time around, but Leaks has found an opening elsewhere. It's not a dedicated B play this time around, but walking through the smoke, it's gonna be ill-advised against an AVP holding. Nothing makes his way out on the bomb side though, and somehow, amongst all the chaos, A has been lost, bomb planted. The CTs might have to call this one a day again. Well, but have you done it once again? It's not a certainty though. Mace is gonna keep it going. They're not on minimal loss bonus yet. You're still gonna get a decent enough money injection, so might as well give this one a go. See what happens if Mace is offered an early kill here. It's gonna be a really late one though. There isn't a lot of time left, and at this point I feel like it's even impossible to think about going for the defuse. Mace is just going to try and do a little bit of damage. Same for Zan, but both of them get shut down. Whoppa getting up to map point first. Five kills. That's what you need. It's been a long map of Counter-Strike. Both teams have really been taking their time with this one. No one would want to be the first one to go down in such an important one as well. Maze again thinking about holding on to that aggressive stance into worst top banana. This one lets it go, and actually Vester just pushed ahead of the smoke looking for an opening. And it feels like they just want to group up for a B play. Thing is, this time they haven't shown so much presence in towards A, so you can see depression already rotating in with the AVP. Wu-Tang are going to be ready. They're going to have everyone in place. The only thing they don't really have too much of is utility. Zan's got one Molotov, and after that one fades away, you've got no further smokes, no further mollies. You're just hoping you get the kills, and there it goes. Maze, depression, combined for 2. Now overtime. Looks so damn close, and with another, make it a double. And it's just Slime left. A 1 versus 4, but it's not going to happen. We need more rounds. We're going into an overtime. Wu-Tang refusing to give up their map pick. Stay caught. Again, still in favor of Volpa to take this one home, even though they just missed out on their first opportunity to do so in regulation. Now, they might get more in overtime. But you never know. We saw what happened yesterday. A couple OTs, especially in the opening 2 best of 3s. And every single time the team that missed out on closing it out was the ones who regretted in the end. And QQ and Zoods, they want to make sure Wolper regretted. Now you're walking right into the Oper. Second mid aggression, forcing you into going for the fight against depression. Flash is good to set up Maze. You should have that one in the back, and even the dink onto the second one. It's absolutely perfect. And it's a clean finish coming out of the USP of depression. 13-12 Wu-Tang. Play a really good round, by the way. And I'm a big fan of that approach, by the way. The moment that the game goes into an overtime, you just hit him with something incredibly quick. You hit him with something incredibly aggressive, with the stance into our second mid, with all the deep utility into our mid, the deep smoke, the peak second mid with the flashes. You push the T's back. You make them feel uncomfortable. You're helping them get into their own heads about not being able to close it out in regulation even more. And you're pretty much making a statement. Hey, we're here to play. We're here to play with a lot of confidence. And now that we've been able to force overtime, you've had your opportunity and you've missed it. We're not going to miss out on ours to come back into the game. It all works out so perfectly. Of course, it's just one round. Whopper still have a lot to fight for. By the looks of things, it's going to be another straight up B play. This one might be a little bit quicker though. We haven't seen too many rounds take place before the 1 minute mark. We haven't seen too many take place before the 45-second mark. And Maze is leaving to pick up some utility, I believe, into our CT. Or... oh, actually, he's just left. Yeah, he's left Zan all alone. Zan should have a little bit more util to work with though. You'd hope. Not just that one smoke. Or they need to get a little bit more active in towards A any moment now. Because Zan is out of utility. The smoke is going to start fading any moment now. No one's moving. This is a little bit risky. Zan spots out the player on top of the boost. A lot of damage done. And now he spotted 2 of them, but they need to go. They've seen him. He's still alone. Mace is on the way back. But Zan, Mace has got no utility to support. He's going to have to leave this one. He's going to have to give it away. But Mace, through the smoke, able to get one. This could be good enough to put you in a good spot for the retake. You have a 5v4 to work with. Leaks is the only one with a little bit of util left on the T side, and this is going to go over in towards Ruins. It's going to win you a couple precious seconds, but the retake is coming in, and look at the abundance in the utility department for the CT side on this one. Smokes, flashes, HEs. You have everything on your disposal to set yourselves up, but the time is running out. You gotta go. You have to, and it's going to be really scrappy towards the end. Vester leaks, pick up a couple. You need someone to get onto the bomb. You know exactly where the banana players are. They're gonna get boosted over the smoke. Spam comes in. They're sticking it, but Knopf is able to hold on. Mouse 1 for success. 3 through the smoke. And Whopper level things up once again. This is complete and utter carnage on the B-bomb side of Inferno right now. Whoa, talking about carnage, what do you think about this? You just go beat, you're walking into the meat grinder. Mace is an absolute animal. At this point, it just becomes a little bit too much, doesn't it? That's twice now they've just walked B and they've been completely annihilated by him. You try and switch it up, try and go for something quicker. Well, you've just run into the final boss. And he shut you down. He shut you down big time. Even failing to boost a couple times. Yeah, this is one that we needed to see. It's part of the process. Part of the magic. Bottom line is 14-13. Wu-Tang do get that advantage heading into the second half of OT. Mace has been stepping it up big time in some of those important rounds. We really are looking at 8 kills across 2 of those rounds, so it hasn't been consistent multi-fragging. One thing that has been consistent though is depression getting the better of Slime. I'm not sure if we've actually seen Slime get a kill onto depression and OP v OP. I don't think we have. I think it's all been depression and depression only. 4, 5-0 maybe. It really is a little bit discouraging if you're Slime on the other side. You know, every single time you're holding an angle, he's peeking into you. Every single time you go for a peek, he's holding for you. And every single time, he's a little bit quicker. But I guess that's one way to respond back. M4 goes for that mid-peek. Mace has been deleted. Finally, someone is able to figure him out. Again, they're going to be grouping up for a B play. Look at that aggressive plan towards the apartments. Gnoffa caught looking the wrong way. Do they realize Gnoffa going for that aggressive play means that there will be a little bit more presence in towards the B-bomb side? I think it might be going through their minds. Zeus might want to be a little bit more active, but yeah, they're thinking about it. The bomb is just going to be sent back. This is really smart. Wu-Tang are faking it. With 20 seconds, you're not moving. You think you've got the right idea, but they're not even going to send a single player. They're so sure you're going to buy it. And the reason they are, Zeus is already in towards library. He's cleared out the entire bomb site, and they know it's empty. Even gonna go for a couple exit kills here, Zeus, hunting them down. It's not gonna make too big of a difference, obviously, but we're just putting some more insult to injury. Investor feels like they're gonna try their absolute best to make sure he doesn't get out of there. And he won. Depression. The one to start it is the one to finish. Zeus with a triple in between. And Wu-Tang now gets 2 chances. Whopper had theirs in regulation. Now the roles have been reversed. Two opportunities, 2 chances. Get your map pick. Head into that engine. The first engine that you're going to be playing with this lineup on HOTV. With a map advantage. And with tournament life on the line. You need it. Leaks. Starts it off nicely. Has depression out of the equation right through the smoke. Maze didn't want to go through looking for that refrag. He does have the bomb on his back. He's going to get a little bit of support now and go back for more. Swing comes in. Maze with one. This time gets denied. A multi-kill. Bazoots is there with the refrag. They've spotted one more player. They should know Knuff is all alone in towards the pit or towards the apartments. Now they've spotted him out. Refrag needs to come in. QQ. That's the fight he needs to win, and he does so. Zahn still staring at the smoke, but Vester just spams him right through. And it's another Dane left in the clutch. QQ against two people. Vester spotted him out. Seen him. You could pick up the bomb here. Thing is, he's still trying to figure out where exactly Slime has gotten off to. And even if you're able to cross back towards this bomb site, actually, he's taking the steps, but Slime is just walking on him slowly. Surely he just gets spotted at any moment. Now, oh, Slime's missed a shot. There's only 12 seconds, though. Doesn't really have the time to run it back in towards the B bomb site, and they realize that he's trapped here with them. And he knows it, too. Might have to get both those kills. That's the only way. There goes the first one, and oh my god. There was a chance, wasn't it? You could see it happen. One headshot onto Slime, and that would have been over. But instead, it's the offer to hold on. It's been a really difficult day in the office for Slime so far. Depression has been making sure of it. Prime is gonna try for a second OT with a little bit of fashion, and that's exactly what he does in style for the double kill into our second middle. And this one doesn't feel over just yet. Whopple might have missed out on an opportunity to close it out in regulation, while Wu-Tang are about to miss out on 2 chances to close it out in OT number 1. They're just doing one better. Zahn down to 27 HP, are gonna get mollied off. Depression doesn't take a tick, but zooms in once again. You're still giving away a bit of a sound cue. Leaks. Jiggling. Not sure if he spotted the player out long. Now he has, and he's just gonna go for the repeat straight away. Zahn was not looking the right way. This one is gonna go again. We reload the rounds unless Maze clutches up in a 1 versus 5, and he's had some of the craziest highlights so far this game, but this is not gonna be one of them. Leaks will make sure of it. 15 apiece. We reload the rounds, put some more bullets into the chamber, and we go again. Stake. Again favoring Whopper for this one after the comeback. Let's see if that's gonna be the case. Zahn just running through all the utility in towards Banana, getting that opening kill, but there's 2 more players here. They might assume there's gonna be only 1 defender in towards the B bomb side. Leaks is actually able to get the kill. And now you spotted the A player here. You know Vester is not alone anymore. Do you really want to keep on pushing? You really want to keep on forcing the issue. Zoots is gonna walk through the smoke. That's a massive risk. Knuff has shut him down. At least you know where Knuff is right now. You know you've got a gap to exploit in towards long, but the CT should be aware of the possibility. And they definitely are. Nuff has got another 1v1 though, and he's re-smoked in towards the apartments. It's so difficult to get him out of that position. Leaks is pushed ahead of the Yuto. They know no one's out long, no one's out on the bomb side itself. Nuff is just gonna double down. There goes another re-smoke in towards the apartments. Wu-Tang are just being repetitively pushed away from that A bomb side in towards B. And they will submit in the end. You can't keep it going. B is where you've had the majority of your success, but here lies the hope of Slime. Lies in wait. Molotov gonna be a little bit late, but Slime's still able to get the first one. Dancing around the pillar, looking for a second. He's gonna get it. Switches to the USB, finally shut down. But the big green has done its part. And QQ's just gonna tap the bomb, look for a fight, and it's one that Vester will provide. But he will also win 16-15. Wappa in the lead once again. You probably thought he wouldn't hear that one again on Inferno. Well, guess what? This is what a chill Sunday game of Counter-Strike feels like. Good morning to everyone. More like an almost good midday to everyone, but you get the idea. That's how you wake up in the morning. A nice little shock to the system with some CS. You can ask the players, I can assure you, they're wide awake. And the pressure eventually is going to start creeping up for some of those players. Especially for the side of Wu-Tang, if you end up dropping another round, then you start thinking about how much you had to fight to get here. The opportunity you had, the fact that you weren't able to take advantage of it. Oh my god! QQ, get out of there! Slime has been so... I don't even know how to describe it. He's been so disappointed so far. I was gonna say he's been disappointing, but I can't really put it on him. No, he's been disappointed by the way that he's been getting picked every single time. I'm lost for words, man. It's just one player as well. This is gonna be a level game. Yeah, Zeus has just deleted Vester as well, but this is so unfortunate for Slime. Realizing how bad of a map he's had, but how many of the times he's had nothing to do about it. Depression was constantly bullying him with the big green for the majority of regulation. Okay, Prime's seen him. They've seen him as well. And now you get into overtime and QQ does that to him. Eventually you're gonna start to feel bad about it. Just feel for him. That's a part of the game. Quite difficult to keep yourself together. Play with confidence, especially as an oper when something like that happens as many times as it did to him, but that's how you respond to it. Slime goes for the opening pick in towards the top banana. Flash was good. He dodges the D-side flash as well. Mace is out of the equation, and this is a big scalp to take at the start of a round like this one. Mace has been so key for the rounds. Look at Prime. How's he gotten into that position? What is going on? Prime is just in between enemy lines, and he's dropped the bomb in towards middle. Zeus has now realized it. He probably gets that kill. But that is just so chaotic, and the bomb is still in there. Still got to recover that. There's going to be a Molotov landing right on top of it. And Zeus, we're going back towards the apartments, trying to find another one, but Knopf is there to have it under a lock and key. This is a crazy round of Counter-Strike. The Slime might be able to get a double out of it. And the things that Maze has been doing for Wu-Tang, I feel like we can say Prime has been doing for the side of Wappa. It hasn't been only him, right? You're seeing a really decent kill distribution. For Wu-Tang is Maze and Zeus primarily alongside QQ. And then you're looking at Wappa is probably Leagues, nothing Prime you're going to be looking at, but some of those aggressive plays from Prime have been absolutely excellent. And I'm still a little bit flabbergasted by the way that he's gotten himself down into her second middle. Like, that probably pushed T-Abs and Zeus was climbing up Boiler. That's the only logical explanation I can find to what just happened. Or Zeus was T-Abs and he silent dropped. That's another possibility, I guess, but no matter how it happened, it did. And that's the part that counts. Wappa gets 17. Of course, the magical number we're looking for right now is 19. If we get 18 apiece, then you know what happens. You know what's next. You reload again. Put another set of bullets into the chamber and you go for a third overtime. Couldn't even ride it if you tried. Maze, Yennis towards Banana. He's had so much success from that sandbags position. Not gonna get tested this time around, or at least not for now. You'd think Wappa wouldn't be falling for the same one 3 times. The first one was alright. Second time, fantastic. I'm talking about Maze's perspective, obviously. A third time would be a little bit too much, if you're Wappa. I've seen the Oper though. Depression, patient enough. 55 seconds on the clock as he gets that opening kill. That's how slow some of those rounds have been, especially from Wappa's perspective. There it goes, B play now. Pretty much the only option that you have left. Smokes in place, flashes as well. QQ on the rotation though, spamming through the smoke, able to get one in Zan. The wall towards the back of the bomb side, good for one. Maze just going through the smoke, and Slime's actually gonna shut him down on the big green. There still is an opportunity here. It has to be some Slime Prime magic. And both of them will have to be in their prime for this. Might get caught in transition, actually. Able to make the cross, and Slime's just gonna stay posted on the CT angle. There's an AVP on the other side of things as well, though. Prime is gonna have to land a couple nice headshots. Slime, that would be the perfect moment, but he just can't seem to find a way to kill Depression on Inferno. The retake works out. It's a double for QQ, a double for Depression. And Depression is exactly what those 1v1s have been. That head-to-head between the Danish and the Croatian Oper has been going one way and one way only. Every single time. And you know what? Depression might not have dropped 30 bomb. Might be on 19, which is still alright, but he might not be the star of the show. Oh my god! Okay. Hit him with a quick flick of the wrist. Just gonna start praising Depression. I wanted to say the impact he's had neutralizing Slime has been equal to him being on 25 or 30 kills. The fact that every single time he gets a kill is Slime to get taken down, but take a look at that, Leaks. It's coming in from long. They don't seem to realize it. He's gonna have 2 free kills here. There goes the first one, there goes the second. This round has ended before it even started. And it just feels like the early fight in towards Banana from the Oper, the flick that Slime lands just made him think that there was gonna be a lot more pressure being put in towards that B bomb side, but Wappa, they seem to realize what was happening, right? They seem to realize what was going on. They just walk out long, and the CTs didn't even consider it. It was such a slow, or such a slow walk as well. The last time they attempted something like that, that you were just not ready for the pace, I guess. A lot quicker than the Last couple of times, we're simply not ready for the timing of it. So Wappa do get another map pick. Or map point, sorry. Yeah. An early double OT game like this one helps me lose my mind as well a little bit. It's just map 1 of the day. It's how it be sometimes, folks. That's why you're here. Helping me stay in check. Stay focused. There it goes, on. Fighting for another one, fighting for triple OT, but Vester denies with the first one. And this is the closest they've been to closing this one out, and Vester is gonna do even one better than this. Mace is out of the equation, the big hero, the captain of the CT side, the one that has saved him so many times, has been dealt with. And it's Kyuku and Zeus left. But the A-bomb side has fallen. 1 kill in retaliation for the Romanian. But he's gonna need so much more, and there's no gaps in this smoke. Might have to walk through, and he will try and walk through. He will try and isolate some of those fights. Did he realize it though? Surely Leagues does. Surely he's gonna spot him out first, and he's gonna have that one in the bag. It's another free one, and it's QQ, the one man left, and now it's nothing left for Wu-Tang on Inferno. The good news is they get to start on the CT side here, Wu-Tang, so potentially winning the pistol, winning the conversions, getting onto a nice clean start on the defense could put him in a good spot, but it all has to start here with a pistol round, and it's already not looking too great for QQ unless he's able to run away with a couple on the dualies. Good reposition, goes for the swing, refrag is instant though, and down they go like dominoes. Already losing 2 players, flash goes high, the retake is coming in. Second player is actually a little bit far away, so Zeus is going to be all alone going for that first fight. Able to tap Knopfit down, looking for another one, and Zeus will be able to double up and double down. Thing is, they don't really have a kit, so you gotta stick the defuse, and a couple kills going in favor of the T side. It will mean that the defuse is impossible to hold on to, and that's exactly what Vester and Slime will make sure of. So the first round goes in favor of Whopper, and this is, again, a momentum story that we could have for either one of those sides, right? On one hand, if you're Wu-Tang, it's a bit of a necessity for you to get a good start, and now that this is not an option anymore with the pistol round, they will actually go for the force buy, so hold on a second. It still is an option. And I feel like this is a great example of how, I don't want to say desperate, but how much of a necessity getting a couple rounds early on is on that CT side. You see, there was no moment of hesitation, there was no moment of trying to slow down and make a decision whether you wanted to force. They knew they had to. Unfortunately, it's not really going their way. Depression might be in a good spot. No, it was so low. And he still gets the headshot on the MAC-10. Oh, that's tough, man. It's really tough. Not getting a single kill like that. Just a quick bish bash bosh. This one's over. Prime is gonna get even another one. And it's the SMGs to get every single kill so far for Whopper as well, so that's extra cash being sent right into the bank accounts of the Whopper team. But as we were saying, Ancient is probably one of the most comfortable maps for this side, right? Usually it's gonna be Nuke that they go for, but considering that Wu-Tang are permabanning it, it was never gonna come into it. So yeah, now they get to play an Ancient, which alongside Nuke and Anubis is one of the most comfortable maps for the Danes. Recent record hasn't been perfect. They have suffered back-to-back losses to the sides of the Eyeballers in Kono, but before that, they were on a great streak, winning 6 out of their last 7 before those 2 already mentioned games. Taking down teams like Kono, Verdan, Astralis Talon, Adepts, Hamo, Hens Academy. Lost one close 11-13 to Verdan as well, but we were having that conversation about the European Pro League 2nd Division that they finished 2nd in, the United 21 League that they finished 2nd in as well, the most recent season in 2024. And in both those tournaments, Ancient was always the comfort ground for Whopper. It was always the map on which, even though they might have not been picking into it too much because a lot of the other teams are playing it as well, so they've played a lot of Ancient Deciders. It's always been a really decent map for the Danes. And I think in comparison to the Inferno, which is most of the time, as we said, quite a monotone one, quite diligent, quite methodical, Ancient is a lot more high in the pace department for the side of Whopper, a lot quicker usually how they play here. This is good damage, by the way, for Wu-Tang. I mean, that was just a half buy slash eco when they're able to get away with 3 kills, which is no bad damage. But the bottom line is, the main talking point is Whopper getting a 3-0 lead here on the T side. This is going to be the utmost importance here for Wu-Tang, that first buy round. You're gonna get everyone on the guns. AVP is not gonna be on disposal for Depression, who is doing a great job of keeping Slime at bay on the previous map, and this is something that you're gonna have to try and do once again if you want your team to have success, right? Because Slime is usually such a massive source of frags for that Whopper side, and if you're able to remove him from the equation, then you're gonna be in a great position, especially if Maze keeps on finding kills like that. Speaking about a lot of impact on Inferno, Maze had so many high impact rounds in towards that B-bomb side on the CT side, and he kicks it off in style on Mido, and that's exactly the type of start that you were hoping for in the first buy round. You get an instant double mid opening courtesy of Maze. Zan with another shutdown in towards the cave. And from here on out, the focus is just trying to keep it as clean as possible. Get that confidence up early, right? Make sure that you assert some level of dominance in towards middle as well. Make sure that the T's don't really feel safe taking all of that map control for free. And sure, Maze is going to be going for those fights alone a lot of the time. And this is one of the perks of having an in-game leader like Maze, right? He's going to be, I don't want to say calling around himself, but he's that type of an in-game leader that doesn't like playing those isolated spots. It's the new wave of IGLs, right? You put yourself in a really active position. You put yourself in a spot where you can call around your own aggressive maneuvers on the CT side, and that's going to be a clean round to kick things off in their CT side campaign here for Wu-Tang. It's the absolute dream of a team that's just suffered such a frustrating loss on Inferno. And in towards mid we go once again. The flashes are great, but this time Mace is unable to get the kill. Vester a little bit quicker on it. Look at the B contact. That's all that they needed from Vester. Just one kill, and now you can let your B players go. Flashes are absolutely perfect. Nothing with one. Refrag is good enough as well into the cave player. The B bomb side has been lost. Bomb still dropped on the other side of the square, so this one is yet to be picked up and planted. But with Yope moving ever so close into our CT spawn, they will realize the CTs have already called this one off. And this is a great response coming out of Whopper, right? Those are the few things that you're gonna notice in the game of Whopper. Most of the time, the rounds on the T side are gonna make a lot of sense. Right, some of the closers on CT side on Inferno were, I want to say, a little bit scrappy, a bit all over the place. It's kind of like they get themselves into a 5v3 and they don't really know what to do after that, or they just assume it's going to be an easy pickings until the end. But T side wise, Whopper have been playing a really well structured T side, and this one was a great example. You send one player out middle, you know Maze is probably going to be trying to take that space. Vester is able to beat him to the punch, gets out of dodge, and from that point on, it was just the walk-up B. You know that Slime's going to have a massive advantage considering the money's not really allowing Depression to be on an AVP just yet. Now he could. And he will be. Maze is the one to drop one over. So we're not going to have to wait too long to get that op head-to-head again. One that, as we already mentioned a couple times, was not really going Slime's way on the previous map, but they were still able to get away with the win, right? They were still able to, on the back of a lot of rifle work, convert it, and Slime did have a couple big rounds towards the end. This one, though, is already looking fairly disjointed on the CT side, and this is, again, as we said, the perks of having Mason towards middle. When those mid-aggressive plays work, he's going to be doing a lot on his own, but a lot of the times, that's what he's going to be. He's going to be on his own, and it's a lot easier to isolate him. And even if you're trying to find the refrags when Vester's hitting shots like that, it's not going to be an easy task. Pressure. There goes the ult, but there goes the refrag. Leaks right through blue on the spam, able to shut him down. And now you know the Oper's out of the equation. Suits is the one man that you gotta get past, and Leaks is on an absolute tear right now. Before Zan getting the lineup though, and now Slime is left in the 1v1 clutch. He's gonna try and force the issue a little bit, get aggressive, but Zan is holding. Does Slime clear it out? Does he think about it? Does he consider it? Spots him out. It's perfectly played by Slime. He was trying to walk down on him. Maybe was even thinking about running and hightailing it towards the A bomb side. Probably if he doesn't see him in towards red, that's exactly where he was headed. But diligent enough to keep his AK out. You ready for the fight? And those are some of the signs, by the way, of a good T-side team on Enshin. Those are kind of like the bigger tells. When a team is good with the spam damage and when they know exactly how to spam, when to spam, and they're consistently doing damage through blue in towards lane and in towards the B bomb side, you know they've got a decent amount of experience when it comes down to it. The more urban way to say it, you know they know what's up. They know what's up. course, Wu-Tang with enough money to go for another reinvestment, but this is the one that you need to try and make work. And Zeus is already tagged down low. Depression again in towards the B-bomb side, position in towards the cave. This one is going to be an easy shot. And the spam this time around is not really going to help them with the refrag, even though Zeus is still low on HP. He's lost one player. Leaks is incredibly low again, and there goes the spam. This time is the AVP of Depression to go down again, and with a TK in the mix, Zan should be able to secure the round at least, unless Prime has got a miraculous 1v4 somewhere in there. He seems to realize that QQ might be up close and personal and towards the smokes, and actually QQ's walked right past him. He's gonna have the advantage in that fight. Prime, that's a lovely reaction. Great flick. You still don't have possession of the C4. And you still don't know where Maze is, right? You know he's the mid player, so you can make an educated guess. He's tried to be aggressive once again, but the only one you know for sure is Zan. And the first kill is not even going to go his way. Zan's had a phenomenal round with the triple kill in towards the B-bomb side. Secures it beside of Wu-Tang. And Zan is one name that we haven't really spent a lot of time talking about, right? As we said, that Wu-Tang mix in general is just an insanely colorful one in terms of all the different nationalities that are taking part, right? Depression, obviously, you have an Oprah coming out of Croatia, you have QQ and Maze being Danish, you have Zeus coming out of Romania, and then you have Zan coming out of the Polish scene. He was part of that 500 Rush project that didn't really have too many HOTV officials, existed for a couple months, but couldn't really find a lot of success, and now he's playing on that mix. On an international project for the first time in his career as well, and he's been doing a good job at it. Maze, important double. Depression's heard the steps. The Opera again positioned really nicely. The bomb has made its way out the B-bomb side, but you still will have to find a couple more kills before it's secure enough to go for a bomb plant, and this is the first one that you needed. Leaks. Headshot onto Maze. You know there's one more player towards the back of square. You're anticipating the one guy in towards cave as well. Slime's just gonna try and hunt down QQ. This is a big kill. Slime gets that one, but he won't. QQ with the denial. Now it's just Leaks left, and Depression's just ready for the walk. Up close and personal with the Op Shadows spotted. Depression does miss the shot, but won't miss the second time. And Wu-Tang get a third on the board. For the first time resetting the WOPA economy, so we're gonna get to relax for a little bit. Same for the CTs. You potentially get an easier, cleaner round on the board. Stabilize that cash income in the savings account, of course. It's already looking solid. It's quite important for Wu-Tang for their own confidence sake to win those rounds without anything scrappy happening. No monkey business. There's been none so far. And Zeus, that's the definition of a confidence play. Flying through the smoke with an M4 in hand. And it works. Of course it does. It was just the pistols on the other side. So you get 4 on the board. In this one, you can already tell the difference, right? This is the conversation that we were having. In comparison to Inferno, this engine is going to be a lot more rapid. And that counts, and that goes both ways. Counts for either side. Stake, of course, are going to be favoring Woppa for this one, with a 1.4 on the odds, and Vester is going to try and go out middle again a little bit later on, but Maze runs him down, switches to the AK, now he's just tapping. Refract comes in, but it's not really an issue, is it? Zan was already in there to secure Slime going down as well. Gnoff is going to try and walk through the smoke. QQ could be a dead man walking. He doesn't realize it yet. Gnoff has got a great timing on this. QQ's just already Gnoff a little bit all over the place. Still able to get the kill though. And that's opened up some space for Prime. Now they should realize this is a possibility. I'm not sure if they realize that the timing is going to be so good for Prime. Yeah, Zeus is still holding. They've spotted him out. The thing is, they don't know which player that is, right? They're not necessarily sure that this is Prime and it's not the same person that got the kill towards heaven. Well, now they are. Information gathered. Nothing in a 1 versus 3. He's got a little bit of space to work with here. They're still unsure whether there was a second player in towards middle or not. Nothing might get 1-1v1. He knows there's another player in towards CT that got the kill onto his teammate, so he's still looking for Zahn, and Depression is the only other one left. You can make an educated guess he was positioned in towards the A bomb side towards that entire time. What's the thought process here? Gnofe, he's gonna walk away from the bomb site. There's no drop utility though. Might try and line up the spam. Instead, in towards the ram he goes. The element of surprise is his best friend right now. His biggest ally, and he's gonna get the first one. Depression's just sticking it though. He hasn't tapped it. Just gonna hold. He knows his opponent is low on HP, and he's even gonna get the kill in the end of the day. Perfectly played by Depression. Knew he still had the Molotov. Knew Gnofe must have been low on HP because he was in 1 or 2 fights beforehand. QQ's tagged him down a little bit. 1 or 2 more bullets connecting from the long peak as well, so you could make a guess that there was nothing that Gnofe could have done about it. It's still a good attempt though. You still get a bomb plant, you still get a couple kills. What you're hoping for if you're Whopper right now is to just get at least 6 rounds on that T side, and that should put you in a good enough spot for the second half in your own CT side. This mid hold has looked nearly impeccable every single time here for the CTs. Mace has been doing an excellent job, and speaking of excellent, that's exactly what that shot is. Lightning quick from the AK. Looking the wrong way though. The timing on that peek from QQ was perfect, and you gotta be careful. Up on the other side, Slime is just dancing around. He's left Prime boosted. Miss shot. QQ will go down. You don't want to give Prime any more kills on that Tech 9, do you? Still jiggling, still waiting for Slime to get into position. He's getting tagged down though. Slime will have to come into play eventually. There goes one. He knows where both of them are now. He's waiting for Zeus, but all he gets is just a free haircut from the USPS. And it's a really decent recovery from Wu-Tang, all things considered. You get 6 rounds on that CT side, especially when you think about how convincing the start was from Moapa's perspective. That was a 5-1 at one point. Now you're looking at 5 in a row for Wu-Tang. A lot of it has had to do with the middle control that Maze has been able to establish every single time. And look at that from Maze. He's so mobile around the map, and that's the bomb drop. It's such a spanner into the works as well, and he instantly disengages. He knows he doesn't need more, but in the meantime, Slime and Gnofu will be able to finish off 1 in towards the B bomb side. So you do get that 1-for-1. You know you dropped the bomb in towards A. You probably weren't expecting that type of a heavy reaction in towards the B bomb side the moment that the bomb goes down, but Depression still posted with the open towards red. Good for 1. Looking for another. Breaks the smoke. Oh, it's actually not a good nade there. And Gnof is able to get the kill with the last bullet of the spray. So you take it down to a 3v3, but in towards Donut they go, and in towards the hands of QQ. That's a lovely play by Bester. A lightning quick peek, and you know exactly where Maze is. Another tap on the bomb. Molotov should catch Gnof. Actually, goes a little bit too deep. Doesn't stop him from getting the bomb plant, but Slime is just gonna peek with a hand, or with a nade in hand. Still, the HU will tag him down, and Gnofu will be able to finish it off. It's been a great half of Counter-Strike for him, and a really rapid one for both those teams, as Whopper gets 6 in the end of the first half. Is a tie score. And you gotta feel like this game just can't get any closer, man. A double OT on map number 1. Nearly a triple. Now we go into map 2, and it's just going round for round. Well, not technically round for round. It's going streak for a streak. Consecutive rounds for consecutive rounds. Now we go into the second half. Vester tapping away. Good for one. And is the in-game leader to fall first. Vester is actually all alone in towards the B-bomb side. They still have a 4-man setup in towards A. Trying to really heavily read into this one, Whoppa. With nothing going on though. Vester. Oh no. Timing's not great. And you're not ready for the mid-walk either, Slime. So you get completely locked out of the bomb site. Now the retake is on. 3CT is just chasing Zeus, but he's going to be so evasive. Repositioning himself, just buying time at this point. He's even going to be able to find another kill. This is lovely work by the Romanian. And it should leave them in a winnable situation, especially with the setup into towards cave, even with the first kill. And you are ready for depression, but even if you do get the kill, time was already running out and there was one more player to be looking for, and it's not even going to come down to it. Depression gets it. Second pistol round goes in favor of the T side again. This time the T side of Wu-Tang, of course. Now, you're just looking at one flash, 4 USBs, and a dream that is gonna get crushed, spat on, and jumped on top of. Yeah. It was a big dream. A lot of hope. Not a lot of success. And that's that. You get one kill. Zeus gets another triple. Zeus has been absolutely spectacular so far today. For those of you that missed map 1, he was right below QQ on the scoreboard. That's for his team, of course. QQ on 27, 25 kills for Zeus on map 1. And he's already looking really strong here. The multi-kill potential with this guy is just great. And it's just the fact that he is approaching a lot of the situations like a really smart player would, right? Even if he's hitting shots, he's not ego peaking, so to speak. Contains himself when he has to, and then he allows himself to be a little bit wild at times, of course. This one, though, has been really nicely read into. Vester will be able to get the first one time to disengage, especially with the bonus damage, but Primal will just swing through the smoke and will get punished for it. Rotation's fairly quick. Shadow gives it away on Zeus, and Vester keeps on doing damage. He's been such a menace in towards that donut position, and finally taken down by Maze. Actually, this one could still go out the window here for Wu-Tang. Maybe not now, as Leaks is going to be able to get that refrag, and Maze is out of there, but he doesn't really have the bomb on his back, so this is just a reroute rather than him trying to go towards the other bomb side. Unfortunately, Leaks is going to be playing up close and personal, and this is as easy of a kill as you're going to get and as you're going to wish for. So Whoppa, pretty much same story as for what Wu-Tang were going through in the first half, right? You lose the pistol round on the CT side, you lose the anti-eco. Well, in Wu-Tang's case, it was the force buy as well, and then the anti-eco, but the first buy round is incredibly important. Especially on the CT side like Ancients, where it is really difficult to get a good economy going because you need those smokes and moldies in towards middle every single time, repetitively. Eventually, you're going to have to put Slime on an AVP as well if you want to have that possibility of, let's say, leaving the Opera alone in towards A, having that extra manpower in towards middle, or setting him up for aggressive play somewhere around the map. Quick tactical timeout coming in for the T's, and so far, working out pretty nicely. That's a good refrag from Gnofido, and look at the util damage that's been done in the process as well. You might have lost Prime into towards Shelf, but look at the pressure, and Slime just walking through the smoke there. Able to get a kill. The flash didn't even catch QQ, but Slime is still able to come out on top. And now Leaks in the middle of nowhere. Wasn't really sure whether he wanted to jump forward, but I guess now that you're there, might as well get the kill and drop the bomb. And that's been such an awkward round. What makes it even more awkward, I think they realized that Maze could be coming in back from middle. He did put some pressure on that A bomb side through a smoke as well. Was able to push Knoffe, so he should be considering middle here, Knoffe. Oh, Shadow spotted, doesn't realize, now reacts. We'll be able to get the kill. And they know exactly where Zeus was as well. He could have been in a spot to call it off, but chances are he's still lurking somewhere in front of that B bomb side. And if you're looking at Zeus, by the way, even a safe wouldn't be the worst outcome in the world. He's got an AK, he's got the armor, a smoke, a Molotov, and HE. If they let him, I think he's going to be happy to actually just walk away and hold on to what he already has. And that's exactly what he's going to go for. Save up. Let Wappa hold on to their 3 rifles, and they're gonna be incredibly happy with picking up 3 AKs. Gonna make that CT side aggression a lot more potent in the next couple of rounds, but of course, maybe not as much in this one, as there's just gonna be pistols on the other side, and it is a big decision that Wu-Tang will have to make going forward. I mean, it's a no-brainer to hold on to the AK and the utility. The thing is, now you need to at least get a bomb plant to make sure that Zeus is going to have something going into the next round, which is regardless going to be a full investment for everybody else. So a B play. You hope for a plant, you hope for a couple kills. Still gotta be able to avoid the util damage, and Maze has already been tagged down to 47. Zeus will get boosted. Hoping for a peek. Thing is, they know there is 1 rifle, so you can see how OWAPA players are simultaneously holding some Rio estate, but not really over peeking into it. You don't want to give Zeus a free opening kill. Flash goes in, and actually, he could spot that a mile away. He was ready for the peek from Slime. Now Leaks will have to win that fight and then turn around and help out his teammates, but they've been doing a really good job at blocking off the T's with all of that util. Goes another re-smoke in towards Rampant. You don't really feel safe going into the B play anymore, but you know if you try and run it back A, there's probably someone holding for the cross, so the B bomb side still might be your best chance, might be your best shot. Even with Zeus being low on HP and no one else really having the armor, so he could potentially drop the AK over, so just gotta walk in, hope for the best. In your case, the best is not really too good, unless Zeus hits a couple more, like this one. That's a nice shot. Headshot angle, though, was able to, I guess, compensate for the fact that he was already so low on HP. And the moment that you start walking up, that's not really a factor anymore. So, Knoffe, no issues getting that double. You get 9 on the CT side. Wappa now just 4 away from closing this out. And let's not forget, you're going into that bye round now, Wu-Tang. You realize you're fighting for your tournament life, right? This is a 0-2 game for everyone that's just joining in. It's elimination on the line here in the main Swiss stage. And Wu-Tang have already dropped their map pick of Inferno. No second chances. And Leaks has just walked through the smoke. Is he gonna catch them both with their backs turned? Oh, there's no way. Zeus just turns around in the most opportune of moments. That could have been so unfortunate. They might not be ready for the second player in towards cave, though. This is a nice little detail. Knopf is still there, still hiding. It's all about the timing, though. Knopf just needs to be patient. Zeus probably overlooks it here. There's no way. Oh my god, he's gonna clear him out. What a play that is from Zeus, and he's gonna keep it going alongside Maze and Zahn as well. It doesn't get more successful than that on a buy round. Doesn't get more flawless than that. Prime will try his best to at least get a couple kills, I guess. Keep it expensive for the T's. Zahn Doesn't want to drop that AVP. Eventually he will. Let me tell you what, if Prime is able to just run away with it and hold on, he's going to be really happy. But yeah, he's going to get hunted down by Zoots any moment now. Headshot comes in. Another triple coming out for the Romanian. And that's what I was talking about. It's all about the impact of when Zoots is getting all those kills, right? And it's the little details as well. If he doesn't turn around, and I'm not really sure if he was turning around to actually hold a smoke or if he was turning around to talk to his teammate. Either way, he is turning around. He gets the first kill, clears out cave, and then make sure they don't save the AVP. Every single kill out of those is incredibly impactful. If he doesn't turn around to win the first fight, then probably the player pushing through the smoke gets a double and the round goes no man's land. Then the second one, if he just walks in and he loses his life, it's a 1-for-1 4v4, completely winnable for the CTs. And then if he doesn't get the final one, they save an AVP and they would have had a fairly decent force by going into round number 19. And now it's just 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, and a 5-7. If Wu-Tang end up coming back into this one, they surely know who to be tanking about it. Of course, you still got to deal with that force by Slime's position. It's really decent to confirm that there's no one really going in towards A main. Molotov has been spotted, but he knows this is just a ruse. He knows there's no one actually to back it up, and he can hear the steps in towards Donut. The thing is, the moment that Maze doesn't see anything, he might actually try and call his teammates back. Double push in towards cave. Zan goes one, refrag. Courtesy of the SMG, and yeah, they will try and call the bomb back. The thing is, it might have to go past Slime, and this is the tricky part of it all. Prime, walking through the smoke, shut down, Slime needs to get the kill and doesn't. That was the fight. QQ going in all alone as well. Look at how far behind Depression was. Slime just didn't realize it, maybe. Didn't realize they were just slowing down and going for the A play. Didn't believe that the bomb would go his way. This map is slowly starting to get out of control here for Whoppa. What was a 5-1 lead on the T side is now long gone. And there's no momentum on your side. Wu-Tang have been doing an excellent job at keeping this game close. So, there is a way back into the series, Wu-Tang. You've worked really hard for this. We've got 10 rounds already. Room to improve as well. Should be looking at 11 at the end of this one. Unless any monkey business comes in, and it won't really. That's a lovely spray down from QQ. That's exactly what you want to be seeing out of him. He was the top fragger for his team on Inferno. Of course, a bit more of an uphill battle individually so far on Enshin, but it doesn't really make that big of a difference. He's been playing well enough, and so has everybody else on the team. So this is really the money round here. That's for all the marbles. They're gonna hit it with an A-Rush straight away. Out the bat, they're switching it up, and the CTs need to get that kill onto Maze. This is a good one, but now they're gonna realize they've lost the A-bomb site completely. And they should be well aware. They should be aware of how close on could be, but it doesn't seem like they are. Fester just running in. Caught with his pants down. And the bomb is gonna go down. This one needs to be a really quick retake. One kid available. That one is on leaks in towards Donut. He can't even get up close. He needs to wait for his teammates or reroute and head in towards CT spawn. That's exactly what he's going to do, but the pressure is just going to keep on pushing forward with Yo. That's not a shot he's going to miss. Second one towards the side. Depression keeps on racking up those kills. And it keeps on getting worse and worse for Whopper right now. And the penny's starting to drop. This one is probably going all the way. This one is probably going to all three, especially if Noppe goes down here. And that's an instant headshot coming out of QQ. They're even gonna try and get the final gun out of their hands. Leaks goes down right before the bomb explodes. It was a dead man's wish here for Zan to get that kill. And it does go his way. Wu-Tang had 2 chances to close things out on Inferno when they couldn't. Now they get 3 on Ancient. They get 1 more. And look at the purchase for Whopper. This is the best opportunity you're gonna get at forcing a 3rd map. And a Mirage might be in place after all. Everything was screaming a 2-0 for Whopper. But it's not screaming anymore, is it? I mean, it is, but they're screaming for help. Not out of happiness. It's not the scream of victory. And look at Zan. He's in towards cave already. They've got no clue. This one is over. One by one, they fall like dominoes. And for Vester and Slime, it's the highlight of a lifetime or nothing, and it will be the latter. It's a 13-9 showing from Wu-Tang on Ancient. And as far as I want to say that this is an equal map exchange, I'm gonna put it out there. Wu-Tang won that Ancient much more comfortable than what their opponents did on Inferno. At 13-9, it wasn't... I mean, yeah, after the 5-1 start from Whopper, I guess you could say they were in a great spot. It was really competitive. After that 5-1, it just didn't feel close, right? Even though Whopper were still able to get They are the more legitimate team in the sense of the word team, but Wu-Tang have been playing a good enough game to prove to us that they're not really to be looked over and looked past, even in a matchup like this one. But still, Wappa starting on the T side. A bit of an A play coming in against 3 people on the A bomb side. It's not a bad setup, but as long as QQ falls down instantly, they should have no troubles clearing out the remaining of the CTs, and that's exactly what's going on. Leaks with a nice little double, Slime with 1 kill as well to deal with QQ at the start. And this round is already looking pretty done, unless Zan and Zoots have something special in here for us. They don't have a kit though, so it would have to be a pretty quick one. Molotov there to try and isolate some of those 1v1s for Zan, as he's just fighting for dear life at this point, but Nofa will be able to run him down eventually. The interesting part about this, the reason I'm saying Wappa should have this one in the bag, Mirage has been really kind to them in recent times. They did lose it against the CS2 News here at the Frost and Fire, but I think when you look at the CS2 News team and with guys like Harn, Hassanator, Stinix on their side, and Foster as well, that were all fragging out, I think it was just all in all a really difficult Mirage for them individually to put up with the firepower that CS2 News were able to bring to the table. But you're looking at some of the previous results from earlier in December, and you're looking at a 13-0 win over the Los Kogutos. You're looking at a 13-9 win against Kono. Usually Mirage is a good map for them, and usually Mirage is a good map for them because Slime loves it. Now, Slime has not really been up to scratch with the level that we know he could be so far in the series, but this is a great opportunity for him as well to show that at least mechanically he's a really gifted player, because we know he's been involved in some really awkward fights so far in this series, but this is probably the one to redeem yourself in, if that makes any sense. It's going to be a great opportunity, but you got to deal with the force buy first, and with the barrage of utility going their way, it's not going to be an easy task, especially with Mace still being boosted towards the bomb side. They've got no clue. Mace might be able to get away with one, make that a second as well. And now it's a 1v1. Depression hits the first one on the scout, and Prime is low. It's just one body shot away for the scout, and Depression deciding to disengage for now, potentially reposition happening in towards short. We'll have to make the jump. Oh, he's failed it. Yep. Missed the timing on that one, Chief. Question is, when does Prime realize? I think he already has. Yeah, he's heard him drop down middle for sure. He's just locked into that angle. And it's such a difficult one to clear out. He hasn't moved away from empty pillar. And Depression eventually is going to have to start running. Switches to a rifle, and he's actually calling it off, yeah. He's realized that I've got no kit, no utility, I have no clue where Prime has gotten off to, and Depression doesn't know it. He's probably going to be feeling a little bit sorry about this one the moment he realizes he was just 2 steps away from spotting Prime towards empty pillar, and with the rifle in hand, he probably would have had the kill. At the end of the day, he will get that one. Now, if you're Wu-Tang, my question is, do you consider going for another buy? Because Depression can drop over a gun. He can buy an M4 for himself. You got all 5 kills. And that was a rifle-heavy investment from Wappa. There is a lot to be gained here. And yeah, Wu-Tang are gonna go for it. The tactical timeout probably suggests what Wappa already were thinking about. And that is that another reinvestment is coming in from the CT side. And interestingly enough, the CTs are going to have more premium rifles than the Ts, right? You just have the AK and Knopf. Obviously, there's going to be a couple Galils in the mix as well, but there's 2 M4s for the CT side, a Galil as well, a Scout in the hands of Depression. This is an incredibly ballsy yet logical call coming out of Wu-Tang. Makes a lot of sense to give it a go early on. You feel like you've got them where you want them to be financially on that T side. And if you end up winning this one, the reward would be great. But if you end up losing it, then you're going to be in for a massive setback on that CT side. Your financial start is going to be slowed down big time. And with the A execution coming in, they should be setting themselves up for the retake. Now, the issue with this one is they have no kit available. So you'd ideally get at least one kill before they get the bomb plant. That's not going to be a possibility, but the retake needs to happen really quickly here for the CT side if they want to get a chance. And the T's are going to push all the way in towards CT spawn. Is there a flash for this? Are they going to just dry peek? Yeah, they're walking into it, and they're walking into the meat grinder. And it's minced Danish meat today. The Slime is the one man left in towards the ramp. He's going to get mollied. The bomb is not even planted for him. He can get a couple kills, but he's not going to be able to stop them from defusing. It's the default plant, and he's just lost everyone in a matter of mere seconds. And it was actually QQ to gobble up the majority of those kills, right? He gets away with a triple. He's been absolutely instrumental to their success so far today. And a game like this one definitely means a lot for guys like Maze and QQ, right? There's always gonna be that element of domestic competition, even if it's a friendly rivalry, right? Even if you're in good terms with the guys on the other side, even if you have a lot of mutual respect, you still would want to beat a fully Danish team in a game like this one. Of course, for QQ, it's never been fully Danish in the last couple of years. He spent the last 2 years playing on different international projects. Went through Mouse NXT, Apex Rebels, and now he's in here on Wu-Tang, and things have been looking really good so far for them today. And at the start of Mirage as well. That was a full investment from Wappa, and it's pretty much the same result as last time. Only that this time they don't even get a bomb plant, right? It's Slime, not even in a 1v4. It's Slime in a 1v5 here. It's completely locked out. He's got the bomb on his back, but I'm not sure if there's anything for him still left in this round. And again, for those of you that might have been scratching your head seeing Depression safe in that 1v1, this is where all of that leads to, right? It looks like a silly save with low time, no utility, and he doesn't know where Prime was. But you save in a 1v1, you hold on to that gun. Because of that, you have 3 rifles in the subsequent round. The force works. Now you destroy them. And out of nowhere, Wu-Tang have been able to put themselves in a fantastic position. You level things up. Slime is gonna be the only man surviving, and with 10 seconds on the clock, is he really thinking about trying to go for a bomb plant here? Yeah, that's what I thought. It is the wiser decision to just back off. You wouldn't ideally want to let the CTs keep all 5 alive, but beggars can't be choosers. And unfortunately for the side of Wappa, they have been on the side of the beggars since the start of this map, pretty much. Bar the pistol round has been incredibly expensive rounds, incredibly hard fought for rounds for Wappa. The stakeouts are going to be pretty evened up. It's quite difficult to differentiate those two teams right now. Although, as we said, Wu-Tang have looked like the more convincing and the more comfortable out of the two teams from an individual point of view. And at the start of that CT side of Mirage, what I was talking about again comes into fruition. I mean, Wu-Tang on Enshin were able to play incredibly assertive Counter-Strike. Always up in their faces, always making Wappa feel like they're pressured to make a move quick and go for a quicker type of reaction. And it kind of feels like Wappa have been fairly uncomfortable with this matchup so far. And it's another off of spawn call. There has been a lot of that, by the way. Not too many defaults coming in from the T side, prioritizing getting the bomb plants by the looks of things. This time though, QQ is going to be playing ahead of the Yuto, and there's going to be some defensive Yuto coming in from the CT side as well. He's just waiting for a flash from a teammate right now. Actually, no flash, but he doesn't need one. QQ, what a double kill that is. But they still get the double refrag. Maze walking through the smoke there already. There goes another one, but it's just been 1-for-1s all over the place. Slime with a big round so far. We need a little bit more, and Depression's already up close and personal. Misses the first shot on Diop. Great reaction onto the second. And the terror continues. Slime still unable to win a fight against his opposing number, and with the nade on top and Zan with an M4 against the low HP of Prime, this is going to be another round for Wu-Tang. That defense is looking great. Unfortunately, they lose the ult, but the T's don't get a bomb plant. That was a full investment. There's going to be only pistols in the hands of Whopper going into the next one. This technical timeout is just going to let them soak even deeper into the feeling of helplessness here on the T side. I'd really want to see them slow things down a little bit next time they have the guns, right? Maybe play a little bit of a default, explore around the map, let their individuals look for openings. Those off of spawn calls, they have been able to get them close, but they haven't been winning them rounds. And at the end of the day, this is what it's all about, right? They didn't even get a bomb plant this time. Eventually, you're gonna have to start looking for different solutions and other options. Well, that could be a solution. Prime punishing Maze, and as we said, getting that type of a hyper-aggressive in-game leader such as Maze has its pros and cons. Prime will get baited in by the steps though, unfortunately, and taken down. Slime has opened things up on the B bomb side in the meantime. This is getting really awkward right now for the T's, or for the CTs, sorry. The one thing is the bomb is still in towards TV, so you gotta back off, you gotta get that. In the meantime, the CT smoke will fade, so QQ will have an opportunity to actually deal with that one player on the other side of it. It's nothing with a D going, unless the 1D connects. There's gonna be no bells being ranked this time around. QQ will get that free kill. That's gonna make the bomb side a lot more uncomfortable here for the T's to think about going for a plant. Now the thing is, they know where QQ is, so it's a lot easier dealing with the known. Second player was in towards short a long time ago, but Zeus has moved away in towards under, and he's still in towards the B apartments. He didn't realize where the bomb was planted. They didn't realize where the bomb was planted. And now he's gonna try and sprint back, but Vester's already holding in towards under. Zeus caught with his pants down, and that's gonna leave QQ in a 1 versus 2. And this one is looking pretty much unwinnable, right? He doesn't have a kit, he doesn't have a smoke. He's just looking for the other player, trying to isolate the 1v1s. And even if he gets the kill on 2 leaks, it still would have been a really complicated one, but it won't even come to that. A half bite. This is where they make the mistake here on the CT side. And as we already said, when we're talking about elimination games, especially once we get into the nitty-gritty of things in a way, the third and final map, one round like that could be the difference between getting a second lifeline in the event and elimination. So you can't really afford to drop too many of those. Of course, if you keep on being really dominant in the buy rounds, you still should be alright on that CT side, but you gotta keep the conversions clean. Or I'm gonna rephrase that. Let's just begin with keeping them cleaner. With converting them. Yeah. That's step 1. That's step 2. Good nade? Even better coming out of Vester. That's gonna leave Depression alone now. Back of the side. Open hand. First shot connects. Repositions towards the back. Looking for a second. Wayward with this one. He's gonna get a couple more opportunities. You gotta feel like, and Depression's putting that open to good use, and he's won enough time for one more player to rotate towards the back of the bomb side. Did they realize it though? Did they realize that Sun is already out? I don't think so. The bomb is gonna try and cross back. Loffa sees him though. The reaction is good enough. Another kill onto a player that doesn't even have their gun out. And Leaks will put an end to it. Whopper leveled things up. Wu-Tang have allowed Whopper a way back into this one. And they really do want to capitalize on the opportunity. Especially in the current form that Whopper have been in recently. The fact that towards the latter stages of 2024, you were able to make back-to-back finals, get some good wins, take down Ens Academy, Los Kogutos, Verdant, Kono, Astralis Talon, Viperio, all in best of threes. You don't want to be bombing out dead last in an event like this one. I can assure you, going into this tournament, Wappa probably thought that they had a decent chance to even try and make it into the playoffs, right? That's what you're hoping for. You're hoping to play some clean Counter-Strike, show that as much as this is a long-term project, there's already some results coming in, but it has been really difficult for the Danes so far. There still is some opportunities. I love the fact that Zeus actually does have a kid in the smoke. Okay, we're gonna play a game, chat. Give me a probability out of 10 for Zeus to get a ninja here. Now, I'm gonna be really optimistic and say he's got a solid 3.1 out of 10 chance. A solid 0. Yeah, he's got a solid 0. Vester's still here. Just give him the ace at this point. Yeah, that's the best ace you can hope for. He's gonna go down like a true hero to the bomb in the end, but it doesn't really matter. He's got him 5 kills. Denies the ninja. Denies him from getting any kills as well. Even though he did go down to the bomb, but there's no bonus cash being injected into the bank accounts of Wu-Tang as of right now. And Wappa are on a bit of a streak themselves on that T side. They seem to agree that now the Danes are in a much better position. Yeah, now we're starting to see a little bit more of those defaults that we were talking about that were missing in the first couple of rounds. Slime will get punished, and again it's Depression on the other side. Oh, this is so unfortunate for Maze as well, by the way. Let's get killed through a smoke. Thankfully, Depression was there for the refrag, but this is not looking too bad for the CT side. Not at all, especially with QQ being towards the back of the A-bomb side. Goes one. Doesn't get a second. Depression, gotta be careful. Oh, no. Just underestimated that one a little bit. Zeus is in position to get the refrag, but Prime still with a chance. There goes the tap. Had to get the kill instantly. Zeus was ready, though. Locked in. Wasn't gonna get caught off guard by anything like that. And again, we are getting an incredibly close map, right? That's been the story for the majority of those. I'm trying to think what was the biggest lead we've seen out of a team. It must be not more than 5 rounds. Oh, 5 is even a stretch. I say 4, yeah. 4 rounds is probably the biggest lead we've seen so far in that entire series between Wu-Tang and Wappa. And that's not gonna change in the foreseeable future. No matter who wins those two until the end. Depop coming up. Zan will try and hold on. The flash is absolutely perfect to set himself up for the kill, but they were not ready for Prime. The bomb side will get overrun here. A has not really been working out for them, I feel like, and a lot of it has had to do with how solid QQ has been as an anchor. They switch it up a little bit though. Attempt a bit of a B-pop. It works out perfectly. Depression was nowhere near to help them out with the AVP as well. And even though Zan does get the first kill, refrag was instant. Prime coming out of the short side as well. Getting the kill from Edward. Helped big time. Wappa gets 6. There will be enough cash on Wu-Tang for a reinvestment into the next. Of course, you'd ideally hold on to the M4s as well to make sure that you can drop over to Zoots and Zan. We go back to the A place. You know you've got the money advantage. You know you're probably working with more utility than your opponent, so you decide to hit another A bomb site in this first half of Counter-Strike. But Depression is going to be able to drop the first one. That's a good refrag through the smoke coming out of Leaks. It's going to make you a lot more comfortable in the post plan. But Maze is already coming in from the backline. See, he's not going ramp. He's not going for the short route. At any moment now, Slime will turn around and look for that flank, but it really is coming out of Palace. And especially with Vester going down, this is going to start being so uncomfortable now. Palace smoke as well to even further sell the bait. And unless someone goes absolutely huge from the D side, this one should be a 6-6, and it probably will be. Slime with the AVP able to get one. Oh, wait. Prime's got a one. Make that a double. And now he's just trying to stay alive, but Prime will gobble up all three of them. And this is the big man where you need him. Prime with the triple out of nowhere, even able to flick onto the Palace player and get the kill onto Maze. And Wappa with a legal steal in towards the end of that. That was a 4 versus 2 after that kill from Zan. With a flank in towards Palace, and Prime and Slime are still able to hold on. That's one that's gonna get you hyped up, that's for sure. Definitely gonna give you some wings going into the second half. And a pistol round right now could be of the utmost importance for Wu-Tang. I mean, even if Wappa end up dropping it, they're still gonna have plenty of chances to play with the guns, but for Wu-Tang, you don't want those CTs to get that momentum going on the defensive side of things. And Slime drops the first one. You know the majority of them have crossed into a short. Prime is going to left unchecked. And he still gets only one. The refrags come in. The bomb is going to get planted. The retake is on. No kit for the CT side. And look at the aggressive stance. They will try and push in towards Kitchen. But it's a quick 2 for none. And it will be a 3 for none as well. As Gnofa gets a double, Leaks with one more. Wappa win that second half pistol round. This is starting to look a little bit sketchy now for Wu-Tang. By sketchy, I mean it smells of elimination. Of course, it is too early. They still get a bomb plant. They could force up if they wanted to, but I feel like this is the point of slowing things down a little bit, right? Taking your foot off of the gas pedal. Just playing out an eco. They don't even go for the pistol upgrades. They want to make sure they have the best buy possible going into the next one. And a force buy here would have been reasonable with the damage and the bomb plant, but I guess when we were talking about the third map, a 3-round difference in the second half, a force buy would have been justified only had they been able to get 4 kills or 0-5. Of course, 0-5, considering the CT side already defused the bomb. But yeah, not enough damage to justify the risk. Now we're going at a Glock party. 2 pit 250s in the mix as well. Slime might have a bit of a field day. This whole smiles 1. Gets a double. Still low on HP, so we'll need a little bit of assistance, but actually, never mind. That's going to be a quick 4-piece coming out of Slime. This is a great way to boost up the economy and the confidence of the Oper. He's going to have the money for the big green in the next round, regardless of what happens, so Wu-Tang will get one more opportunity to play out a round before Slime gets the op out. We already are seeing some slight improvements coming out of Slime individually on this map. I guess getting a 4K like this one against the Eco is going to help you out massively in the mental department. And as we said, especially after his time on Sprout, he probably is going to be playing with a lot more confidence. But for a younger player, when you get that instant ticket to a bit of a higher level and then you need to go down a notch, then you're struggling a little bit in some of those games, your team might not be playing as well as you'd be hoping, and you yourself are probably not playing as well as you'd be hoping, then you start doubting yourself and it could be a little bit difficult to pick yourself up. He is able to do so though. We know how high the ceiling is with this kid, and so far, Wopa have been trying to put a lot of pressure on Wu-Tang in that first buy round, and Slime, double kill already, looking for a third. He's going to be able to get it. That's the bomb drop. It's another massive round coming out of him. Another massive round coming out of Wopa, loving the call when QQ's left all alone, wondering, where is the other player? Where is Prime? I know about one of them. Still not going to make the clutch easier, though. Bomb drop literally in the middle of nowhere. Or to be precise, in the middle of middle. QQ might have to wait that smoke out. Thing is, time is going to be a factor. There's only 25 seconds left, and he needs to wait for the smoke to fade away. 20 seconds. Any moment now, they should be going for the peaks, and Prime is just holding. One player spotted. Slime's just waiting for his time to strike. Bomb hasn't even been picked up yet. There's only 10 seconds. He's got no time. Even if he picks it up now, he just simply can't sprint back and get the bomb plant, and got looking the wrong way. Prime will get the kill, but it's another triple coming out of Slime. Wopa get 10 rounds, and this is officially the biggest lead we've had so far out of one of those two teams in the series. And it's such a perfect moment for Wopa to get into that position. Such a perfect way to get themselves in that position as well. It's a complete shutdown call, right? Wu-Tang have been waiting for such a long time to get those guns out, and then the moment that they do, the moment that they save up to have all the necessary utility, all the AKs, all the rifles, everything on their plate, just gets completely snatched away instantly from an aggressive mid-crunch from the CPs. Now you're back to the pistols again. B-pop coming up. Nate timed really nicely. Could have been a little bit better maybe if there was more people getting tagged down by it, but Zan still will take the brunt of the damage. Now in towards B they go, but this time, it's looking a lot more solid from the CT side on the anti-eco. Leaks with the first time, with a second. Vester there to cover the flank. Oper switches to the pistol for another multi-kill. That's 3 multi-kills, and Slime at this point is even going for the jump shots with the AK. Now you know he's having fun, and now you know Wopa are having fun. This is the most fun they've had so far. And the kill distribution on the CT side is just scary. Prime on the bottom with Nofib off with 10 kills, and Slime is on 16, but it doesn't really matter who's on the bottom, who's on the top right now. It's just the fact that everyone's doing their part, everyone's pulling their weight on the CT side. Everyone's contributing to that success. Knowing that there's a mirroring contribution, that makes you play a lot more ease, I guess, on the CT side, because you know there's always someone to compensate. You know, everyone's locked in, you know, everyone's on the same page, and this is going to be the last opportunity, the last chance for Wu-Tang. Leaks looking for an early opening, looking for a sneak peek over the smoke, and he's able to find it. There goes one. Do they get the refrag? Missed shot from the Oper, and he gets punished. Leaks looking for a third. Even a little bit of damage. Slime is thinking about dropping through the smoke. This is wild. That's pure craziness. It's wild from Slime, but it works. It works for one. And QQ's been left in yet another clutch. It's a 1 versus 3, but he's already low on HP. Pure lunacy. And Wopa They might have not been able to convert on their own map pick convention, but they've served their name right. And they've really whooped the asses of Wu-Tang here on Mirage. 7 map match in series points. And 7 opportunities to eliminate Wu-Tang from the competition. And with how close that first half was, this is definitely feeling really disappointing. That's going to leave a sour taste in the mouths of Wu-Tang. They feel like they could have had this one in a 2-0 fashion as well. Had they closed out map number 1, that could have been a 2-0 for them all the way, but that Mirage has been nothing but domination. Nothing but sorrow. That might be the story. One final call, one final way execution to try and put an end to it. Nofe gets a double, gonna go back for more, make it a third. The fourth would have been spectacular. Maze, in the meantime, able to actually get 1 kill. And that's gonna leave Slime in the clutch. A 1 versus 2, dropping Tech 9, able to get the kill. And now it's a 1v1. And you know he's playing with a lot of confidence right now, the young man. You know he feels like there's nothing he couldn't pull off. Smoke on the bomb. It's planted. Reverse depression is playing from the ninja position. He's gonna walk forward. Slime, does he read into it? Does he realize what's going on? Depression's been his nemesis all day long, and Slime's gonna try and hold it. Tap on the bomb. Depression spamming. Does he realize Slime is off of it? Now surely he does. Tap it away with a Tech 9 as well, and Slime is out of time. The only man in the server that is always able to neutralize Slime is Depression. He's done it all day long, and he's gonna do it again to keep Wu-Tang in the tournament. The absolute kryptonite of the Dane. He's gonna go for more though. Slime is hungry, and he wants to close it out here and now. There goes the first one. Leaks with another. Slime hits another flick. Looking for a third. Finally Wayward with a shot, but it should be enough to take them over the line. And Slime again, pistol in hand. He's looking for blood. He's bloodthirsty, and he's gonna get another triple to make sure Wappa eliminate Wu-Tang from the competition. It's a recovery and a half and a 21-9 performance out of the Oper. That was so with how things went down on Enshin. You were probably thinking there was a really legitimate chance for Wu-Tang to steal this one away and run away with a 2-1 lead, or a 2-1 win, sorry. But in the face of elimination, the Danes provide the best showing. to jump into our second series of the day here at the Frost and Fire European Close Qualifier. Now, sadly, we had to say goodbye to another team here at the event, but this is how things go, right? The deeper we go into the main Swiss, the deeper we progress into it, the more teams sadly get eliminated out of the competition. And you know, it was a really good showing from Maze & Co, but unfortunately this is where it all ends for them. And as I was speaking about progressing further, we're going to take a quick look at how things are shaping up schedule-wise here. Obviously, we right now have the Swiss stage taking place between the 27th of December and the 8th of January, and then we're going to have the playoffs take place between the 9th and 12th of January, where we're going to be crowning our first seasonal champions here at the Frost and Fire, brought to you, of course, by all the lovely people on the bottom right there. Steak, Odin GG, Eden Esports, all of those guys standing right behind us to organize this fantastic event for every single one of you at home. Now, unfortunately, this is the end of the road for Wu-Tang. Wolper are going to be fighting a little bit more to try and make it into the playoffs. Of course, they still need back-to-back best of threes if they want to get there, but it's not an impossible task for those guys. With that being said, we're going to be moving into our second game of the day. Los Kogutos taking on the BadGuys, and we're going to have another really interesting European mixed team. And that's the reason that I'm really liking those stages of events, because we get teams like Wu-Tang, we get teams like the BadGuys, and there's a lot to talk about, right? Taking a look at the BadGuys lineup, this is an incredibly stacked team. When you look at some of the name values, some of the faces on the lineup, of course, now it's been a little bit changed as well. So we're going to have instead of Sapik and Patty, we're gonna have Lean and Boros step in, and hopefully Boros hasn't changed his sense or mouse before the start of this one, because we know what he can bring to the table. But now you're looking at the BadGuys lineup with Boros and Lean coming in, and it looks even more terrifying, doesn't it? You have Waro2k, Haji, and Boros on the same team, and if that wasn't enough, you have Vladon as well. All of them incredibly capable rifles, and of course the Ukrainian of Lean coming in, who was previously part of Monty Academy and is as well a really potent rifle and a really shrewd player. So when you think about this team on paper, this should be, name value wise, the best team that we have in this tournament, right? In terms of the players that are on the lineup, we have so much firepower, we have so much star potential, and I feel like, especially after those changes, and this is of course by no means any offense to Patty or Sapik, but with Boros coming in and with Lean coming in, this officially is the most terrifying team to play against. You have 5 incredibly skilled fraggers, and with having Waro2k, Haji, and Boros on the same team, this is going to be a tough task for everyone on the other side. Now, thankfully for the Los Kogutos, they are a team that is known to be really wild, and as we take a look at the Polish side, I think there's a lot of familiar names in there as well. A lot of guys that are able to bring in some good performances as well. So we're going to take a look at their lineup, and yeah, I mean, you have guys like Mast, you have guys like Mary, like Krasnow, who's coming in as well from the Monty side, and then the youngsters of Tain and Milavi, who are going to be stepping in. And I'm not going to lie to you, this is going to be my first time watching both Tain and Milavi, so I'm incredibly excited about it. But there's going to be a bit of a Monty reunion in the server today, and taking a look at the head-to-head, we are going to have a look at Boros. Of course, there's it's absolutely impossible not to talk about Boros when we're talking about him playing on the server. For those of you that might be unfamiliar for whatever reason, this is the same Boros that was part of Team Falcons. This is the same Boros that played on Into the Breach after the fact as well. Same Boros that came out of Monty, that played on Endpoint. And he's been a little bit inactive for a little bit longer, right? The last couple officials that he's played were with the national team of Jordan in the ISF World Championship. Then he played in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament Season 4 LAN event with a team called XO. But other than that, he hasn't had a lot of international experience in a while. It's not quite the case for Krasnow on the other side, right? We're talking about the Monty reunion. We have Krasnow, we have Waro2k, we have Lean coming out of the Monty Academy, we have Boros as well in the server. So there's going to be a lot of fireworks in the server, you gotta feel like. And it's honestly exciting seeing Krasnow again back into a bit more of a domestic type of team, even though the most recent iteration of Monty was primarily a majority Polish lineup. It's still going to be a great game of Counter-Strike, we'd hope. So going into the veto, this is where things get really interesting. I feel like even though Los Kogutos have changed a lot, they still should be the team with a little bit more depth, and they still should be the team that's feeling a bit more well-drilled in a way, even though they're playing with a lot of youngsters that don't have a lot of experience. Milavi being a great example of it, joining the Los Kogutos in December. But we're gonna have a nuke coming in from the Los Kogutos, an Ancient coming out of the Bad Guys, and then if it goes to a third and final one, it's going to be a Mirage, which I think all of us are going to be incredibly excited about. Now, the nuke one, I think, was sticking out as a sore thumb. It should be a punishment pick, all things considered, for the Los Kogutos, but again, as we said, when you're talking about a team like the Bad Guys, with the amount of firepower, with the amount of potency that there's going to be firepower-wise in the team, it really is difficult to look past those guys and say they're not going to be the favorites going into this one. So I feel like it's going to be all up to Krasno and Cole to show us that they can actually give them a good run for their money. And again, the Bad Guys is not a fully functional team. It's more of a mix. So you never know what to expect. It's going to be maybe a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more wild. But as long as the individuals show up, they could definitely make this one incredibly entertaining to watch. Starting on the CT side, of course. East side pistol, Molly towards the top of hut, flashes go high, and Mary Malavi able to get a couple opening kills. And the Bad Guys just get completely deleted out of the bomb side. It's a great way to kick things off. A-Pop felt like the Bad Guys were ready, by the way. Had the setup, had the one player in towards the top of HUD, had another one towards the back of the side, one more main, one more heaven, but they were just unable to deal with the sheer amount of utility and sheer amount of Glocks just storming at them. And I think this is going to be the most important part of it all for the Los Kogutos. If you're able to keep those Bad Guys uncomfortable for as long as possible financially, this is probably the way to go, right? Go with a lot of explosive rounds, a lot of quick pops, a lot of rounds that might mess up with the comps of the Bad Guys, especially on a map like Nuke, for a team that isn't as well drilled as the Bad Guys. This could make a bit of a difference. Of course, Lean stepping in as well. He's always been known to be a big voice on his team. Definitely one that is capable of giving it a lot of ideas, so there's going to be a lot of back and forth between himself and Warrior 2K probably in that department. Burrows. There you go. That's your introduction. You lose the pistol, but you get Burrows on the Deagle. You know you're going to be in for a fun time, and there goes the second one. You go into Burrows in towards the ramp. He's only got a Deagle. It feels like he's got a rifle. Double kill confirmed, and he's going to keep looking for more, but Lavi's gotten himself in towards the ramp. He's going to wait for Mask to join him, but Gladden's doubled up with Boros, and the Deagle doesn't find another one. Are you ready for the 570? Yes, you are. AK able to overwhelm him. Lean is going to be fairly quick on that rotation down control. Same for Haji, who's right behind him. They will try and play ahead of that Molotov. Thing is, the D's still have Mary lurking in towards outside, and if they want to go back A, they can absolutely do so, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Bomb side empty. We've been able to finesse those two pistols. And Mary probably saw both of them just sprint down the vent. That's the reason they just went up A so quickly. They were so sure about it. Rifles picked up though for the CTs, and from here on out it should be a saving game. But yeah, having Boros on the server for the first time in a while is going to be an interesting one, right? When you think about it, Boros played only 73 maps on HLTV in 2024. And that is incredibly low for someone like him, right? Going back in time, at the start of Falcons, I guess right before Falcons as well, Boros was already one of the biggest prospects in the international scene. He was already looked at and regarded as one of the best aimers out there. So it was a little bit disappointing to see. Obviously, after the Falcons, he went over to Into the Breach, but didn't really stay there too long. He was part of ITB up until July, or at the beginning of August, sorry. But somewhere around mid-August, he left ITB, and ever since, he just played those ISF games for the side of Jordan. So we don't really know what the individual level is going to be like with him. It's probably going to be really high. But it's been a while, is what I'm trying to say. And the fact that you get to see him on the same team as Waro, the fact that you get to see him on the same team as Vladon and Haji, you know there's a lot of highlights to be seen in a game like this one. Probably, we'd hope. Yeah, definitely is a pleasant surprise for everyone watching. still, Los Kogutos started things off really nicely, but there goes Lean. Nice nade to open up the smoke. First kill found. Mary with a good refract, and the spray is a little bit all over the place for Mary, but he's still able to confirm that second one as well. Secret walk works out. Tane has found some space in towards the A-bomb side, and they might be tempted to go up the vent in towards A once again, but I feel like the bad guys are not going to be too discouraged by that, especially with Vladen being up close in towards main. He can get his hands on an AK-47 as well. This is still pretty dangerous. If Vladen gets an early kill, that's going to create a bit of an opening for Hadji going up the vent. Smoke in towards main, though, might make Vladen consider saving here. They will have the buy going into the next one still. By the looks of things, will attempt going for the round. Hadji, not sure if he was actually able to spot Tane. Now he's heard the steps for sure, but the gun barrel might have covered it. Hadji still does win that first fight, but the refract comes in instantaneously, and Vladen still behind the smoke in towards main. Nothing he could do about this one, and he's just gonna walk right into the line of sight of Masked. So Los Kogutos get a 3-0 start on the T side. This is pretty much the dream for a team like that. But yeah, as we were having a conversation about the new kids on the block for the side of Los Kogutos, even though obviously Krasno is technically a stand-in for the team, but you already know who he is. For Tane and Melavi, they just joined that Los Kogutos project in December, and before that they didn't really have a lot of experience. Obviously, Melavi's played a couple officials with Anonymous as well towards the latter stages of 2024. And as in for Tane, I mean, the game that he played here at the Frost and Fire against the Fluffy Aimers was his first ever official on a HLTV. Only 18 years of age. A-Pop, this time, dealt with really nicely by Hadji. Vladen still finds his one kill, and that's all that he needed under those circumstances. And Boros is still gonna keep on pushing forward, and you know he's gonna keep on moving for more and more. Now he's getting fired up. First buy round on the CT side, A defense stands tall, and that's what we were talking about as well in the pregame. That's probably what you're hoping for if you're Los Kogutos. You're hoping for, well, quite the opposite. You're hoping that the bad guys' protocols are not going to be good enough, and it's probably going to be a little bit more messy in the communication department. So when you group up and go for that type of an explosive play with a lot of util towards the bomb side, they're not going to be able to react. They're going to be able to keep on setting back their economy time and time again and round after round. But Vladen and Hadji hold on. They get there first, and I guess that's the downside of playing against a mix that has Vladen on. It doesn't feel like he's too uncomfortable playing with new faces. In general, we had that conversation 2 days ago. Vladen is an incredibly solid rifle. And when a lot of people look at the bad guys and they get excited about Boros, Warrior 2K, Hadji, Lean and Vladen are going to be overlooked a little bit, but I want to say in terms of being a complete player, out of the rifles on the side of bad guys, I'd say that Vladen is probably the most complete out of all of them as a rifle. Obviously, it's a little bit difficult to say because Hadji's had such a longevity in his career, and he's definitely the most experienced in the server, but Vladen definitely one of the more underrated names on the lineup. This time, though, is going to be Lean involved in the action, and there goes Boros. Still able to get one, but the pistols are really upsetting for the bad guys to deal with right now. And eventually, the bomb is going to start making its way up the A-bomb side. Hadji's in the middle of nowhere. It's such an uncomfortable position, not ready for main, completely blindsided by Mary. That will leave Vladen in a 1 versus 2 clutch, but Mary with the instant shutdown. That's the response that you were after. You lose 1 buy round, you come back with a force buy of your own with the pistols, and it works out wonders. And of course, this is a newer iteration of the Los Kogutos as well, right? We're talking about Mary, Masked, and Tomiko joining around a month ago or so, having played only 14 maps under the banner. Of course, Tomiko coming in, all of them coming in from their time on Permita. But we know how capable they all are. Woro, nice opening. First time we see him on the big green, and he's gonna try and go for more, but Krasno's there to shut him down. Boros needed to get that one, but Malavi's up close for the refrag. This is a great start once again for the Los Kogutos to deal with Boros and Woro 2k that early on. Those were two of the rifles. You're up against only one more rifle, an MP9 and an XM. Close range. Both the SMG and the Alligator. It'd be deadly. Vladan and Hadji, by the looks of things, are just gonna hold on to that double HUD setup. And trusting Lean with that B-bomb side. All alone. He's playing a really safe angle, and he's actually gonna move back into our secret. They have no vision into our outside, so probably a wise thing to do right now, but the ramp walk will come in any moment now. The question here is, how involved would Lean want to be in the action before his teammates arrive? Because he's going to hear the Yuto. He's going to realize what's going on. Question is, do you want to risk it and try and go for one kill and then stay alive? He's going to try and disturb a little bit, at least by opening up the door and deploying that smoke. But ideally, you'd want to stay alive. Mask is burning. Gotta be careful. And Lean has shown a little bit of presence, but as we said, in the end of the day, it's all about allowing Vladan and Hadji to get close enough. And there you have it. First kill goes in favor of the MP9. You still have enough time. Vladan's got a kit as well, so they're not really in too big of a rush here, the bad guys. Thing is, he's low on HP, and that angle is going to be really difficult to deal with. Malavi able to get one. There goes the refrag, and Lee knows exactly where the last player is. And he's got plenty of time, even without the kit available. A perfect round played in by the young Ukrainian, and bad guys get their second. They really are exchanging blows from the very start. It's been a really good start from Malavi as well. That's an intriguing one to follow. It's always exciting when you see a younger player come out of a, I don't want to say underdeveloped region, because the Polish region is anything but underdeveloped, but it's not one that, I guess, introduces you to a lot of the young talents that they have a lot of the time, right? When it comes down to, let's say, the CAS region, you see a new player coming out of nowhere, and they would have a little bit of experience playing some games, some qualifiers, at least advanced or whatever. With Malavi and Tane, nearly nothing, but they've been impressive. And still, won't be enough in a round like this one. Lobby crunch coming in to deal with the pistols. Force by shut down. The bad guys start getting that momentum up slowly but surely. And it really feels like a big family reunion, this one, doesn't it? Obviously, for the last time when Woro and Boros played together, you'd have to go back in time as far as the Elise Invitational Spring 2023. And they were still playing on Monty together, so that's more than 1.5 years ago. Of course, that iteration had Krasno on it as well. The last time they played together, it was Kakanito as well, Demia on the lineup. And obviously Boros left right after, but Woro, Krasno, and Boros have spent a fair amount of time together on a team. And they're probably going to be hoping to bring that good cohesion forward. So far, it's been a great start for Lean, though. I mean, he's, again, with all the names on the server, he's probably going to be one of the more overlooked ones, but I personally just have the memory of really enjoying watching Lean. The few times I've had the chance to cast him, obviously before playing on Monty Gen for around 2 years, and he did get, I think, a couple chances to play with the main team as well. He was playing on some of those Ukrainian/CAS mixes like Krasko, like Leo, like LNG. Always been a really dynamical player. Speaking about dynamics, here goes Krasno. Incredibly quick. Woro was just not ready for the pace, and Boros is just going to get refragged right through the smoke by Mary. Supposed to play in towards the ramp after sending Krasno down secret, and now you just feel like you're locked out of this round, and it's probably because you are. Vladan might try and force the issue through the smoke, but... Oh, actually, Mary's pushed right through as well, so no one's going to be ready for Vladan. No one's going to be looking. Never mind. Matt just turns around and deletes him, sure. Okay. Apparently they know. Always. They always know. But yeah, if you're looking at Lean, he did play a couple events with Monty. While he was still on there. Or in there, he did play the Thunderpick World Championship in 2023 with them. Participated in the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. So he's got a little bit of experience playing with the main team. Of course, that was throughout that really awkward moment where Monty were just promoting guys from the academy team, sending them back in, playing with them again as stand-ins. Gizmy was another name that got his opportunity to play on the main team back then as well. Of course, with Gizmy was a lot more permanent than with Lean. Just got to play a couple events as a stand-in, as far as I remember. So far, though, it's been a good T-side from the Los Kogutos. The previous round, Krasno just sends himself alone down secret. Everyone else goes for the round play after the fact. They refrag efficiently. It hasn't looked bad on the T side, and that's what we're expecting, right? Especially out of a big brain like Krasno for the game. You know he's going to be joining in a mix like that and contributing with a lot of ideas and a lot of insights. Always going to be on the move, creating space as well. Tane, nice opening. Nade right on top of Boros. This has been looking really impressive. And the bad guys are honestly just having a hard time keeping track on all the things that are happening around the map at the same time. Vladen will still try and find a way back into this one, and actually after the second heal he might be able to do so, but he wasn't ready for Matt to be inside of the smoke, and Woro now in the clutch. There goes the first one, second one misses. That's a missed opportunity. Malavi just gonna hightail it for the bomb plant. That's gonna make Woro start closing out the distance as well, and he switched to a rifle as well, looking for the headshot, but Malavi's a little bit quicker. Beats him to the punch, and that's a big 1v1 to be winning early on for the youngster. You keep them down and out, and bar that really good double kill from Vladen that kept them in the round. Again, Los Kogutos have been doing a really good job, but even changing some of their plans on the fly, but just making themselves incredibly difficult to read and incredibly difficult to react to for the bad guys. Feels like you gotta take some initiative early on the CT side if you want to put them in an uncomfortable position. That's exactly what Woro's gonna try and do. Hero open the mix. Haji's forced into an MP9. Of course, it's an eco for everybody else, but you're trying to find some kind of an impact. Late lobby crunch. The angle was good from Tane. Lean still wins the fight with the 5-7. And ooh, Lavi was thinking about actually, he will go back. There was an opportunity for him to pull the trigger there. Does get tagged down, and now you realize you've lost all the real estate in the world in towards lobby, so you're pretty much forced to go for that B play. They are going to give a little bit of time to Mask to try and work his way around the map, but Boros is just locked in. Doesn't miss those shots, Boros. Now they pause. A 3 versus 5 though, so you're just giving a little bit of time for your players to get up close and personal in towards the B-bomb side. Waiting for the circle to shrink a bit. Krasno leading the charge, has to find the kill onto the pistol player, does so. Boros spotted, misses a shot with the AVP. Boros has to step it up to save him. He's gonna try and run down the planter, and he's able to do so only with a USP in hand. That's perfectly done by Boros, and now Malavi left in a 1v4, but there's so many angles to be wary of. The bad guys will be able to steal this one away. It's on the back of a Boros triple kill. And I want to say it's on the back of a Boros triple kill. Lean was the one to put the gun in the hands of Boros with the 5-7. Or in the hands of Haji, sorry, but bottom line is, that kill that Lean gets onto the lobby player with the 5-7 is a massive difference maker. If you don't get that kill, you're not going to be able to clear out the entirety of lobby, go up outside. Or at least you would have lost one player, and that would have made it a little bit easier for the CTs to react. Because that one lobby player doesn't see that much, right? They just see one player. They might have heard a second coming in towards the ramp, but Taint doesn't get all the information out of it. And it was probably the one fight that the CTs shouldn't have won. Bottom line is, Lean with one kill, but a really impactful one. Still, quite difficult to imagine the Los Kogutos are not going to be happy with 6 rounds on the T side, but the bad guys are still giving it a really good go, and that's a lovely double kill coming out of Lean. Outside under a lock and key, low on HP though, so swinging through the Molotov is always going to be a big risk, and Milavi's still fired up. Quite literally fired up with the Molotov in his legs, but he's still able to get another one. Milavi's going absolutely nuclear. And he might be able to steal away a 3v5 in the end of the day. Waro 2K in the clutch. Probably the one you'd want to have in a similar situation for the bad guys. It's not going to be an easy one. He does know that Milavi's low on HP, but Mary's going to be his first line of opposition. Running out of ammo, but the damage has been dealt. And Waro down to 4 HP. Knows where both of them are, but this is such an impossible shot to hit with the AVP, and now he knows it. This is an unwinnable round. There's no way they let me back into this. Even if I get a couple kills here, it's all going to be for the stats. It's all going to be for none. And Milavi will close it out with a 4K, a 15-9. T-side nuke for the young man. As Los Kogutos take 7. Should be feeling quite comfortable from here on out for the pause. 7 rounds on the T side of nuke is what a lot of teams most of the time don't get. Almost never. Of course, don't mind the team logos and names. It is Los Kogutos on the CT side with the 7-5 lead. Not the other way around. Those are going to be fixed in just a moment. But the flying Glock out of Burrows is crazy. It's a double. Krasnov, still a good angle. Tap it away with the ESP. 3 players on the other side. Making it really difficult, though, to react with that jump from Vladimir, but Mary's still towards the back of the side. This one is not over. Felt like Boris's double would have given the bad guys a massive advantage, but Los Kogutos are fighting their way back into it, and Mary just now realizes that that angle towards the back of default is not really the most comfortable one in the world. He's going to climb in towards the 2nd floor of that bomb site, on top of the railing, and Mask is closing out the distance as well. Bomb still dropped. Haji's considering it, but it's all a game on timings, and Haji's able to flick back in time. They know exactly where the final player is. The thing is, the bomb is still dropped, so they might have to find Mary here. Might have to close out the distance. There goes the first one. First headshot, second spotted, and it's the one tap onto World 2K. Mary, what in God's name is that? Wow. What a sick sequence. There were so many times where it felt like one play from the T side would have been enough to seal the deal. First it was the double from Burrows, then it was Haji turning around and nailing Mask in towards the ramp. Mary's there with the clutch. And it's an 8-5 lead for the Los Kogutos now. And again, logos, team names, they're gonna get changed. Production's on it, I promise. Don't get confused. I'm here for you, folks. I am here for you. It's equally confusing for all of us. And there you have it. Much love for production. Doing a whole lot of work for this one. You can tell by the design, you know, the frost and fire, the way that one team is the frost, the other one is the fire. Although the bad guys are not really on fire right now. You know, the blue and orange. Stakeouts pretty vocal about who favorite is and which team is in the better position right now. Obviously, you can never know with Enshin and Mirage coming up. The bad guys had a couple really good showings, especially on Enshin. This event already. The 13-5 win over Gen 1 definitely sticks out like a sore tongue, and we still have bigger expectations of this lineup once we get past Nuke, but so far it's been one-way traffic and one-way traffic only. Triple man setup in towards the ramp as well. Are you going to be ready for that amount of players? Oh my god, lead! What is that? He didn't even realize he got the kill. That's insane. He sends him right into hell. That last bullet. It's so sharp. Who would have thought? And that's why we did say Lean and Vladen might get overlooked, but you better have your eyes set on those guys. Who would have thought on the team with Waro 2K, Haji, and Boros, Lean would be the top fragger for the side of the bad guys? Well, not a lot of people, but he still is. And Haji's gonna be there to support him to make sure that Mary doesn't clutch up another impossible round. Gotta reload that though. Gotta see a replay of that spray transfer from Lean. That was filthy. Look at that. Pure perfection. You know what? The bad guys, even if they don't play the cleanest type of Counter-Strike, even if they're having a bad day, at least you know you're getting a highlight team out of them. You can probably do a 2-hour highlight montage out of a couple best of threes. Even if they lose, even when they lose, there still is going to be a lot of sick individual plays. Speaking of which though, Malavi's been hitting some good shots so far, and he's posted in towards the ramp with the up. There goes the first one. War on the refrag. Malavi's again posted on the angle, but he's actually going to burn down in the Molotov of Vladen. This one is really quickly shifted in favor of the bad guys. Krasnov still in towards outside looking for something. Mast is pushed all the way in towards lobby, but he's still just containing them. The thing is, the CTs are in no position to retake this round. Unless they find a kill onto Waro really early, then in a 3v3 they're gonna attempt it. But I feel like the moment that the bomb goes down, if Waro doesn't go down straight away, this is probably a safe go. It most likely should be, but they are considering it. Okay, is it game on now? Krasnov's already in CT spawn. Yeah, it isn't. Not gonna think about it. The B-bomb side is still incredibly complicated to retake, even in the 3 versus 3 like this one, even with Vladen and Lean being slightly tagged. It's the wiser decision to take care of your economy in a situation like this one. Mask, Krasno, Mary, holding on to the AVP and the double M for a little bit of utility as well to strengthen up the money going into the next round. They're just avoiding catastrophe financially here for the Los Kogutos. You realize you've got the advantage, you're not really pressured to go for, or you've got the lead, you're not really pressured to go for those types of retakes. You can play a half by here around the rifles, it's still a pretty winnable round, still a pretty dangerous one. Actually, Pain, yeah, okay. Maybe a moment of miscom there. Thought they were forcing up and he was gonna get a drop. Still have an AVP though in Malavi. We'll get looking. Oh, shoulder spotted. That's all that he needed. But there's the reaction in towards the A-bomb side. Boros gets one. Krasno on the rotation. Mast picked up another one with the M4. And this one is already falling apart on the scenes here for the bad guys. That's why you can never count an eco with 2 M4s and an AVP as a true eco. The Oprah gets aggressive outside, finds 1 kill. You're trying to react into the A-bomb side. You get 1 kill, but then the rifle gets picked up. Gets 1 in return. The other rifle joins in as well, and it kind of feels like you're playing against the full buy. Kane not really gonna give Vladen anything here. Doesn't need to. World's still down the vent, so they are still trying to find a way back into this round. And Malavi's making a whole lot of noise going down. They had no clue Oro was in there. And now that's interesting. They know Tane was here with the ESP, and they know he's gonna be all alone. Oh, he's found a kill. Oh, nearly a second. What an effort. And that should be enough to seal the deal. Krasno will make sure of it. That was a phenomenal play coming out of Tane. Might have been a really difficult game individually for him so far. He's on 5 and 15. He was on 4 and 14 before this one. But that 1 kill and a half that he gets means so much. And again, there's the replay. Malavi's been really sharp on that AVP. Caught in a bit of a miss move. Down secret, but they still get the round on the board, and essentially this is what matters the most. Especially if you keep it going like that. Mary, another fight to go his way. A straight up 1v1 that he comes out on top in against Warrior 2K, and now they've heard the steps of the round player backing off. They might not be ready for the one on the boost. If there is... Oh, actually, it's my bad. There wasn't anyone on the boost. Tane actually just decided to fall back, and now he spotted the feet on top of the smoke. He's got so much support, though. Krasno's down there. Mast is rotated down the vent as well. Bad guys still want to go for that B play, and they probably will. They're going to be running into so many CTs, and they got to be quick. They got to be crisp. But you're definitely not ready for Mast. He needs to play for more than 1, though. 1 kill is not gonna cut it. Trigger discipline. There goes the first low HP onto the second player. Vladen's able to get the refrag in time. And Mary's gonna be so quick down the ramp. He might be the one to get the refrag, but it's Vladen again with a headshot. It feels like he's just not missing at this point. Smoke is gonna start fading any moment now, and Vladen's thinking about pushing through the lobby. It's all gonna go down to the timing, and he's not looking the right way. There goes Vladen with a triple. It's Vladen all the way. And the bad guys still not giving up on that nuke. It's been really difficult for both teams to get it going financially on their CT sides. Really all over the place type of game. A lot of action happening simultaneously at different parts of the map, but I feel like for the bad guys, where you're gonna feel a lot more comfortable is once something has already happened in the round, right? So the middle portion of the round where you get a 3v3 or a 4v4, even a man disadvantage, you're still gonna be finding it a lot easier to go for the mid-round calls and on-the-fly plays. That's where if you give them chances, they can let the individuals loose and use all that prowess that we talked about. That's exactly what's going on right now. They know where Tane is, and that's the only M4. Boros actually thinking about hunting him down. Let's see, clear out the angle though. Mary's been dropped over the rifle. Boros is not ready, but now they've spotted another player. They know both of them are down B, surely. They should realize. They probably know, but this is so smart. They're actually gonna chase them down. I don't think Los Kogutos are reading into that type of a play here. You're probably thinking, okay, they know Tane got the first kill, now they spotted Mary, so they know A was open. They were outside. It makes so much sense for them to just run main in towards the A-bomb side, but instead, Oro and Lean are gonna opt for B. That's gonna give them a massive advantage. The moment that the bomb goes down, the CTs will realize it. The moment that the door gets open, the CTs will realize it. The penny's dropped already, but you're not gonna be able to make your way down B in time to stop that bomb from going down. This retake is not going to be a simple one. Mary might have to go absolutely nuclear. You need him to get the first kill. He's creeping his way closer. Spots out the player on top of the smoke, and there goes the first. Now this one's on. Waro, a 1v2 clutch with the open hand. They have no kit. They have only 1 HE to work with, but he's not 1 HP. You gotta be careful about that nade. If he gets too close, he could get naded, and they're actually gonna stick it. Mary's elevated angle. Waro's not gonna be ready. There's no way he's gonna be able to run out of here alive, and yeah, they've been able to stash this one away. There's plenty of time on the defuse. And Los Kogutos get another round with the pistols, and this time it wasn't 2 M4s 1 AVP type of eco, which is not really what we can call an eco, is it? This time there was a lot more pistols involved, and they still get it. Still take it. That's put the T's in an instant disadvantage. This might be the end of it as well. Maston Malavi opened things up perfectly, and that is the full investment from the T side as well. But at this point, it just feels like you're running into a brick wall, doesn't it? You had a couple chances when the CT side economy was a little bit weakened up. The previous one was the biggest of them all, right? It was a 10-8, should have been a 10-9, and then you can try and work your way into potentially a tighter game towards the latter stages, but now the Los Kogutos will most likely just get a 12-8 lead, and unless you get a bomb plant by some miracle, you're not going to be left with too much in the next one. Yeah, Boros, timing's not great. Just clear that top HUD position. Mary peeks. And Haji in a 1v5. At least he's going to pick up that rifle. Fortunately, it's no bueno. Mary just runs him down. 21 and 12 for him. And a 12-8 lead on the CT side of Nuke. This is how things probably should have gone in the first place. To be fair, the bad guys have been able to put up a bit of a fight, but one of the most difficult things for a mixed team is going to be clean conversions against the pistols, right? And this is where they've struggled. And again, when we say clean conversions against the pistols, every single time the Los Kogutos have had a half-buy or an eco, they've had a lot of rifles to back it up with as well. So if you're asking the bad guys, it doesn't really feel like they've been ecoed most of the time. Feels like they've been playing against full buys every single time, and this one is going to be no different, even though they just have the Tech 9s at their disposal. Doesn't seem fair, but it's what life is sometimes. And even with the bomb being planted here, it should be absolutely impossible for them to hold on to that bomb site. There's an abundance of utility, an abundance of weaponry going into that retake for the CT side. They even have the flank coming in from Mary all the way in towards the lobby. Shall they need it, but they might not. Tane gets the first one. War on 25 HP will nail one with the Tech 9, but unless Haji produces something miraculous, and they should just get on the bomb and stick it straight away. He's not even going to get there in time. This is going to be the end of it. Oh, 13-8. Best of 3 of the day, third round matchup of the Frost and Fire. It's a 1-1 game here at the main Swiss stage, and the Los Kogutos so far look like the team that wants to go into the 2-on-1 a little bit more. Of course, that was just map number 1, and that was the map pick of the polls. We expected them to be coming into it with a lot of high pace, a lot of interesting get the better of the bad guys on map 1 on Nuke, which was quite a while ago now. But now we're going into the map pick of the bad guys on Ancient, and they will be looking forward to essentially leveling things up and taking us to a third and final map of Mirage. That is, of course, if they're able to win their own map pick, which, of course, is never a sure thing. The Los Kogutos kick things off with a nice little pissed around, and of course, as I already said, for those of you that are just joining in, that is the second map of the series. Map 1 was Nuke, a 13-8 win for the Los Kogutos, who picked into it. And that is a 1-1 game from the main Swiss bracket. So loser is not out of the event. Winner doesn't qualify for the playoffs. But definitely the result of this one is going to mean a whole lot for the level of comfortability that both those teams are going to be going into their next games with. With that being said, Ancient, usually not known to be the best map of the Los Kogutos, but traditionally has always been a good map for Polish mixes. So I feel like there definitely is an opportunity here for them to at least be competitive against the bad guys side that is individually incredibly sound, as you can already tell. A lot of firepower on that team. Of course, now Boros is probably warmed up even a little bit more. That's what they would be hoping for. Mask definitely feeling warm with that double mowing down Lean and Hadji, and Boros down to 16 HP. Not gonna be an easy fight going his way. Double P comes in. He does find the first headshot though. I'm not sure how much Mask really wants to tempt fate. So thinking about it, knows that Boros is low. Instant headshot doesn't come through, and Mask is going to be able to come out on top. And this one switches back to the MP9 for another one. It's a lovely 4-piece coming out of Mask in towards red to deny the force buy from the bad guys that ended up investing fully into this one. Now the bad guys team, which was the other iteration of the bad guys, I say a different iteration, it's because they had Patty and Sapik on the lineup, did completely crush Gen 1 on Ancient in the 13-5 fashion. It was an 8-4 CT side. Both pistol rounds, of course, converted for them as well. So this is technically the first time they've lost the pistol round on Ancient in this event. It will be interesting to see how they fare against the Los Kogutos side that hasn't really played Ancient with that iteration, as we already said. The core hasn't played Ancient in quite a while. But yeah, Boros would be hoping to... He'd be hoping to get a win. Hopefully. This one. Not looking too bad. The only issue is the bomb is dropped all the way in T-spawn. Even with those aggressive positions of the two players in towards Temple, they can't really get a bomb plant. All they're hoping for is that the CTs are going to walk into them and give them a couple free kills. It happens for the first one. Vladan with a lovely shot on the Deagle, but Tane is there with a nice double to put them back to bed. And Hadji in a 1 versus 3 might actually be able to get away with a bomb plant out of this one. Not sure when they exactly realize. Boys, he's not there. Neither is the bomb. Might be time to start making your way back. And Hadji, still, will be able to get away with a bomb plant. I respect that from the Los Kogutos, though. You're showing a lot of discipline right now. They didn't want to risk giving Hadji a kill before he gets the bomb plant. Didn't want to risk walking into him on a good off angle that he was holding on to. They'd much rather let him get the plant. They would have had to invest in bad guys into the next round either way. So it wasn't really worth the risk for the Los Kogutos. They make sure they keep all three alive. Hold on to the rifles. Got a nice 3-0 lead on the CT side. And this is where on paper things should start getting a little bit more interesting here from the bad guys' perspective, right? Now you're gonna see them on the T side individually. Most of them were looking fairly sharp on that previous map of Nuke, Lean, Boros, Vladan with an incredible clutch on Nuke in case you missed it. Warriors UK as well. All of them were hitting some good shots every now and then. And on the T side of Ancient is where they could supposedly thrive, but first buy round needs to be where it all starts. Vladan on the spam, gonna be able to find one kill, but the refrag is instantaneous. That's exactly what Tane was after. You might lose one, but you gotta be able to fight back immediately. And now posted on the angle, gonna be quick enough to deal with Boros. And Master just gonna run through the Molotov, gets one. Back turn for Lee, not ready for Krasno. And that aggression from the CTs in the first round with the guns out. Just catches bad guys completely off guard, and it felt like they weren't caught off guard at the start, right? Vladen getting that first kill, even though he does get refrag, they were anticipating the reaction, but they were just not ready for the AVP to be posted and waiting for Boros to scale up that B ramp. It's a pretty shrewd combination. You throw in a lot of util, a lot of manpower in towards middle, and you get the Opera in towards B, because the logical reaction for a lot of the T's once they lose middle is to try and scale up that ramp position to gain some of that control back. One step ahead here, Los Kogutos, and now stakes favor is to take this one. Of course, courtesy of the bomb plant in the previous round and some of the damage that they were able to do, the bad guys will still be able to go for an investment here. And oh, Boros, what a reaction that is! Yes, the first one. Krasno with a refract, looking for a second though. And that's a massive double coming out of Krasno. From a 5v3 into a 3 versus 3 just like that, and Tane walking in, all ready for lean. Krasno's already rotated in. And Lavi still looking towards A. He's gonna shut down Vladen, meaning now it's just the B-bomb side, and Krasno is on an absolute terror to find another one. It's now 1v1 between Waro and Malavi. Oper moving into position. Waro's gonna try and walk out of dodge. Get back into a much more comfortable angle, and with that smoke in towards the short line, Waro could be pretty much everywhere. Malavi needs to try and bait him out. Needs to try and find him. He's got a kid dropped on the right-hand side for himself. He's got his eyes set on it. Spots him out. What a shot that is! From the Oper, lightning quick. In the 1v1, he's got the kid. He's got the time. He's got the round as well. What a reaction from Malavi. Whew. And honestly, that was, I mean, I know the bad guys are supposed to be the team with the more individual prowess, but this is around that the Los Kogutos just simply win on the back of two guys stepping up. It was Krasno initially with the triple, and then Malavi with the double in the 1v1 against Waro. Great find, and of course we're gonna see yet another investment coming out of the bad guys, considering they still got that bomb down, but it hasn't been an easy start to that T side. A little bit of utility damage already for Lean, and some for Boros. We're gonna double up in towards the cave mask. Able to dodge the nade. He's gonna try his absolute best to sell the fake for his teammate in the cubby. It's gonna be Krasno. The Oper has been entrusted with that A bomb side all alone. Hasn't really been tested, and it doesn't look like he's gonna get tested. Looking like another B round here out the bat for the bad guys, but they will have to clear out cave, and it all depends on when they want to peek. Krasno lines them up, and they're not ready for the second person as well. The timing on that peek was absolutely perfect from Krasno, and now they've seen Vladen as well. They know exactly where he is. Might have seen both of them. Another flash, and down they go. Just one kill going in favor of Waro, and he's gonna get shut down as well. Los Kogutos are bringing in incredible aggression that the T's are just not ready for on Ancient right now. And I say Los Kogutos, a lot of it has to do with Krasno and the space that he's creating for his CT side. And yeah, you damn right need a tactical timeout right now. Krasno has been all over the bad guys, and that's why we were hyping up Krasno being part of that team as well, right? If it was anybody else to be standing in, probably wouldn't have had the same impact. But when you're talking about someone like Krasno, I mean, if we're hyping up names like Boros and Waro 2K for having more experience, and guys like Vladen, Haji, everyone pretty much out of the side of the bad guys, bar Aline having a lot more experience than the guys on Los Kogutos, then you can't overlook Krasno. The amount of time he spent playing at the top echelons of the tier 2 scene, tier 1.5. Now he's coming back to this one. He knows his ex-teammates quite well. And the space he's been creating, the kills he's been finding have been incredibly impactful. Krasno has been excellent, to put it lightly. If he's able to keep it going, could be key for the potential success. Boros deletes Marion towards Donut though. That's what you do when B doesn't work. You just head over towards middle. in. Tech9 first in line. Hachi, Jago is not gonna do it. Had to go for the swing. Had to set up Boros for the refrag, but doesn't. And Tane is going to gobble up both those kills instead. Now the scale of B is going to be a lot more predictable, right? You spot out those two players. You don't see anything in towards the A bomb side. You should have plenty of time to move back into position in towards B. And it might be time to get another piece of the pie. What about two of them? Master's going to help him out with the last one, but there goes Tane with the 4-piece. This map has not even been remotely close so far. The Los Kogutos are all over the bad guys, and I'm not sure what the solution is right now. I mean, even individually, Los Kogutos are just running at them, just peeking everything and winning every single fight. The bad guys are getting bodied, quite literally. And I'm still not completely writing off the possibility of a comeback here. I feel like it could be a little bit too early to write them off, but they will eventually have to start winning rounds. And Malavi overextending a little bit in towards A main with a missed shot. It's going to create another opening. That's Boros to get the kill. Mary overlooking the possibility of a boost over the smoke. That's exactly what you needed. You need a round on the board at this point. You desperately do. The CT seem to have the right idea. One player still hiding towards the last box on A. And everyone is moving towards that direction. Tane is thinking about a push down elbow. Size against it for now. How he's gonna start moving back. Question is, how many kills does Mask get? The moment he peeks, Molotov comes in. There goes the peek. Doesn't get a single one. That's perfectly executed by the bad guys. Good patience, good Yuto. They don't give him any openings to even get a single kill. And Tane now hoping for something, but all he gets is a bullet in the skull. And Boros might be able to close out a clean round. It's a perfect reaction coming out of him. Okay, that's a start. You get one round on the board. It's a clean one as well. You spread around. You win a lot of individual fights. Malavi overextending maybe a little bit in towards A main. Same for Mary, but it's all about punishing those aggressive peaks from the Los Kogutos. All about slowing things down a little bit. Now it's all about building. On top of that one round, you need to chain up consecutive ones, and the A-walk doesn't seem like a bad idea, especially with how much the CTs have been emphasizing towards that middle control. And Mast is just gonna walk through the smoke. This is a wild play. This is crazy for Mast. At least now you should know it could be an A play. Steps are gonna start coming in any moment now. They've been dead silent so far though, and the Opera's actually walking away. This is a great call here. They're making them feel like it's going to be a B play, and yeah, they've all left. Even the Opera's rotated in towards red, and just now he's going to realize he's... Yeah, they've left the round. They need to FF this. They need to just go and save. Cancel time. Bad guys have just called a perfect round. And I guess this is the shift that we expected to see out of the bad guys, right? When Los Kogutos get so dominant, when they just start running at you and winning so many rounds, it might be about time to slow things down a bit. Let them overextend, let them handle you that man advantage, and then you can make the call off of it. And that is honestly, I feel like the biggest problem that a lot of Polish teams have been suffering with their Ancient. Maybe in forever, right? Because Polish Counter-Strike on Ancient has always been incredibly creative, incredibly quick, incredibly disrespectful even on the CT side. The one issue that a lot of those teams have most of the time is that they don't really know when to press the brake, right? They just keep going and going and going, and the fact that it gets you a 7-0 lead is absolutely fantastic. It's all about how you react after when the readjustments have been made by the bad guys. There's the switch. Bad guys. Total rush up B through the Molotov. There you go. He's gonna do a little bit of damage. Doesn't get a kill this time around. He's gonna reposition quickly and look at the damage. Look at how low they all are. And Tane with a big double kill. Mow down both Boros and Haji. Retake is gonna come in mass. Still spamming on the other side of the smoke. Mary's gonna try and support. Gotta be careful though, Lean. Try and play on the edge of this one. Mary's looking. Instant headshot. Now ready for the remaining two players. Waro gonna be able to get one. We'll need a big play out of the Oper this time around if you want to fight back. And he's still looking for the flank. Crass now on the spam. Oh, Waro's missed him. Low HP. Has to get the kill on the clock. Eventually will. But now they know that Vladin's all alone towards the back of the bomb site with the bomb. And Vladin's not going to be able to hold on. And they've heard the steps as well. Waro's just going to get smoked off. Might have to run through. Still has the time to work with. 50 seconds. Every single avenue has been smoked. But now he knows exactly where both those players are, right? Mast is crossed towards the right-hand side. And you know where that left-hand side smoke came from. But both of them are just going to be holding. He needs to be lightning quick with this one. One missed shot, one missed opportunity, and this round is over. And that's exactly what this first one is going to be. He baits out the shot of the Oper, but wasn't sure about where Mast was exactly. And now the battle for the bad guys is, I guess, to try and get 4 rounds, which at this point feels like it would put them in a really good position, considering how terrifying the prospect of a 10-2 CT side is here for the Los Kogutos. That would be a really tough one. Bad guys, they need something, they need to change it, they need it quickly. Out middle they go, and Mask! It's an absolute miracle he doesn't get a second kill. That was so scrappy, so messy. But Boros with a lovely turnaround. Able to get that refrag. Oper, gotta be careful. They still have one player in towards cave, and Krasno has to be ready for lean. Gotta be careful. That's lovely awareness coming out of Krasno there. That would have been the kill to seal the deal. Boros again is taking so much space in towards A and silently to it. Probably gonna be able to catch at least one by surprise. Never mind. Lobby's ready. What a pick that is from the Oper. Finally makes a miss move. As he's gonna walk right into the AVP, but ain't. Gotta be careful. Boros holding. Difficult angle though. He's gonna miss, and that's given enough time for Krasno to pick up an AVP and get into position. He's missed his shot as well though. Now the bomb can go down. And Tane is going around the world in towards CT spawn. This is probably the last option that you're considering, right? He could be playing late from main. He could be coming in late from Donut. CT spawn is the most unlikely, and he's got a smoke, he's got a molly. Gun barrel spotted. They know exactly where Waro is right now. Krasno just has to be patient, and he's gonna get that kill every day of the week. Now it's all about figuring out where Vladin is, the final piece of the puzzle. Now he knows they're both coming in from the same direction. Tane can just molly him out, go for the fight, but Vladin is the one to count on. When it comes down to the clutch, another 1v2 coming out of the Serbian. And the bad guys get 3 on the board, might as well get 4. The money of Los Kogutos is absolutely destroyed. What a turn that was from Boros. And obviously if you're a master, you're gonna be feeling this one. Again, a couple opportunities, a couple chances for the Los Kogutos, but that guy's punishing them really nicely. And looking at another B-pop potentially. This time they're gonna get blocked off by the Yuta really early on, so you probably don't want to fear your chances. There's gonna be a boost up. It's not gonna be the Oper, rather... Oh, actually it is gonna be the Oper. It's just the double boost on top of the box for Waro. And Kate gets flashed through, spots a lot of people. So now you know you've made the right decision with that stack, but question is, do the bad guys really want to go in? Do you really want to commit to that play? And I'm not sure the answer is yes to that one. The sole fact that they were ready to send Tane like that through the flash on a suicide mission means that they feel secure enough in their B defense, even if that play doesn't work out. And or will get taken down eventually. The good thing is for the CTs, that doesn't really give away how many of them there were in towards the B-bomb side. But either way, the bad guys need to go forward. Now you know, you've given away your intentions. Yuto's going to be hurt. Malavi's going to be moving into position. And as of right now, Vladan's the one holding, but he's the one with the bomb as well. So eventually he's gonna start to move. Not sure if he spotted him out. Now he's seen the shadow. Definitely Vladan. Great reaction. Not really known to be an oper. Locks in that one. As the CT start moving forward, Krasno is so far away and Boros has got a perfect position. He's gonna hear it every step of the way. Krasno was even considering it, but a little bit more difficult to react as he was on the run, and that's gonna leave Mary in a 1v4. That's not really gonna go his way. So on the back of a couple nice kills from Boros, Vladan with a great 1v2 once again. The bad guys are able to get themselves 4 rounds here on the T side of Ancient. It's all about getting a good start now on the CT. You get that pistol, you get the conversions. It's a tight game. Been a bit of a slower start to the map as well for Mary and Milavi. With the key pieces on the previous one, Boros is gonna go looking. Oh, he's heard so many steps. Yeah, time to back off. They've heard him as well. They know what's up. He knows as well. Waiting for the flash, goes for the peek, and there goes Mary. Opening kill. Goes his way. So far, so good. The CT is locked out into worse tempo, and Mary's now hearing all those steps. He knows he's getting swung by so many different players and needs a little bit of support. There goes Milavi. There's one for the Glock and into the meat grinder. They go. It's so difficult to make your way out of tempo in towards Broke You, and there's people staring from those off angles. And this one is all but successful for the bad guys right now. Los Kogutos pick up their second pistol round of Ancient. And you gotta feel like that's gonna give them the necessary boost, right? If you're the bad guys, a force buy it's a really risky decision. You probably want to eco this one, and it's such a painful one as well, because you know you're giving away 10, but I don't think you have a choice. If you go for the force here, then you're in a whole lot of trouble if it doesn't work. And the Los Kogutos going for a tactical timeout. That's interesting. You win the pistol. Maybe you're trying to figure out whether that's going to be a full investment or not. There's a replay of the clutch from Vladan. That's pretty much what kept him in the game in the first half. That's why we were talking about how underrated of a rifle Vladan is. In all of those moments, you can just count on him for a clutch. You can count on him to make the right play, make the right decision. And yeah, the force buy is coming in from the bad guys. So pretty well placed tactical timeout from the Los Kogutos, actually. They seem to realize what is going on, yeah. You see the amount of rifles as well. They're expecting it. The bad guys are not going to call in the eco. It's all or nothing. You make those pistols and the scout work, we have a game on our hands. You lose it, and, well, you're going to have your next investment at 4-11. Which, sadly, is far from ideal. Play coming up. Scout in position. War would have loved attack on the first fight. Unfortunately, a miss. And now you've seen the scout there. You really want to go in. They are hesitating a little bit. There's a 5-man stack on that A-bomb side for the CTs right now. Well, technically a 4-man stack is lean is still in towards middle, but Los Kogutos with 55 seconds on the clock. I'm not really sure if you want to keep it going. And it will be an A-split. They're just redirecting in towards Donut as well. They're walking right into the jaws of the stack. If you're the bad guys, you couldn't wish for a better chance. Couldn't wish for a better opportunity, and the T's don't realize that they're going to start walking in any moment now. You just need Waro to hit a couple hits here with the scout. You need him to take the attention away, and for Vladan to get a kill from the boost. Missed shot from the scout though, and they clear out Vladan. They know exactly where Waro is. They've got him trapped, and even with the Deagles finding a couple, the bomb side has fallen. It's just lean left, and the bomb is not on his side of the smoke. Doesn't have a kit. He's got a full HP bar and a rifle to work with though, so he's gonna give this one a go. Tane has made a step. Lee knows exactly where one of those players is. It's all about figuring out where Mast has gone off to, and Mast is left all the way in towards red. Tane just gonna get walked down by Lean. Lack of kit though could be a little bit problematic. Lean, first tap of the bomb. Spam comes in. Trying to line it up. Oh, he's been tagged down. Master's actually reloading. Lean might be able to get the kill. Time is running out. He needs to get it so quickly. And he might have it. That's going to be a close one. He might have just got it. But it's going to be down to the wire. And Lean, does he have it? No. Half a second away from being the hero for the bad guys. But it's not meant to be. And now you're suffering from your previous decision to go for a force buy. And the worst part about it, if that wasn't a 10-4, you probably would have wanted to force again. And I think you have to force again. You get all 5 kills. This is the best opportunity you're gonna get. If you eco here, you're giving them that 4-11 regardless. And you don't want Los Kogutos to stabilize financially right now. This one is still far from over, but who would have thought a 2-0 for the Los Kogutos and in that convincing fashion would be on the cards. 13-8 on Nuke. And that ancient, quite frankly, score-wise has not been close. There's been a lot of closer rounds, but some clutches going in favor of the bad guys as well. I guess the previous one was the closest for the Los Kogutos that they won, but one clutch going in favor of Malawi against Waro. So there's been a couple ones, but still, you lose both pistol rounds, you lose 2 of the clutches. Vladen picks up 1 for you, but it simply doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. And it's a similar play here. Scout of Oro positioning towards a double donut setup. But this time you don't have the full 5-man stack. This time it could be a lot easier for the Los Kogutos to isolate some of those fights, and Boros going down is not a good sign. That's going to make the B players react as well. And Krasno's in a good position. There goes the first one. Might make it a double. And Krasno is absolutely impeccable with the spray. And now you've seen the scout as well. There's no way you're running away from Waro. You're going to run right at him with the MAC-10 and take him down as well. Just 2 rounds away now. And I guess at this point, you might as well go all in, right? You might as well just keep on forcing if you're the bad guys. You might get an entire CT side without a single M4 in play, but feels like this one is too far gone for you to be calling it quits and going for eco rounds. And 4 people in towards middle at the start of the round. If Malawi gets even 1 kill, this is going to be a successful mission, and he does so. Reaction in towards B coming up, though. Boros needs to be really quick on that play, but he's not going to get there in time. B player is already under a whole lot of pressure, but look at how quick that flank is going to be going down the ramp, and Krasno's not looking at us right now. Gotta turn around, gotta have it to the back of his mind. Vladen's picked up a double, Mary's let them cross. Gets one. There's a second, and Mary gets that one as well. Vladen's low. He's going to stick it. Low HP, no kit, 10-second defuse. Mary's just gonna run up, shoot him to the back of the head, and Mary with a 1v3 clutch out of nowhere to shut down the bad guys and potentially shut down their chances for this map, for this series. It's been a tough day in the office for the mix. And it was so exciting. Seeing the additions of Lean and Boros, you were saying, well, there's so much firepower on this team. How is it possible for them to get dominated in that fashion? Well, that's how. The Los Kogutos have just been all over them, and that definitely feels like a nice reunion for Krasno, especially if they close it out here and now, and especially if Krasno is the one to put the final nail in the coffin. He's had a phenomenal map. And Waro now knows that Mast has taken all that space. Mast has heard Waro as well. He can just smoke him off. He can just isolate him, and there's nothing Waro can do about this one. The bomb is going to go down. The only question is whether you can make that 3v2 retake work. You should be in a fairly decent position, especially with Mast being low on HP, but he's actually pushed through the donut smoke and hasn't seen anything. They spotted Tane cross back towards main, but he knows it as well. And Oh my god, look at that play from Mast. He's coming in from CT. This is probably the one that you're not ready for. This is the one you're not expecting and no one's looking. He's gonna be able to play the trigger discipline. Oh, someone's seen him. You've seen him on the minimap. Lean just turns around and gets the kill. Was that Waro who was jumping towards Temple that saw him on the minimap? It must have been. And they had no kit. They needed a 10-second defuse. If Matt just gets the first kill, I mean, you can't really fault him. He thought he had the round. They had turned both of them towards the side. They double back from Donut and towards CT. It's a great play from Mass to be playing the trigger discipline. I think it might have been Waro just jumping in towards Temple that caught a glimpse of him and just didn't realize it instantly. Either way, Bad Guys will stay alive for one more. Retake works. You need 7 in a row now if you want to force OT. And the first go at it, it's gonna be a B split. Waro's been absolutely deleted. Crass now. What a demonic performance that's been. Definitely a day to remember for him. Lean still try and get that refrag, and finally someone able to take Krasno down, but they haven't spotted the second player. They have no idea Mary is still in towards that cave position. Gotta be careful about the spam. Still gonna do a decent amount of damage. They're just waiting. And Bad Guys, they haven't had any vision in towards middle in a long time, so being anxious is completely normal, especially considering Boros is all alone and there even was a timing for a T to cross in towards Temple. This is a terrifying round for the Bad Guys. They have no clue what's going on. They needed that aggressive play in towards the middle side of the map, and just now Vladan's going to start rotating back in, but Mast has already walked up, and I'm not sure if they realize it. 1 kill for Mast. This round suddenly has flipped right on his head, and Mary's just going to keep chasing, offers himself to Haji. That's a kill that Haji's going to take every day of the week, but the lobby's thinking about going for another swing, and Boros is not going to be able to react in time. Haji in a 1. Bringing it on Nuke as well with creating the space. The amount of kills, the amount of multi-fragging, and the amount of aggressive plays that he was pulling off on Ancient as well. And especially considering that he probably is bringing in a lot of ideas to the table. You gotta put his name out there. He played a phenomenal series all in all. And yeah, this is not a result that the Bad Guys are gonna be fairly happy with, right? You bring in Boros and Lean in hopes to strengthen up the lineup even further. You have a bit of a Monty reunion, and it's a Monty reunion on one side of the server and on both sides of the server as well, with Krasno being involved too. But in the end of the day, it was just him that's gonna have a smile on his face at the end of it. So a pretty difficult day all in all for the Bad Guys. Thankfully, they're not out of this one just yet, and another person to highlight in this one is definitely gonna be Mast, right? Considering Krasno is gonna be given a lot of ideas, of course. Has definitely helped Mast in the calling department, but he still called an absolute banger of a series on both Nuke and Ancient, and even individually he was able to hold his own pretty nicely, dropping 33 and 21 over the course of the series. With that being said though, folks, if you happen to be Bad Guys fans, worry not, they're not out of the event just yet. They're just going down in the 1-2 bracket, meaning that they can't really afford to lose anymore, but at least they're going to get a lot more chances to fight for their spot in the playoffs potentially. They will need a lot more of a solid performance in their next game, whoever they're facing off against though, because today was a bit of an off day, and I think they're going to be feeling the same way, and hopefully we see a little bit more from them going into the next matchup. With that being said though, we still have 2 more best of 3s on offer today, and because of how quick that one actually was. Bar the delay, we're going to have a bit of a prolonged break before the start of our next series, which is going to see 9 taken on the Gangsters. This is going to be our first 2-0 game, meaning that, of course, the winner of it will be qualifying for the playoffs, and then the second 2-0 game will see Ecstatic take on the side of Kono. The next game going live at 4 p.m. Central European time, meaning we're going to be away for around 30 to 35 minutes before we go live once again with the pre-game show. So make sure you tune back in. There's going to be another caster taking you through the last 2 games of the day, but it was an absolute pleasure for me to guide you through the first 2 series.
Or one of those things is the veto, which obviously is going to depend or decide a lot of how this map and match kind of goes. Because when you look at it, there's a couple of maps that you might say that could be picked into. Nuke might have been one of them. It's a slightly weaker map for FLuffy Gangsters, though last game they did manage to win it against Los Kogutos. We saw in the series just, I think, 2 days ago. But not seeing Nuke here. Nine are not going to try to venture into it, despite it being a decent map for them as well. Instead, they've gone for a couple of more comfortable picks as well. And one that is leaving a couple things to be questioned more than anything. There's been a single game that FLuffy Gangsters have played on Inferno. Ended up being a loss against Fireflux in ESEA Advanced at the start of December. So beyond that, there's no information that HLTV kind of provide. So it's definitely an interesting pick. But I think if 9 still feel comfortable enough to go into a map like Inferno, where, yeah, they've played it a fair bit, I don't really blame them for picking it. It'll be interesting to see how that second map goes, but before that, we also have to take a detour through Ancient. Both teams' numbers look pretty damn good, as you can see, but we're gonna find out how it actually looks on in practice now that we put it into the game. So, ladies and gents, it's Ancient, it's map 1. We're in the 2-0 bracket, so make sure you stick around and find out who's going toward those playoffs and who is not just yet. Now the team gets eliminated, but definitely would be nice to get a couple more days of practice instead of playing the officials. But let's find out, shall we? As round number 1 starts, FLuffy Gangsters T side. A fair bit of util spread around a few players. Flashbang is being bought out, Yuramiata. Smoking a Molotov, AP250 on John A as well. Slow creep to A. Information will be relayed via that utility. Now the steps. As for 9, double setup into Donut. Now to taking the first shot. It's that P250 for the T side. Bomb will be denied. Refresh with a good lineup through the smoke. Overdrive down, and now 2 remain on FLuffy Gangsters. And sharp headshots. God damn. It is clean for the CT side. Bomb picking up 4, Refresh finding the one that matters as well to make sure the bomb does not get planted. It doesn't let FLuffy Gangsters sit up in any sort of post-plant positions. They are the ones who have to stay on the move. And well handled. 4 crispy headshots. And this is what Faven so far has been bringing for the last month or so in this team as well. The numbers, very much impressive. Here. Not sure how I feel about taking these fights, but we'll see how much it is potentially going to be costing the side of 9, because so far only 1. Maybe worried for nothing, and apparently worried for nothing. Bob XD doesn't need to see his opponents to know where they are. He can feel them through the smoke, as Highness is left to his own. And all gone. Alright. Pretty good round for 9. Only losing 1 SMG. You can treat this round as a full-on bonus round pretty much. Someone maybe buys up an M4, drops Refresh the MP9, Mac 10 maybe, who knows, but we'll see. No, actually, Refresh is apparently P250ing. No, dualies. Dual Berettas. Okay, close enough. I can never tell the two apart, but it is what it is. Nico for the T side, a couple of deagles to deal damage. Get an opening, maybe. Was a crack in that CT side of defense somewhere to try and use a little bit more as well. Raz, he's gone on the offensive, overdrive down immediately. Duels in mid, they start singing, spamming away. 1 is down yet again. But at this point, it's all about managing rest of the round for Nide. Not losing any more, or anyone in this one would be very nice. But then again, right, it's MP9s. It's pretty much it's just an easy route to farm money in. Though most of it is done by dual Berettas on refresh, which bowler move, yes. That takes away a couple hundred from the MP9s. They could have had it instead. But nonetheless, doesn't matter. Stays alive. Armor gets brought up as well. All is good now for the first gun round of the game with round number 4 starting up. And this is now the bonus round. Which 9 already just 3 rounds in. The economy is really damn good. Win this, doesn't matter how. Setting themselves up in the prime position, but it's not the start they'd hoped, because Takanashi comes in with 1 and 2 in A main. Causing quick rotation from Bob and Mantu as well toward that A side, with plenty of utils still swarming them, making it difficult to hold that side, hold these angles as they'd like. And of course, in and out of the fight, Bob X takes the first one, but still a second man has to be taken down, and Mantu only good for 1. Hasn't made it the job easy for Ralds. There's an old saying, let him cook, although seems like he does not want to. There's a chance just goes A main and grabs a weapon from Alvin, or I think it was refreshed of their corpses. Well, just wait. Both work if they don't exit A main, even if they do. Tags them up, deals a little bit of damage, bomb explosion kills them, and if not, you can probably get away with a gun either way, but there's 1 kill, there's 2. Try to take a 3rd as well, not happening, but that actually works. Better than picking up an AK, making it more difficult for the T side to maintain their economy to start as well. Mac 10 shows its fangs, but this round is all on Takanashi. The double entry here toward that A side is fantastic. Despite a pretty good defense in terms of what the MP9s could deliver here, both finding 1. It simply just was more needed from the initial duel from Farvin and Refresh in main. Unable to do so. Now diverting back towards mid for Refresh, taking an HGs to their face. Takanashi will trade. Things go back to a 4 and 4. Mid pressure is now at least a little bit more revealed and relieved. I don't have to worry about it as much, but it's still not a place they feel comfortable attacking just yet. Now down a man. Bob XD's thinking about something here. Try to read exactly the plan for the T side. One flashbang might maintain their attention toward that A side, seeing where he came from as well. For FLuffy Gangsters, this is going to be an easy bomb site to take, and most likely a very quick save to follow as well for the 9 side. Couple players' economy looking a little brittle. At least 2 of these players save, they'll be fine for another buy. All 3 save? Even better. That is the plan very quickly, meaning FLuffy Gangsters now. Last round, a little shaky toward the end with 1 survivor. This time they're gonna make that up with 4 players to survive at least. Assuming they don't start hunting. Which does not seem to be the case either way. So, round 2 in the bag, FLuffy Gangsters. Welcome to the game, officially so. It's not just a 1-round fluke to start things off, but 2 in a row, trying to make a statement. Default out of Fluffy Gangsters this time to start things off. Well, again, 9. They're gonna keep their CT side proactive. Every single round so far, they haven't been shying away from these fights. A main, the only unsuccessful one so far, when it comes to these early round engagements. Mid, pretty damn good. As has B. Fluffy Gangsters now grouping up, trying to make this into a mid play, and this is where some issues might actually arise if they decided they would have liked to go for it, but deciding against it, on toward the A side. That's where Man2 from last round's saving position still holds the exact same angle. I think might actually had a quick save position here. Just had to save and load. Who knows, might be frozen in time, but let's see. First shots, it's got to refresh, and Man2 missed it one, but not the second opportunity that comes his way. Well, Highness on site, a bomb to be planted. BobXD with the flashbang goes through, assistance from Favin. A couple more to close things out, and John already hurting down to 6 HP. Or 8. Doesn't matter, now he's dead, and Overdrive left alone. 1 on 3 to do the job here, the first one goes his way. Second one, just as easy, and last one, knows Man2 was in tempo. Could have already made its way out, but time is too low. All you have to do is not swing into it. Well, making it expensive, yes, unable to win the round. Here you kind of see how that A side works as well. You can take it easily on that T side. Or T side, and all you really gotta do is find 1 and 2 entries, or even just avoid, in this case, Man2 in tempo. Find the man in Donut, smoke off Donut CT, whichever, get a bomb down, but unsuccessful. Interrupted by Favin and BobXD. Wombo combo, flashbang, M4 uppercut. But this time, there's changes. We've been seeing Refresh playing mid so far in most of these rounds, but this time, a slight change up. BobXD a little bit too late to the party. And that very quickly is going to be putting Fluffy Gangsters with a man advantage. Ramiata looks to clear cave. Joined by a couple more of his teammates as well toward that B side. And again, this is just like any other round for 9 pretty much, except cave presence has not been established. Now toward the side. First duel goes easily, second one as well, it comes from a trade. With Raz already being expected, they don't find the exact fighting power they'd like on the site. Expecting someone from the back lines quickly, they find Raz. And with that comes the round. Man2 yet again, Operation Jane time. This time, being hunted by at least 1 or 2. Oh, not gonna happen. Man2 should be fine. All in all, and I believe as well. T-side. Yep. Just barely. Eurobiatas. 1 HP. But he'll survive. He'll make it out of this round. Well, we do go for a quick technical timeout here, it seems. Hopefully everything is a-okay and not anything too bad. But John's off the server for the moment. He's back. Seems all that happened was that he did end up crashing, but all's good, right? All's good. So, let's see what else we are going to be getting up to here in round number 8, because Fluffy Gangsters, they're very quick on the tail of a 9 to try to bring it back. Mantu's all being put into position here as well. Quick shot needed, and a quick shot landed. Uramiata goes down. His next man down on A to the 5-7 over Fresh. This round has just saved weaponry pretty much, and just a couple of weapons forced up around those, and the weapon's not particularly strong either, but it doesn't matter. Starting off with a 5-on-3, Smoke is down, makes that T-side entrance job slightly more difficult, but they can still at least get that site under their control. More util, however, still needs to be spread around and put down on the map as well, but it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nothing for the T-side as of yet, and it will all fall going down. FLuffy Gangsters. 0 kills for the round. The force buy for 9, very much effective. It starts off from Mantu Zop. And a team ace that concludes it all. And so, T-side, it's their turn to force buy. The Gangsters weren't allowed to tie things up that easily, making it a more difficult job to get things back on the track if they want to do so. But again, it seems like the force buy might be off to a good start here. That's how you want to consider this round of force buy, but I don't think so. But nonetheless, they've cracked over the B site. They have the control, just don't know it yet, and now 9 to make that rotation as well. There is utility here for Mantu to stop that bomb plant. But first, they need information. That's the one and only thing they'll need to make this round doable. But there's one coming out of the T side already. Father still stands his ground. 2 coming out of him as well. But Mantu picked off yet another one, leaving Highness in a 1 versus 1. AK tucked in, waiting. Trying to outplay each other. Mantu tucks in deeper, making sure he doesn't walk away from B to A. Highness has all the site and all of mid pretty much to himself, and now just wants to play the time. The mind games have started. Neither having moved just yet. Mantu's still sticking around as well. Moves in, noticing the time. Will get here very quickly, and Highness may not be ready. Mantu holding the angle. Doesn't need to use that util, just waits and waits for the present to be delivered. And the utility you can scavenge as well, he'll look for it, but that's gonna be around for 9 from 3 versus 5. Not on the bomb site, and FLuffy Gangsters very slow to take that actual site as well under their control, afraid of what 9 had in store for them. It seems like that worry was for a good reason. Delivered by Fav at 2k and Mantu 3. The road to taking 9 closer towards that first half win already. FLuffy Gangsters, sure that bomb goes down, that's the only thing that affords them any sort of weaponry in this round that's not just Glocks or Eagles with that armor. Chances to do something with this buy, yes, but a lot of hopes? I don't think so, but maybe I lied. Maybe I spoke too soon, because you got John with the Deagle. That's not a Deagle, it's Tech 9. 1 and 2 the double entry, and 9 the quick rotations to patch up this hole in mid. Ral still gets dinked from it as well. More and more damage dealt and a quick reaction as well from FLuffy Gangsters, noticing that was 2 players toward that red room as well to clear it out. Possibly causing a player or 2 to be out of position, and Favin now out of the round. As FLuffy Gangsters strike back with a round of their own. Sometimes all you need is a Tech 9 half-buy. Just make sure you have a John on your team. There we go, Fluffy Gangsters. With now 4 being picked up. This already, in theory, if the half would end at 4, probably gonna be okay. Obviously, somewhat wanting to win that pistol at that point as well, or needing almost, but you're gonna make do with 4 in the T side of Ancient. Get toward that second half, it is a slightly more CT-sided map still. Probably the most CT-sided still in the pool, but nonetheless. Not everything is purely about numbers and statistics. Sometimes it's about the playstyles and how those clash. And sometimes, if your opponent has a good day, or just some very sick gaming socks, as 9 currently seem to have. Mantu delivering Collat and a third as well. An A side that will stand the test of time. Fluffy Gangsters, they want to opt in to change the pace. No, can do. Go back. Round up at 12 and starting off with a very quick, well, desperate buy, almost. Not that desperate, but still. A change of pace now being denied, and I wonder what does Fluffy Gangsters now want to do instead? 9 have been very keen when it comes to taking mid control, taking B control. And that last round a statement on A, and it seems like we almost might see a repeat of the last round. Yeah, double down on it, why not? Double dog dare you to go for the A rush again, but this time it's the rifles waiting for you. The result seems all but the same. A kill or 2 for the T side, and now by coming in third as well from John. One man in CT walking through and barely gets the AK out in time. Result, not the same, and Mantu needs to clutch up here big time for the last round of the half. Walking through, first one, already nails it. No smoke, does have a couple flashbangs and a Molotov at least to make things easier to rule out an angle or 2. Taps the bomb, wondering which way to look. Doesn't hear the steps. No confirmation, but now deals the position. Mantu's quick on these shots, but don't give him too many opportunities. That's one already missed, and John yet again waits and jumps across, but there's time, and there is another clutch, another round. Mantu picks it up, a 1 versus 2, and he makes it look easy. $8-4 at halftime, and god damn it. This looks so clean. 8-4, 9. That is a good half coming out of them as well now. Feeling the impact of the AWP here. Back-to-back rounds. And throughout the half, 13 kills for him. Refresh as well, I think 12 at the end of it. And honestly, the B site wasn't really that needed. There were the information that was gained by 9 was absolutely in every single round. They kept pushing it. They kept taking control, but barely did they actually ever get any real sort of contact there. That made it worthwhile. But here for the pistol, though. Let's see who becomes the hero, because Mantu's already got the first one. A smoke down to do Beretta's weight, and INS looks to spam them through the smokes with this Glock 18 instead from Bob XD. One found, and all you needed to find the B site was that kill. Last 3 CTs, no utility to speak of, nothing to make the entrance easier. I spoke too soon yet again, the jinx in real time. And a 3-on-3 that has come out of this route as well now. It's still the dual Berettas waiting out long. One man taken down in cave, there goes another one as well. Down towards Logan, down to Raz now to 1 versus 2, tucked in cave. Bomb is planted for him, finds that first one as well. He wants it to contact up close, and one more for the Glock 18. The captain takes this one as well. With 9 for 9. The pistol goes their way, and so does the momentum now, shooting upwards if it wasn't already. The step and a giant leap now in the right direction to close things out on map 1. This round, it looked so good here. Shots through smokes going both ways. And a 1 versus 2 that was needed, but delivered either way. And well, now there's trouble here for Fluffy Gangsters. They've been playing every single game so far with a stand-in. Takanashi out in the first couple of games. Now Soul B unable to make it over, which I've been standing in for every single one. Hasn't been performing. Has not been a massive hindrance in any means. Sometimes even playing better than most on the server. Even still right now keeping up and, well, second highest on his team. But 9 running rampant here. 10 on the board, they make this one clean and flawless. And if FLuffy Gangsters are to have any sort of chance, yeah, it's this round. It's that simple. Nine are looking very good now to take away this first map. Even taking a time out here, knowing the sort of situation they're in. And on the board, looking for 11. Couple of Mac 10s and Galil still in the mix here for 9 side. Let's see what they get done. One have already spotted. Mantu down. That is the bomb as well. Immediately dropped and given information on. As well as the advantage. Couple more spotted into one red room as well. Takanashi. Situation for him getting heated. But this is a situation that FLuffy Gangsters by no means want to give away the advantage in. Making it even a second advantage now, but a second in mid. Third as well, potentially coming through, but it comes after Falvin has found one of his own. But the pressure is still going to mid from 9. And all of it denied one way or another. With refresh alone. That's below shelf for now at least. But yeah, this round, Jean to finish it. Just a little bit of spam coming through. Distractions added, but that is a FLuffy Gangsters, a very well needed 5th round. I said, if they would have a chance, that round is it. Pretty much asked to play these rounds flawlessly from now on. Not allowed to lose a single one, otherwise they might be jeopardizing the whole mission. But if there is a map where a comeback like this can happen, it probably is Ancient. Now on the CT side, favorite on the map. The biggest problem is shutting down those individuals that we currently see awake from 9. It's not that easy. First one, second as well. Father just in time spots the shadow. As now there's trouble yet again. FLuffy Gangsters are down a man, 9. They've got the post-line position of Donut into their control now. Plenty of attention mid. All they gotta do is slow down the retake from CT. A couple of smokes will do that. Nice time for Bob XD and Father to walk in behind him. Well, sure, Mantu might be caught off guard here. How much easier does it make to retake? The answer is not that much, because Refresh takes the attention away. And Bob the Executioner will find one. He's not gonna build it, he'll tear it down instead. 11 picked up here in FLuffy Gangsters. The opportunities, the chances. Now looking real damn slim. Even worse, you win that round, you lose this one, the Academy hits rock bottom. Now, again, I don't know. There's not a lot here. The situation speaks for itself more than anything. T side of 9 in prime position. Trade's coming out. Adamantu will find both, but there's still one that lingers. They're at least keeping things even. We're talking about a round that now can't be won yet by the CT side. Both T-side players as well tagged up. Add the HP together, barely making over 100 on that T-side. Tucked himself into his smoke as well, so overdrive. Bomb to be planted, Ral's wondering where the CTs have gone. Position taken. Down to the 2-on-2 with the CT side. Edge the smokes, walk around him. Overdrive looks to take that space while Ral's looks to line them up almost, and that's one. Finding the second though. Back is turned, but Mantu turns. As 12 being picked up, it's map point. And 9. Making this first map look almost easy. Not even almost. They are making it look easy at this point. And what could be the end apparently starts immediately. Couple for the CT side at least to fight back. 2-on-3, not for long. Yet again, HP is very damn low on these T-side players, and Farvin was forced to the fight. Ral's already started off the half with a pistol, clutch 1 versus 2. Now, upgraded to an AK, but so have the opposition. 2 to fight, that's 1 down. Shadow might have been seen. Yuramiata has to be cautious of any utility thrown at him. Information on the HP I don't think has been relayed, so a straight up aim duel. The 1 bullet to decide it all. There goes that first Molotov. Clears the close angle at least. And 1 shot. Maybe 1 more. Take him to the edge of the wall. Yuramiata even lower. And now down he goes. Riles, it's 2. They like this map. That's the only way to put it. So, play your own game and see what happens. But for the pistol, anything can happen at the starting off as well. The CT side of 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 to start it off as well here. The bomb has been dropped. Control for the T side. It has been lost. You've got Man2 against 4 on Banana with Refresh trying to make a play on the other side of the map for information. And coming back now as well. But taking duels, it's one more to go. Refresh will not be coming up clutch this time. As FLuffy Gangsters, they press the attack. Holding forward, everyone goes in and take that pistol. A very good hold when it comes to the banana push, or banana play here. Highness collecting 3 for himself as well, staying alive toward the end of it. And into the second one, which, funnily enough, it is going to be a force buy. I'm not a fan of these, I really am not, but we'll see what 9 managed to get done here. Early control of Banana is his utility going through, exchanging as the reloads coming through as well. Is Rals to pick up that first one, pushing Yuramyata back as well with the deagle from Favid. A trade is sharp. An advantage gained, advantage extended. The lead for 9 here in the 4 versus 2 seems like it's not going to be going to waste. Jon and Takanashi, they've got rifles, they do not want to send these players in. Don't want to give away anything more, because this one immediately decided by the first 2 kills on B. A third to desperately try to rotate in, make a statement. Only to fall flat on his face. That's 9. Okay, force buy works out. Fair enough. I don't think there's much else to say. I'm not a fan of the force buys, but hey, it makes it works. You can't blame him if it works. It's rounds like this that make you want to keep force buying it in these games. And that immediately as well, right? It's gotta be the same principle since CSGO, since many economy changes go. You win that pistol, you lose that second, it might just be worse than if you hadn't even won that first one in itself as well. But a couple saved weapons will possibly make the difference. That's exactly what they're hoping for them to do as well here. And we started off. It's gonna be the rifles toward that A side, or at least one of them. Actually, both. Oh, it's not. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Both rifles on A, that is the play. I just got lost in the sauce here for a moment, but thankfully Jon does not. He knows what he has to do, I'm just getting confused and mixed up myself. But all 3 plays for FLuffy Gangsters on A now. Ready for the apartments play, that is one immediately, a second one almost to the USP, while Refresh is still fighting for his life. He's gonna try to chop down another one, but ammunition's running low. Running real damn low, and Fav and Man2. How much do you want to try to force this yourself? CTs already have Yuramyata in the back line. One found, there's a second. And a round that does go back and forth. Settled by FLuffy Gangsters on A. A very sharp rotation as well. From 3 players at brackets to everyone going back toward the side, ready for the apartment's lurk. That was a very well read round. Well, sure, you can probably point the blame at someone not hitting their shots, or maybe Refresh overextending with a couple bullets only in the magazine. The attempt was there, but a good round out of the CT side here, and a good setup as well. I think already this is setting us up to have a pretty damn interesting Inferno as well. If we are going to be seeing FLuffy Gangsters being this dynamic, I do want to see how far it does continue to go as well. Yuramyata, first one delivered, while more and more players are going to keep pushing in. And through smokes, through utility, and one more still hides in the smoke. Highness fully believed not to be here. Already had 2 players walking out of the smoke and fighting for this banana control. Highness is going to realize very quickly as well. Not much on the actual site, but 9 of 30 things around at the exact right time. Even getting away from Highness. Knife out running behind him, but that's got to be the A side under attack nonetheless. There is that information quickly given away. The 2-on-2 commences for the retake. Utility to try to set himself up, and Bob XD, while dodging the flash, still falls, and refresh. How about we add another 1 versus 2 to the game? Just tap a couple bullets in the smoke. Wait for it to fade, do what you wish, but that's the first one. Refresh turns, but doesn't get his John, still fades the smoke and walks in. A third for FLuffy Gangsters, down to the last man. But a win comes out of it nonetheless. Banana bait and switch as well, almost works. Now smoke on sandbags, it fades 5 seconds earlier, probably never gets to a bomb plant on A. Or B, who knows, but... Highness plays this well, finds 2 very important kills, and refresh while close. Not sharp enough. And this now is turning out to be a very interesting game. Util's decent. Just pistols for the T side, and I like the slower change of pace as well we have for this round at the start it off. Let the game breathe for a moment. No need to get tunnel vision, need to go in for these fast sort of plays the entire time. Into brackets. Time's running low now. 40 seconds. First contact does not go amicably. And continuing now. Onto the A side. It's a... Oh, I was going to say a very good hole for the CT side, but Mantu kind of pokes a hole in it as well. Sharp deagle shot. Couple of kills found, but that's not going to be anything too crazy. For 9... The best they were hoping for was a bomb plant there. Speaking in realistic terms at least, but unable to get it. Doesn't matter too much, they'll still have the money. The only thing they're missing is potentially an op if Mantu wanted to go for that instead. But not happening. And don't really blame him as well. Inferno, you could absolutely go an entire T-set without ever picking up the op. It's not a necessity here. The map's very claustrophobic. Not really, known for prime oping positions. But if you can make it work, you absolutely will see the effect of it as well. If you have a good opper, if you have a really good opper here on T-Side Inferno, it will make the difference. The 5 rifles will do just as fine. For now, 1 and 2, above the smoke, Roz, beautiful. The trade not being found for the CT side, instead it turns the man advantage toward that T side. And 9 with the quick turnaround toward the A side now, hoping that CTs might have bought into some of this B presence. And for a rotation, not happening though, because Takanashi gets the first, makes noise falling back, and John happily takes the second as well. A third, all fall, and 1 last man refresh. What do you got here, buddy? In a 1-on-3. Previous attempt of a 1 versus 2 unsuccessful. I'll let him cook here for a moment. He's trying to figure it out. The positions, but seems like his has been narrowed down as well to be apartment somewhere. And the first challenge as well is overdrive to get it. And it is already going infinitely better than what was map number 1. matching that total scoreline they had on Ancient. For now, half-buy pistols. A play onto A. Hitting that utility as well, showing that they're already getting kind of familiar with what FLuffy Gangsters are going to try to throw at them. At the early portions of the round. Takanashi's been spotted, they know Long as well is going to be point of contact for them, but taking care of the man in pit. Overdrive, stuck in a corner now. Excuse me, that's Jean actually. Same difference, not much. Someone stuck at least in the corner, that's all that matters. But the bomb has gone down toward that A side now. There is a man advantage, yes, but a strong post fight as well for the T side. The only real weakness that is not being covered is the apartment in front of it as well. As such, moves slightly more into a better position. Utility goes out, one flash, gives them information, one's gonna be close, there's that bait and switch, refresh with a second, third as well! Oh, the Danish stand tall and fervent to close. Above the CT side stands one man to shut down the retake. The M4 makes wonderful work from it as well. 9, that is gonna be a second round on the board, delivered so damn beautifully here. The bait and switch, it could not have gone any better. And sharp is the aim. God damn. Now, seeing if 9 can continue this streak as well, get toward a third round. Well, let's see what will continue from this one now. Util, a push for the CT side, Bob is ready, one foul, a second man is going to be shown as well toward the apartments, but Refresh already makes his way ahead. Catching this aggression. The rest continuing on to A, the corner needs to be checked, a common position, but a 5-7 will do with the headshots here. The second, however, is not happening. And as such, last few. A full-on force buy pretty much for the CETs. John's the only one with a little bit more money in the bank. That does not matter. Few M4s to be saved, that's all. This is 9 onto a third round now. Now picking up a little bit of pace. This is putting 9 in a position where they can start to set the tempo. The problem is obviously still 2 weapons that have been saved. Last time we saw a situation like this, it was both weapons stacked on A flash in the mid. It worked really damn well. We move on. We'll see what the CT side can do, because they decided to go with the full-on force by around these saved weapons. Spread and even out that economy. Well, still trying to get a win out of this round. It's 3 M4s, an MP9. Akanashi, I don't think that weapon matters or even at all. An MP9 at close positions in departments. Absolutely better than an M4, I'll say. We'll take. But for now, that's not going to be the challenge headed their way either way, so it doesn't matter for the moment. Well, there's still plenty of time at the clock. Means we might see 9 somehow still make their way back toward that A site, but no, doesn't seem like it. 4 players ready to go toward the B site, 1 smoke deployed from both sides to slow each other down. And time keeps running lower and lower. We might see Refresh activating on the A side for the moment as well. We got a rotation back A if he gets a kill going as well. If not, might be just the finishing touches, but keep an eye on the mini-map. He might activate shortly. Well, for now, 3 stack on B. Will come to question. Miata overdrive and at the back of the site. Highness wait. And take their shots. Miata first one. No vision needed. Not this time. Favin at the back of the site will find it the first one to turn around, while Highness still needs to find one of his own and will have done so. Refresh far away. At least, sure, he's got 2 in the back, but there's no time. Bomb plant can't even go down. Mantu can just escape, and that's all he can do. FLuffy Gangsters, a 3-man stack on B that works exactly as planned. Buys some time with the smokes. Highness at the back of the site finds the all-important kill. If he goes down, bomb goes down. And if not, that's the result you see instead. 6-3. And don't forget about Miata's opening kill either. There's this here. Bob XD finds that kill. A different round. We talk about the retake instead. We talk about Refresh that 2k he might find at the back instead. But ineffective in terms of the actual hit here. FLuffy Gangsters, they withstand the hit. Now 9. Also feeling the effects of that economy. Both teams very much scraping the bottom of the barrel for whatever they can buy. Whatever they can scrounge up here. And that's what they try to make this round work with as well. Mixed up with a rifle, some Mach 10 on Rals, but a push toward that B side to take control of Banana. Taking some control of the top of Banana for now. Highness, he'll only show himself at the back of the site. Or at the site. Somewhere towards B, nonetheless. While on A, now the play is being, again, set up by 9. Again, very slow. Similar to the round we just had on B. Time being taken off the clock, but here it's not as easy to defend with just utility. You'll need those aim duels to go your way, and John being baited in by Takanashi. Finds the first, there's that trade, T-sided, putting on pressure with the side push as well. Rolls down on long, but Mantu taken down 2, makes this doable, keeps this in control and in contention most of all. Refresh still from Graveyard, peeks his head up. Plays a little game of whack-a-mole while the next one's been spotted on short, one on long. Information on both CTs given away, and Refresh tries to play the sneaky team kill onto Bantu. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's a 3k for Refresh. Make it 4 with a teammate. It still looks good. Little cheeky in the end. Mantu down as well. Friendly fire. Just adds the flare on top, and that is 4 being picked up. Fresh gets a chance to make up for one of these lost clutches. And a big one to find this time. And that's as well what we've been having from 9 so far. I think that's clutch number 4, if not 5, we've already had in this series. Just 3, maybe 4 on Ancient. Maybe I missed one, I don't remember. Showing none of these rounds are out of contention. Every single one. Very much possibility for them to take. Even if FLuffy Gangsters start in better positions. Even there, they had yet again a good A setup, a great bait and switch. But unable to make it work in the end. And for 9. Map control is what they seek here, and that's what they've been getting as well. Top Banana belongs to them. Brackets, yet again, flashed into by FLuffy Gangsters. They want to get that mid-control scene as well. Any players in the open, anything of the sort, they'll happily take those. Once or twice already seen that before, but no one there for 9. Not at the start of the round at least. And now that we've, again, run down the clock a little bit, coming down to the sub 1 minute section of the round. Showing that 9, they're not afraid of running down the clock a little bit. And FLuffy Gangsters, a full-on gamble toward that B site. The only way this works out is if Takanashi gets 2 or 3. Well, looking at the position of him, the rest of the CTs, information given on overdrive, none of that should be happening, although maybe I spoke too soon, or not. Okay. All's being handled, it seems. As Mantu goes on the aggressive hunting path. Well, still, overdrive. 1 for the dig, no more. Mantu deep in CT. Just bowling, enjoying life. Again, it's these slower hits now from 9 that are working out again. It's that the first one they had toward the B side. Obviously, time runs out a little bit. And they had 10 to 15 more seconds, who knows? Way back then, but now they're not fumbling anymore. Not letting the clock run down too low. Everything under control. All remaining players will be surviving. And 5 on the board. Start off a little bit slow. Obviously, FLuffy Gangsters had an incredible start with a 5-1 lead. But that has been taken away. End of the half coming up. And I feel like we've been seeing FLuffy Gangsters with some sort of investment at almost every single round. Whether it is just a half buy, force buy, or a full buy, I don't know how, but they keep doing it. So, probably just the fact that the half buys, even the last one, couple of kills still picked up. It just looks somewhat dangerous in some of these situations, but right now, I think that is about to change. 12 in control towards Banana, 1 found, 2nd still being toyed with as well. And 1 last man to be taken down. And that is all she wrote for the first half. 6-6, Overdrive picks up 1 toward the end. And tied at half-time. And this was the question as well. We don't know what FLuffy Gangsters are going to be offering here on Inferno. A lot of question marks, but so far, I think this first half was pretty good. I like the dynamic movements toward that A side. How the couple of different rounds we saw on B as well. They started off lane aggressive, they won those rounds. 9 started picking up a little bit of steam as well. They slow things down as well toward that B side. And then we kind of go to the more norm of Inferno, which I don't want it to be, but it's the gamble stack or 2 as well involved. But they kept playing dynamic. They wanted information. They kept schmoving and moving. But for right now, though, we've got a very fun round here. 3 players on 9 in Speedway, waiting for confirmation from either the A or B player in which side to go for. Reinforced A now, 4 players remain here. 9 if you count all the T side combined as well. No Molotov. USPs in pits. Valve the first one found, 2nd as well. There's Refresh from Long assisting, making sure that pit is not so easily taken care of. And then the double setup shows itself. It is all falling down. Straight through the ground, 6 feet under for FLuffy Gangsters. And that's right up 7 picked up. I like it. I really do like it. The four-man A-stack, 3 players in Speedway. I really like the idea. It's something as well that kind of work on a map like Mirage as well. You have 3 players outside of in window, outside of a jungle, whatever murder hole somewhere in CT spawn, waiting for contact from an A or B player. It allows you to have fast rotations. And I think it's just really a fun idea. And something I like doing myself as well. Fun to see it work out. But here, a very rare eco round from FLuffy Gangsters, it seems. Shifting through long. Contact gained. And a very nice bane switch. 4-man setup yet again, pretty much the same as last round on A. And there you go. All is dealt with. No casualties. Money bag as well, handed over to Man2 for the MP9 kills. And now for round number 15, we're looking at what is pretty much going to be a complete bonus round out of 9. And weirdly enough, the round where I really wish they go hyper-aggressive. So far it's been both rounds we've seen, it's been the A-stacks. Which obviously doesn't give a lot of information, even to the FLuffy Gangsters in this case. Started the round, or started the map, and half, more like. You can just have whatever you want to do. Doesn't really tell either side too much for when the actual game begins. It's going to be a completely different sort of show. But here, it was a B start. They don't push down, but they do have the support ready for Bob XD if he needed it. Kill gained. Banana control belongs to 9 for the moment, and they've gone yet again for that 4-man A-stack. No refresh, still being called back toward that B side. This is FLuffy Gangsters currently just figuring out what sort of setup 9 is holding. If yet again, it is going to be that focus on A. And on long, you've got Man2. An MP9, an information he's jiggling for, a Molotov 2 he deployed as well, which, if they get any more confirmation about an A play, is very quickly going to be bringing refresh in, and that's what Raz is going to find here in the apartments, an information, a piece of it given away. Overdrive. I don't think he spotted the man in pit, but still thinking about it. And Favin, about to be cleared out, but there goes one, there goes second as well, the German man stepping up, and a massive one at that, a 3k! And a round that is almost done. It's the time that runs low. John out of position, and it's 9. Standing up and thanking Favin, a 3k delivered from pit. Bomb not allowed on site. A site under lockdown. And that's what you expect from him now as well. 9-6, the first gun round. It does not go FLuffy Gangsters way, and even worse, that was the bonus round yet again for 9. They came into that one with MP9s from Haas and whatnot. And now, never looked better. On Banana, you've got 2 players ready, a bait and switch, both spotted, sure, but does that make the job any easier? Because I don't think so. Not when Raz is active. Ramiata, his tech 9, sure he'll at least remove 1 more. Refresh gives away the information in terms of the Molotov and HE, which will do more damage to him than anyone else. Ramiata currently pretty much a 1-on-3 at the back of B. Takanashi is at least moving in through Banana, but he's got to be a moment before he gets here. Still before the CTs nonetheless, but... starting up the round, one to confirm now, one to Banana. Here goes the flashbang, refresh rush to set him up. Found the smoke, where's Uramiata? The answer is dead. And the bomb needs to be defused as well, needs to be stuck, and the kit is on it! And ammunition, not finding its target, and just in the nick of time. Half a second remains on the defuse, and that is still 9 on 10. Mantu gets on it even a second later, half a second later. The round goes Fluffy Gangsters, but instead... it is kept in control. Ever so barely here by 9's side. And Takanashi even hunted down in the end. Playoffs are calling 9. It's 3 rounds to go. Fluffy Gangsters, maybe now as well be talking about the possible inexperience on this map, the stand-in as well. Which we can't really say too much. Overdrive has been performing both map 1 and 2. It's been a whole team effort of not showing up here. No one's matching what 9 are bringing to the table in terms of their individuals. Refresh, same as map 1, leads the charge at the number 1 position. I think Bob just saw enough, but it's not. His Highness instead. In terms of finding openings, any sort of advantage, that'll go towards Fluffy Gangsters for the moment. Backing off Banana, Ross walks back. We slow things down. Time, however, is already ticking low. 30 seconds remain. If it is going to be that B hit, there's not much Ross can do except hope to stay alive. Well, on A, you've got one man to be taken down, but the utility now on B confirms the suspicions they had in mind. Ross, the back of the site, though, is not burning completely. Hold on, it's not burning at all. They think it's clear. They think it's clear. Ross might have this one in the bag. 1 and 2. A flashbang. A third as well. He drops the ball. It doesn't matter if he's alone. The captain steps up. Massive round delivered. The molly not hitting him. Not reaching. And Fluffy Gangsters, that was supposed to be it. The way back in, and it's been denied. A stray Molotov, not catching it. 4 players remained, 3 of them on A. A masterclass was needed, that's what Rawls gives us. The assistance from Mantu's flashbang as well allows Rawls to confidently swing. And confidently I can say there is no miss in this swing. Even less now. Rawls continues on A, Farvin as well. Things are not looking all that bright for Fluffy Gangsters at this moment. Bringing this round back and leads with 1 on Farvin. Still 1 man remains on A, they're checking for him, refresh is gone. Important kills for Takanashi. We're 2 on 4, down to 2 on both sides. Thinking about that utility as well, might wait a little bit for contact from Rawls, now spotted and dealt with on short. And Mantu, they know where he's at, but already he's had a clutch, why not another one, but that gets denied. A tag through the wall, and Highness will take instead Mantu's head. The one chance, that was it. And Fluffy Gangsters, 7 at least being picked up here now. Last round was supposed to be the chance, but now this one creates a new opportunity instead. Less mistakes than last round can still be made. Still, weaponry, economy, both on 9, looking pretty damn good. BadGuys has been spotted on banana. Has to get out of there and keep spamming away the smokes as well. Mostly unscathed, but grazed at least by the bullets. Minute left. Noise toward that A site by John and Takanashi. Keeping the CT side occupied, there is still another smoke from John that can be deployed, while CT side. Drone utility making moves, making noise. Refresh has made its way across long. Out of the copy into a slightly more open position. Not a fan of the one and done angle. There's that util. 30 seconds. Refresh. Wants the information. Gets the kill. No one else spotted. Rotation to B. There's what the util is. And it's 2. BadGuys and Rals. This time not at the back of the site. It will be taken down. Thinking about it, what if there's a bait and switch going on? Where's that second man? The back of the site. BadGuys shows for 1. Shows for 2. Try to make a heroic play. Just like the captain showed, but this time an overextension for the CT side. And they've made it 2 now as well. The refresh walking through the smoke. And while taking back control, his man to stop that leaves Uramiata. 1 on 2, back of the side. This is the position to do it. There is no util to deal with him. Time ticking low. This kill into Favin could be all he needs, but slowly shifting. Not giving away the information. Does not give Uramiata any chance. And 12 being picked up. The playoffs, if they weren't already calling 9, they are certainly now. A clean score to be kept. And what we're seeing right now is an insane game out of them. And pretty much what we've been seeing out of 9 for the last, well, couple of weeks, if not for the entire duration that we've already seen both BadGuys and Favin on this team. They haven't really slowed down. Keep on getting better with every single game. Mantu here delivers 2. On the A side, look down. Yet again, it is going to be delivered. The hands of Favin toward that A side, bringing massive kills with 1 and 2. And all you need is 1 more to end it. This match and series comes to a very quick close. And how about that for solid? 9 and not looking to slow down anytime soon. Playoffs locked in, a couple extra days of practice. And with a month together, they've been looking happy with how things are currently looking, but work is still yet to be done. But right now for today, they can at least relax for a little bit. Because they showed up in every single way that counted. Individually, everyone was there. Refresh plays a very key part in both maps, top frags. Rals shows up with about 3 insanely clutch rounds. Mantu's got a couple of clutches in him as well. And then you have the support network from Fav and BadGuys around that as well, and you just do not miss at all on this 9 side. Well, FLuffy Gangsters, it's unfortunate for them to be seeing them going down like this here. Right, having played every single game so far with a standard with overdrive in every single game. First, Takanashi wasn't there for the first couple of games, now Soul B today is not available. But it's still a good effort. It absolutely is. But when it comes against 9, it is unable to get through this juggernaut of a team right now. Just makes me want to see more and more how they look in, let's say, a couple of months when they've had more time to practice together. Because so far, I don't think there's anything else to say. They've been looking really damn good. Putting 9, the first team to make it to the playoffs, 3-0, a clean sweep, and also extending their win streak currently to 7 matches in a row. And every single one of them, a 2-0. Except for a best of 1 they had in there as well, but yet to drop a map in the last, well, 2 weeks, almost 3. The team's been looking really damn good. It's the roster changes, it's Barry coming in as well, officially joining, and I'm very happy to see that happening. But we can also turn our eyes toward our next game of the day, because this one is very quick. We also are going to be headed off to a little bit of a break, almost an hour and 30 minutes. Ecstatic versus Kono. T side. And here, we'll already start to find out what we're gonna be, is in store for us. Nife quickly spots one. DMB, though, doesn't stop holding W as he runs right up to find the headshot. An opening toward that A side that is completely taken over pretty much that one kill. Still, trying to keep that CT side at bay. Bomb yet to go down is a bit of an issue with Nixon. Into position, Glock struggles slightly, but still finds the frag. With control of Catwalk taken by Ecstatic. They're looking to keep Kono very much at bay for the long duration here as well. And Captain Gertka, the only one who can truly make a difference here for the moment to start things off, and Amster joins as well. 1 and 2 for the CT side, but they've still got 2 more to go. Now there's just 1. Nixon left alone. Glock needs to shine. 1 and 2. He's doing it. With 1 last man to go. And try to chase him down as well. The USB in position. I think he's just got it as well. There's no time. Kit's been picked up. But it does not matter. Round number 1 goes to Ecstatic. 1v3 to start it off. Not all frags, but it does not matter. Time too low, and Nixon does exactly what he needed to here as well. Oh, Captain Gertka still saves the armor, smoke, and a kit. You know, there's something there. But for now, a 1-0 start, CT side. I respect it. I respect this. Just because of the smoke and a kit, I do actually enjoy the force buy here. Very rarely do I do as well. But just the vibe I have right now. Oh no. Force buy could work out. Let him have some fun. First help, however, TMB, a flashbang, affecting very many. Apparently, kill feed lights up. 4 kills for Nixon, 3 assists for TMB. Actually, all 4. In different forms as well. And Amster left us the remnants over this force buy. Nixon looks for the ace. Easy. Cleans it up. Very clean. Fantastic little spray down here. A flashbang as well from TMB very much saves them for this one. Neat little spray down, and that is round 2 into the bag already. CT side force buy dealt with. So my vibe and my read on the force buy, maybe a little bit off, but hey, it doesn't matter. Looks good anyway for Ecstatic at that point. Now gives them a chance as well to get a very clean 3-0 start. Allow them to expand their money bags. And again, Nixon. Very quick up towards short, or yellow. Tarp, whichever you want to call it. Well, TMB, he's got one. Second man on B, will be taken down. Teammate, that gives a chance for Amster and Captain Gertka both to take down 1. Totally making this eco very scary now, with only 2 players remaining. Could be 1 if they're not careful. The Deagle, it is deadly, but it's dealt with. Nixon looks to stand up again for a couple more kills of his own to turn the tides, but now leaves Christo in a 1 versus 2. Amster quickly walking up. If Saltovsky just finds information, that's all they might need. And returning their backs, Christo, unsure which way to look, has found Amster. 1 to go. And taking the space Saltovsky is giving him. He's not swinging, not peeking into it just yet, but Christo headshotted! A USB bullet to do it! And a full eco to save Kono, to give them a round. A Desert Eagles, a team kills, a blunder, we call this. Ecstatic were not supposed to lose that one. And Saltovsky's smart about it as well. Recognizing Christo wasn't walking on sight, knew exactly where he was coming from. Heroics and attempts from Nixon to come back into it, and Christo as well is a second away. That dink comes in very handy for this. One from the USP, all that was needed. And Kono on the board. Early damage, plenty of it. I did mention not lurking toward that B site. For right now, though, not gonna be allowed to. You're waiting as well. Front of the smoke, while in mid, you've got a play to be made by two. Plenty of usual. Smoke starts to fade as well. Amster gonna be left in the open, but there should be at least one for free. A trade trying to be forced out as well, but it's not that easy because Amster lives. The T-side fallen is left on two. Both players low HP. Even worse positions, no one and no time. The only thing that brings Ecstatic back into this is nothing short of a miracle. Could have been delivered by Nixon, but more likely than not. Execution awaits and one more to go. No time to do anything. Dropping down. And away he goes. An orb to be saved and that's it. So no, from the eco, they don't waste the opportunity to get themselves back on board right after. Namster as well. Great play here. Smoke starts to fade. Very lucky that Christo decides to jump. If he had waited even a second, it would have been left in the open instead. But around in the bag. 2-2. T-side are left with the open and just pistols to try to surround that buy. Start off. Plenty of forces for the T-side on B. And I think, yeah, this is going to be very easy. Amster very neatly backs them up as well. Barely has to move his crosshair. Three in one line, and it goes very well yet again for this side of Kono now. Again, Nixon on 12 kills. That ace stat pads nicely, but does not continue. Leg shot, Captain Kurtka lives. And if he had got that kill as well, Amster was low enough to actually make the round doable. But not happening. Kono very much in the lead, an easy start for this CT side now. Quick deck time match though, hopefully everything is a-okay, nothing's too bad on Littleless off the server, but yeah, just crash. Nothing too bad. Counter-Strike 2 issues, you know, the basics. It is what it is, but it also gives Ecstatic a breather here. Make sure they're now all on the same page, know what they want to do. I think there's actually a law here as well, because Ecstatic, they'd made their change of TMB 1000 a couple of months back. They've had time. Kono, they've had about a couple of weeks, maybe up to a month, pretty much. And then with Captain Kurtka now a week ago being swapped with Kenzie Zor. It's definitely putting Kono in a bit of a tough position in terms of trying to settle in with that full 5. the amount of practice to kind of put in has to be kind of crazy. Because so far, 6 win streak. They've been looking real damn sharp, trying to make it 7 with this match as well. And the way they keep playing as well is really damn good. Because you can play very much team-wise. You can have players in individual positions to get these kills. As has been the case with these last few games as well, we've seen. Or at least the most recent one. Against Rhinos, individuals that showed up and made the difference in the end. And also having that framework already surrounding this team. It's definitely a very good sign for Kono as well. Something about the Ukrainian youngsters that just keep delivering. Doesn't matter which team it is. Ashen UA, Kono, Bait, all seem to be in fairly good positions, no matter what they've been delivered and offered. Here though, on the B site, my question was, how are they going to be dealing with the lurking and timing of Nut that I did kind of praise? The answer is, you take him down and you take down the 2 more with him. So Kono seem to have the answer very much ready for this side of the map as well. Although, it has created opportunity. Nixon does get blinded. Saltovsky. Lucky flashbang to give Captain Kurtz the kill. Or pure skill, who knows. Call it what you will, but nonetheless he leaves Gristo in a 1 versus 3. And unfortunately for him, the position's not so great. Captain Kurtka already has pretty much a power position here. Because this barely goes checked. So many other angles to look for when you're entering that A site. And that is 5-2. And keep it in mind as well, this is Ecstatic's map pick. Starting off with Kono on a 5 winning streak right now. And all coming from the win of a pistol eco. Or an eco. Smokes failed. All is good. All is well. Double nades. Barely scratch Saltovsky as he gets away with the first kill. Able to back off and play the advantage. Well, for Ecstatic. Trying to figure out what they can do here towards mid. And I think Video is the one who's going to make this happen. With 1, not 2. Removed by Nut very quickly, the trade. And I think that alone gives Kono the information. Not towards mid, there's probably not going to be much B presence. They're still going to keep hanging on toward that A side, but also going aggressive for this fight. See if they've got something here to instead fight for. Any information they'll get, Captain Kurtka will remain. And will be the one to stand at the end of the fight. And the round yet again goes to Kono, but that was more or less expected at that point. You had the chance in mid. An opening perhaps, but every single fight is still favoring Kono in these cases. Sure, you get this first kill, but there's always a trade with the CT side, an advantage they will always keep. And that's something that Ecstatic needs to find an answer to, because the B side so far, when we talk about it, hasn't been working out, and yet again it's Kono that want that control, they'll get it. Ecstatic, they'll be abandoning that for most parts and instead of focusing their forces toward that A site. But the fights are not going to be easy, but Nixon wants that first opening kill and he'll get it. A change was needed for the T side and that's 1. Again, talk about that catwalk position, Captain Kurtka does get some damage off. The side gets taken over, CT side, man, a disadvantage. How do you deal with this? Change of pace, different situation. Down to the rest of these rounds, and Captain Kurtka still tucks in for a fight. That is 2 more to go. CT side, they decide it's time to collapse upon this site and to take down every single one. Well, not sure he's got that B site. Now the lurk has been made. But Kono, realizing they've got that A site under control, now slowly start to approach B. Sniff 8. Spotted. Vice versa as well. Not seen. Information being given away. Bomb almost taken down by the HE as well, but now it's not and Christo. 1 versus 2. 2 versus 3, excuse me. Now a 1 versus 3. And there is nothing to gain. And that is nothing short of impressive. Before the bomb ever goes anywhere near that A site, Captain Kurtkan remains steady on catwalk. Gets away for free when he was supposed to be a dead man at that point. Turns the tide, his teammates start swinging. And all of Ecstatic fall on that A site. Preemptive retake from Kono, and it works beautifully. Ecstatic currently being schooled on their own map pick. Next one to sure 14 kills, 150 ADR. Matched by both Captain Kurtkan and Hamster in terms of that as well. But it's the rounds. Still keep going the way the CT side, and again, it's video. It's that A side that will hold. More and more, not stuck in a corner! Still got one, another one from Christo! The tides are being turned. Damage has been dealt to the CT side. Also suffering that. Shadow given away. Christo down. A few more remain. HU to take down Saltovsky, and it leaves it on to Hamster. HP barely there. And not now, even less. 10 HP remains. Well, Hamster backs off. Not wants the space, and he spotted him in CT. This is a play to be made. Full confirmation. Does he take the duel or escape through the construction? Which is the question, but a free back currently seen. Shown! But not found! Hamster turns! The bullet's ineffective! He lives yet again to tell the tale of another round lost by Ecstatic. Robbery is the only word to describe it. The start was there. Everything was going in the way of Ecstatic here of this 1 versus 1. Not heroics, yes. And unable to get the round in the end. This... oh, you hate to see it. Clipped by the metal of the tarp. Saved by the game. My god. That has gotta hurt when everything is already going against you. The bullet's not connecting. And having to recover from this, Hamster. He's been the man on B, the one to defend it yet again, he wants so. Unable to. The attack continues. Christo and not double entries, and his one-man remaining suddenly. A break perhaps for Ecstatic, but still I would not close out the round just yet. I've got a feeling something may not be going all too well here, even so. Some utility, but spoken too hastily perhaps, but still. If he's giving it a try. Unable to get that shot, and that was it. If there was another chance to get back in, that would have been it, but... does have to walk away from this one. Ecstatic. On to a third.
Terrorists win.
And TMB. Really is... there's always a surprise. This view model just... I don't know. Always a nice surprise to see. Change things up a little bit, but... let's see. One more round to go for the half, and it's gonna be this one as soon as we get things going again. But all is good. All is well. Now let's see. Ecstatic, they can still absolutely make do with 4 rounds here. Even 3, but that's just putting yourself in a very tight position. Hoping and begging for that pistol and that, but at least with 4 you can kinda try to figure it out still if you've got one hell of a CT side. The big problem is, right now the way the game has been very much in favor of Kono. We talked about it from the start, they managed to get those entries, Saltovsky, a couple of swings toward the A side, it doesn't really miss. And again, a swing toward the A side, Captain Kurtka lives after the first, and while the tag is coming through, he's still delivering just as much back. Nearly even taking down Christo after the first shot. But it's a 4v4 in which Ecstatic had the trade to get this mad advantage away from Kono's side. And TMB, quick, sharp shot on Nife. This time traded. Saltovsky's 5-7 will be the one to do so. And on to B. Start to make some noise. Not too much. See what the CT side are reacting to. See how they're dealing with this Amster. Allowed freedom on the site as well with video down in CT. It's 1-2, it's in tandem, it's 9-3 at halftime. And yeah, I think Kono, despite the struggles they might be in terms of having that solid lineup, having to swap things up a fair few times in these last few weeks and months. Right now and today, delivering in all sides. An Ecstatic T-side. The questions were, how do they deal with NotNet on B to make sure he doesn't get those lurks off? Answered at the very beginning. How do Kono decided to deal with the rest of the map as well? It was just pure firepower, baby. An absolute massacre delivered on that first half. Ready for the second as well. Captain Kurtka has been lost, but should be coming back soon, hopefully. I'm gonna just imagine we've got yet another game crash, because that's what Counter-Strike has been. And exactly right, it seems. One hell of a game from Kono. Even if they are to have a decent vertigo, this was far from my expectations. Well, then again, that was a slightly different sort of time, even so, but nonetheless, they've been looking good. 13-10, 13-11, and 13-9 the results they've had on this map in terms of those wins. But this is still the map that Ecstatic have kind of been very adamant on for even months at this point. You could probably even get away saying the entire year almost they've been liking this map and have been playing it. Made it their home turf, but now not working out the way they'd like it. And CT side, Ecstatic forced off the site and the map for TMB. Fooled by the smoke, Nife and Captain Kurtka 1 and 2 as well delivered. And I think that just seals the game and kind of gives you a quick recap if you missed anything. If you're just joining us, that does feel like how the entire game has gone, and apparently continues that way with Nixon at least finding a couple of nice headshots, crispy. But it's not good enough. Gono taking 10. That's, yet again, a step in the right direction. The second half, it's not gonna stop. They'll continue the exact same way that things have been the entire time. One hope. The last hope for Ecstatic. Keep this one somewhat competitive, even. this force buy. This doesn't work out. I think they'll say goodbye to map number 1 undoubtedly very quickly. This really is not even a... I don't think that's even a surprising argument at that point. Oh no. Being very thorough about this B approach. Amster set up on the boost. Bristow given a cheeky boost as well of his own in mid. Not seen that version of it before, but it works, at least gives them a kill, an opening, but the rest have been lost on B. And the last few both spotted now in CT. Oh, hello? Not done just yet, apparently. 2 remain on both sides. Bristow up close, an MP9. Wonderful weapon to deal with video. There's one more, Niffy. How does he want to deal with this? Tries to get that first one. Angled on Christo. From below he strikes and TMB taps that bomb once. And Niffy. Not buying this. Not buying it! But there's no kit and I don't think there's time, but he's gonna try. Going to be very damn close, but... no time. A split second makes the difference. Kono 11, Ecstatic 4. Goes to the T side yet again. And that is all there is to it at that point. Sure, it gets close. But the chance is now pretty much gone. You gotta play a flawless game from here on out if you're on the Danish side. The odds ever in favor of Kono. Push down A. And 1 man down already. Utility is good. Saltovsky and Captain Kurt kind of awkward positions at least. More util goes out and TMB. The counter comes through with the MP9, but here's an Mac 10 instead. You trade it out, you keep that advantage on the T side. Although, I'm pretty sure Not has a free kill here. The timing of this angle is just way too good. There you see it. Tied things up, a weapon picked up. Minute left on the clock. Plenty of time here for both Video and Amster. And into mid they go. Christo, realizing there's no follow-up on A side after the loss of Niffy. Wants to take this presence in mid, wants to take the challenge, will be given it and a ding. Amster restarts the rotation from the A side and now runs straight towards it with 8 HP to his name. 20 kills. I'd still bet my money on him to win this one somehow. Molotov Heaven smoked out and now Not. The one who has to crack the case. And Amster. Advanced position, all of mid to be cleared. And a power position hold. Not has not made it easy. Amster, too good. Too smart. And a clutch to put Kono to 12. You can't stop him. Having way too good of a time at the moment. Breaking the spirit for this CT side and T side of Ecstatic. And this, unfortunately, turned out to be a bit of a massacre on map 1. But it did answer the questions. The threats that Ecstatic have on this map for that first half especially, they were dealt with in a very smart way. B side more specifically. A side, you had entries being given left and right. Playing a better game on Kono's side. Sometimes you have games where the scoreline doesn't reflect exactly how close the game has been. But this absolutely does. The game has not been close at all. They've got a round or two where the clutch could have happened, and even when things go south, they still go right. Zoltovsky, full blind on Captain Kurtka. Teammate interference, but he still gets the kill, while at least one gets straighted out. Everything's going wrong. On to be on Lilith. Talked about him as well as someone who has to step up here. He's a bit of an X factor. Right now, being voted off. Back line is Nixon. Nife strafing in and out of the fight. Knows how to isolate this. Knows where the last man is as well, and is not net with low HP. He has the weapon. The exact right one you'd like for this to strafe in and out of the fight. And taking it is Nife and his Kono. A very, very clean 13-3. Map number 1, no question, no competition. Nixon brings the heat. This round again, the pistol, so many examples where things look like they could be going okay, and everything falls apart. Individually dominated by Amster, Captain Kurtka, and Celt. some of it's still ecstatic. They have to practice on this map. In theory, they should have had it on Vertigo as well, but unfortunately unable to show that. And now left to their own devices on map number 2 to force this to a third map of Mirage, which, if we go to it, also promises to be a scrap fest. But before that, have to get through Kono wide awake, and already first kill found here on Ancient. B-side looking to be taken over, but TMB at least makes it costly for now. Utilities flying out the CT side, headshots aplenty. Beautiful finish to this round. Not only the finish, but the start of it as well. Wonderfully done. TMB, 2 kills through the smoke. Couple more headshots for not and unlevel it. And yet another one through the smoke. Feels nice probably for the ecstatic side to have something going for them right now. Map number 1, nothing went their way. Here at least, 3 kills, quite literally for free, spamming smokes. Makes all the difference. And first on the board. Well, the bomb plant was gained for Kono, they're not gonna force buy around it. Instead, Eagles, a P250. That's all they're gonna have. Start this slow. Kono's not gonna be rushing into anything, it seems. Taking their sweet time when it comes to deciding how they want to approach this, or just seeing if Ecstatic want to give them easy chances or opportunities instead to get things started. To which, Zaltovsky says, he'll take one. A lurk by Captain Kurtka shut down. And as well, when we had the previous game for Kono versus Rhino, Captain Kurtka T-side of Ancient was an absolute menace. I think 16, 17 kills he had of the first half alone. Him on the T side, running through Donut or walking through a main. Absolute masterclass in that game. I want to see a little bit of that as well here and how Ecstatic decided to deal with that. We had the question of how do Kono deal with not on Vertigo's B side. They dealt with it easily. Now it's kind of a chance for Ecstatic to deliver some of that back when it comes to these A lurks that we might be seeing or faster plays. So I'm very interested to see how this will go when we more or less get into it, which actually is going to be right now with round up 3. It'll be Kono's first buy coming out, and it should be a fairly good one. They're not missing anything. Maybe the AWP if they wanted to, but... oh well, first gun around, you're not always going to have it anyways. Here, plenty of util. A lot of it flies from the very first 20 seconds. Flashbangs abound, but already on the A side. Keep smoking Donut, nut. Looks behind it, and even as well, a second amount behind that while Christo's been taken down. A play through Donut's not gonna happen. TMB rotating through Red Room. Into the fight against Captain Kurtka. Leaves just 3 CTs remaining down a man as well, but looking for this first fight to open up in CT. They'll do fairly well, a decent flashbang, and that's more time ticked off the clock. I don't think the CTs have enough of it anymore. All Kono have to do is walk back, and that's exactly what they've done. Play the time. Forcing a save by going aggressive into CT. Even more than that, you buy time. You get a kill or 2 as well. Oh, in your face. Heard something. Step or 2, but unable to find the actual bullets to connect. Still tries. Keep on spraying, but 3 players will save on the CT side. As we continue with round of 4. Obviously for Ecstatic, all they want to do is make sure that there's no actual start for Kono here. You're on the favored side right now, CT of Ancient. Stop that T-side from getting anything started. Well, TMB and Nixon jumping and running through a smoke, that's the one. And Captain Kogutos blows it up on entering the site. Behind him as well, you do have Nixon, or excuse me, Niffy. Tagged up a little bit while Christo backed up. And spraying the smoke. My god! Yeah, okay, welcome back. Kono. Right back to the groove of Vertigo, it seems. Incredibly solid start now to this T-side. And when it comes to the T-side and CT side as well, the duels on this map, obviously B-ramp is going to be one where a lot of activity will be happening. CT side are trying to get control of all of the shelf, cave, anywhere near B-ramp pretty much. All that will be dangerous. Captain Kogutos, he'll be the one to clean this one up. But yeah, as I was saying, starting off denying any sort of aggression and control towards that B side of the map from the very beginning. That might keep Ecstatic at bay for a little bit as well. Unwilling to go for that fight very early on yet again, which at that point gives Kono so much control in the early parts of the round. And perhaps leaving Ecstatic wondering how should they approach that next gun round. They could obviously double down on it yet again. Approach it slightly differently, perhaps even try to retake it at some point. Or they might abandon that play until they pick up a little bit of pace and set the tempo themselves. Well, here you go toward that B site, and if Face's gonna spot absolutely nobody. Saltovsky and Captain Kogutos, they wait for the CT side. But they wait, and they get rewarded. Captain Kogutos, neat little triple for him. Crispy headshots and something about that T-side Captain Kogutos just said as well. And the TMB's been spotted, by the way. Hamster approaches and executes. Oh no. 3 rounds in a row, and the economy almost seems bottomless here for half the players. So, what do we have for now? That's my question. Get to see Captain Kogutos again. Clean. This is what I'm really looking forward to. I want to see what the CT side approach is, what the change-up is going to be. Although, doesn't seem like there's too much of a change-up, just that utility. Play a bit more passive, and in which video will be burning. Advantage now for Ecstatic. Maybe you unable to find the opening, despite very closely trying so. But this mid-control, this is what you have to watch out for. Because Captain Kogutos is not afraid, not shying away from these challenges. 8 kills, wants to make it 10 with this. One found. Crosshair placement, supremely good for the first one, but big trade for Nixon will at least keep that advantage going for the Ecstatic side. Well, thinking of what play to make here, Kono do decide to fall back for a moment. They've got plenty of time. Smokes out, Christo. In for 1. Second man out of the smoke. Watch your back. Nif is on site. Deep in CT. 1 found. That now creates a gap for Amster to work with as well. Second found. 1 more in long. Tucked in the corner. They know he's there. Silencer spotted. A 2 from the back. It's not instead. Nixon stays alive just long enough. And Ecstatic, they're not gonna let Kono get too far ahead of themselves. Important round here. Ecstatic, they do not want to get left in the dust, as was the case for the last map. Finding something, but the problem is here. Look at that money. Mentioned it for Kono, it looked pretty damn good. It still looks good. Or at least manageable, let's put it that way. Well, for Ecstatic, the buy for this round features 3 MP9s. Christo's up at least active on A, and that's where the challenge is headed. They'll need something to start things off here. TMB, if he clears this B side, gets the skill to Nife. That'll give them the confidence to rotate that third man onto A site, and TMB, he's just running through. All the information now found. The only thing they have to worry about is mid. Nut buys more time. Molotov. Timing great. E-side counter utility as well is decent to force him back. But right now is Ecstatic with all the information in the world. All they have to do is keep baiting them in. But it's Nixon instead. Diversion. And diverted toward A. Saltovsky will turn for one, but an MP9 up close seals the deal as a fourth one for Ecstatic. And this time, not even close. 4 to survive. Everyone upgrades weapons. And the CT side that now looks lively at least. Waiting on B, Christo's up. Again, has changed position. Last round A, now towards B. Keeping himself moving. He's not gonna let anyone on Kono's side have too easy of a time to read him. Keep him guessing. That's the plan. Amster is spotted after 1. Some damage, but not to be taken down. He'll keep control of B for now. An important part for the late round here of Kono. Deciding where they want to go. That might also open them up for a chance at a fake or split back toward that B side. Captain Kurtine A main. We talk about lurking there. Seems like this will become a split through donut. Or not really a split, but full frontal assault, let's put it that way. 30 seconds. Time is ticking low as well. The CT side, they have got a good read, a good stack on A. And some noise to be made. Nixon waits. 1 and 2, potentially there, but only stops at 1. The main held, dealt with, and in from CT. Nife will shut down TMB. The advantage is kept on the side of Kono, and it leaves just 2 remaining at both positions known. Nife pre-fire as well to Nut. With 1 last man to remain. Christo's up just not really made for these situations. But maybe he could have thought about it, but still deciding against it now after the first. Kono, I gotta tie things up here to 4-4. Well, Amster sure circling around the B side that don't think is gonna catch Christo. Unless? No. Instead, it's 1 more dealt with. You're talking about the economy that Kono had for one of these, or from these first 3 rounds they'd gained. That's pretty much gone now. Losing 1 more on that save, or on the hunt. It is gonna actually affect him a fair bit. You can see videos down to a Mach 10, Amster to a Galil. Now we'll see what else they've got in mind. Again, CT side. Buy isn't looking perfect. Not even great. Even less now. The M4 actually blown away. Not tries to get it. HE says no thank you. Hands don't reach that far. This round starts off. Ecstatic down a man. No prizes for guessing which side Kono decided to take this round to. Utility usage, however, it is pretty good. is going to keep them at bay for a couple more seconds, and even gives away the plan now for the T side. I think if Ecstatic really wanted, could have forced that mass rotation as well, but deciding against it, slow through mid, losing the lives of DMB and Nixon on site is definitely going to hurt their chances here. This leaves now Ecstatic to save, Christo and Nut. Mentioned as well from map number 1, you needed someone else to step up besides Nixon, or at least someone with him. Currently, at least not delivering with 9 kills to his name. Ristu, not really been too active. He's been saving a couple of these rounds already. I think this is 3 in a row now. Maybe 2. Might have lost count. But nonetheless, right? There's not been too much that he's been allowed to do. Not for the sake of not trying, however. There's been more that Kono haven't really decided to go towards him. Is the issue that he's had. Ecstatic as well, smart to take a time out. And seemingly half buying around this. Or fully forcing up. Okay. A dangerous call, but loss bonus is fairly high. All they need to do is, if they were to lose this round, again, keep probably a couple of players alive. Save again, but we'll see how they decided to approach this and how do Kono approach this as well. Ancient's got a couple of positions where the 5-7 and MP9 will do very damn well. And if you get Christo active as well, if you finally allow him to get an entry, work his magic with the stick. Never say never. Util very damn good, an F8 down to 40 HP. Saltovsky, he waits! Finds his time for 2. And that is not the start you're hoping for. Last we mentioned Ecstatic going aggressive, it didn't work out too well on B. Question was, how might they change that? How are they gonna try that again? Apparently, no matter what the approach, success still limited to nothing. Even Christo losing that AWP is gonna seal the deal here. And one in CT. Sharp shot threads the needle is Captain Kurtka. Is AK to take this one away to seal it as well, perhaps? And Sharp on the headshot. 6-4. That is very much a rough position to be for Ecstatic now. A lot to do, very little to do it with. Realistic chances of taking this round? Yeah, not so great. We got a Zeus. We got something to look forward to here. But currently we don't really have anyone on this T side very much active when it comes to mid. In a mid as well, Christo spotted and not dealt with. You've got an easy side to take, and if one more found in mid walks back now. This play's a bit more passive, looks for the CT side aggression. Jiggling for information, and spotted. A headshot inbound. Leaves just Zeus USP on Lelele in an unfortunate situation, but it does not get better. The light at the end of the tunnel is only a Zeus missing. And the best Ecstatic can do is 5 on the CT side here. And that is unfortunately, when you just look at the map, it's not usually enough. There are cases, absolutely, when that can work, but yeah, I don't think so. Kono from map 1, they just looked incredibly good. Again, same as the last time they played this map, Captain Kurtka is a threat. Dominating this map yet again. 16 kills at halftime, he'll be doing a, well, very good service to his team. And Video continues toward that ace side with one of his own. It's a 4 versus 2. You're looking at this, you're saying it's 8-4, and you're probably right. And the end of the half is nigh. One man remains. It is time to call this one to 8-4. Kono. Go on, they're looking good. There were some chances, some positions here where they at least look decent, right? This is one of these rounds. The NTMB found important kills toward that B site. Or one important kill. But so many times, right? We've seen Kono already just taking these fights and not really losing them. And it was more or less just ganging up on that CT side, more than anything. And even if it wasn't, right, it was a couple of times we've had that B ramp push, I think twice we saw it. Both times very much dealt with by 1 or 2 players only. Ecstatic and their plans, not allowed to go through, and that puts them in a tough position where this T side is the thing they have to rely on. But it's not starting good. It's 3 players from mid, on the shelf, and 3 players to go down to the T side. Molly's good. Very good. Second one as well, completely forces off the CT side from shelf and mid. Quick rotation through red. Bomb to go down, and you're looking at a man disadvantage, making it actually 2. 2 players down. And apparently Nife who wants to walk through a smoke. While Amster clears ramp this round in the hands of Nixon. Spots it. Video's the man with the kit, runs away. Couple of players at least low, but there's no time here. Even if he runs now, it's done. It's over. Amster's got this covered, and Nixon can only get a couple of kills toward the end of the round here. Still looking sharp. 3 kills he'll find, but it's not good enough. The round to Kono, and it really is just looking like map number 1 all over again. That's now for Ecstatic. The bomb is the only sort of relief they have from the last round. Heading it down. Some things perhaps to start from it. Captain Kurtka at least. Does get tagged up. Weakens one of these CTs. Saltovsky slightly as well. A Tech 9 headshot might take him down. But getting into position. Good start. Video as well. Is going to be ganged upon as well by Christo and Nixon. The CT side down a man. A second man is now spotted as well. But both the last remaining players are toward that B side. Saltovsky has a chance, but it's a quick swing from Not the trade. And a round is theirs. Forceby could not afford to fail nor falter. And for Ecstatic, they were given a gift. The CT side pushed around, but a couple of players overextended. Sharp shots to open it up as well. They've got a chance now back into the game. Forceby right back as well from Kono. Let's see what they're really made of here. In mid, on Lille. Beautiful spray down. Recovers from the flashbang. 3 are down. Also not entirely sure how well that works. First kill, no blinded. Second he is, but Well, doesn't matter too much. This round, pretty much sealed with those 3 kills in mid. Video spotted on B as well. And all they gotta do is walk toward that A side. Surely not that much that can be done here for this Kono side. Christo as well walks away from B at the exact right time. Finding the back of Nife. And there's that information. Very good 7M4 at least makes that next round somewhat spicy if he's allowed to. And now with the second kill as well, I don't think there's gonna be too much of a hunt here though. And Lelele is walking away from A, that's mainly due to his HP.
Terrorists win.
So, like I said, maybe that M4 gives them a glimmer of hope here. Not unlikely he'll get a couple of kills. Or at least the CT side, perhaps. Yeah, ganging up with the pistols. Otherwise known as a stack toward that B side, while Birgio left alone to do a donut. He goes down, that opens up the entirety of A, and seeing how much pressure there is towards mid, you're asking a lot from Birgio. Smoke the Molotov, lets him maneuver around, and there is 2 kills from it. Perhaps a third, edging the donut as well, but unable to find more. On B though, you've got a bait and switch. Works beautifully, and the tide has been turned. A chance created with the advantage. Problem is, the M4 has been lost, but doesn't mean the CT side can't divert through Donut to get that weapon back. For the moment, bomb goes down. Not the man with the util, a smoke and a Molotov is extremely good in this position as well. Donut smoked off. Not in this position is known. Amster hears all the steps and relays the information. AK is collected as well here. This is looking dangerous. There is no kit, however, that makes things easier. Starting off the retake is Amster, spots the shadow, knows one in some big box and wondering where that second man is. The first one seen, the second one as well. Spotted, and Amster swinging for glory, doesn't get it and sticking the defuse 10 seconds. On it he goes, and TMB forcing the fights. Will clutch up here. A round they absolutely cannot lose. Down to the last man in a couple of seconds. Really makes the difference. A kit perhaps would have done it as well for Kono. But for Ecstatic, that's the break they needed to get back into the game. Even so, you can't afford to throw away leads like that. Against a saved M4 video. Nothing short of magnificent work in Donut with Flying 2. Retake with a couple of weapons as well, letting Amster walk up close with a MAC-10. Almost threw away the chance. This time, fast B play. Nife waiting on long. The first one found and running through the flames. Almost lining up as well, and here comes the cavalry. The retake forces already here. Making it costly, leaving it just to 1 in the first 20 seconds of the round. They've gone nut at the last house. 1 bullet to take him down, and he's not even thinking behind him. Awareness, unfortunately, is not there for the moment. It's such a quick play from Kono, both running in through mid. And 9 turns to 10. Ecstatic, they had that break. The game is still close. They can't come back into this. That bomb blast as well should supply them with some sort of a weaponry, or some sort of weaponry here. Not great. A hero rifle, perhaps, gotta be bought here. has been in the meta for a fair bit as well. And you see Christo immediately buys up the Galil at least. How much more are they willing to put into this round? The answer? All their eggs in one basket. In mid, we talk about first half, Captain Kurtka's T sides very much dominating mid already at 20 kills. And Flash for the fight. Flash is half a second too late, but it doesn't stop him from still getting the kill. Even blinded, he'll do so. Look towards A site though, not Nut. Taking a step out of Captain Kurtka's playbooks, he'll find a freebie here. Control of A falls. And Amster, the one who wants to make up for this on B. One and the second, almost there, but TMB's Deagle is sharp. Keeps this round very much competitive and in guessing in which way this T side is headed, but TMB. The Deagle hits just right. With 2 CTs remaining, they are going to try to group up here. Play somewhat close to each other, and if he wants that information through mid, Smoking CT has got to let them know what's up here, and Christo about to plant that bomb. Smoke landed through mid. A freebie, a third one now for TMB, the one to make the difference this round. One hell of a round from TMB. Doesn't find Amster, doesn't find that first. That heads his way. Would have cleared out the entirety of B pretty much. CTs could have made those rotations. Saltovsky could have been more ready on A as well to assist. But this round started up from Nut the lurk on A. Timing pretty damn good. Captain Kurtka low and ready as well for the Mac 10. As Ecstatic slowly locking in here. Deciding it's time to start gaming. Max against the wall. Lose this map, game is over. And after map number 1, they are looking for a little bit of revenge, which very well could go their way. CT side not looking at the sharpest of positions at the moment. Only the all for this round, and this, all in all, should be 9. But maybe. I'm always ready for shenanigans, and Amster, he's been giving us some shenanigans already. Map number 1 was pretty much just that. So here, we'll be cleaned out of A. That is at least early information, but Kono's not gonna really start running without any further confirmation. Just playing it slow, looking for any scraps or solo players away from the pack. Which TMB sure will be found. But that's not really gonna make this round go the other way. Ecstatic, they are gonna be taking 9 here. A chance to tie things up is coming up. Captain Kurtka. Galil picked up. Headed to the very late parts of the game, that economy control will be very much a necessary part of the game. And hold on. No, should be good. Unless there is an HE, which there is not, but Niffy and the Deagle maybe spam away 1 if he gets lucky, but running on in, it's Nixon instead, 1 and 2. Galil as well gets removed. So down again to the economy. The possible small boost they would have gotten by saving it gets taken away. On round number 20. Ecstatic so far in this T side have been looking pretty damn decent. We'll see what comes from this one. In mid, the Flames won't be touching anyone. Down to Red Room, almost connecting. Saltovsky doesn't miss too often, and this time the flashbang will be missing. As they chase him down very quickly. There's 1 and 2 now spotted on A. Captain Kurtka has to deliver. And that's exactly what he'll do. 1, 2, 3. You count him up, he'll bag him up. I'll leave it to TMB. A savior in one of the previous ones, but 25 for Captain Kurtka. 4K in this one. Not willing to let this one go to a tied scoreline. This makes it look effortless as well. Headshot, aim is crispy, long range spray, also that. What can he not do? The answer is he can do it all. He can outthink you and out-aim you. This time into mid, Saltovsky gets a second chance. CT side, opening found. Second one. Still nails him. Forced to a corner, it does not matter. Even had to help in case that was needed. On B though, yet again TMB is being a presence here. In every single round he'll continue to deal damage. However, the rest of his team unable to get much going. With 12 right around the corner. Gets secured. We're watching a Kono masterclass right now. From map 1, it's continued. And in map 2, well, they are being at least pushed back a bit more. They're given a fight. You're asking Ecstatic to come back into this game to deliver us overtime. Just for a chance to make this game still theirs. It ain't easy. But that's the game. It's never been easy. Here, Amster, head of the mid-smoke. Unlella walks in with pistols as well here. This is not a good start. The only real place they've found this sort of access in these rounds has been towards B. TMB finding a fair few kills every now and then and again. He'll have a chance to do so. There is one. The second man spotted as well. Two-man setup with Birgio delivers the headshot. And the beginning of the end is here now for the T side. Ecstatic to remain. The ending of the ending as well is about to be here, but Nut is gonna try. Give it a chance, give it a shot, will be shot. Playoffs position here as well in the Frost and Fire. Joining 9 has the first two teams to make it through. And very much dominant. Same as our last game, there was not a whole lot of question about this. And here as well you can see Captain Kurtka, Ancient is his map, 27 kills. A masterclass delivered. Saltovsky as well hits a couple of shots and everyone else, they just do exactly what they have to. One hell of a game being delivered. Amster, he had an insane map 1. And here, the game comes to an end. Captain Kurtka got the MVP for this match. And I don't blame anyone for thinking that either. With how dominant map number 1 was, Amster sure maybe could have gotten it as well. But this one of a hard-fought battle in which the delivery and decisiveness came from this one man. Head and shoulders above anyone else on the server, and we said Ecstatic, they needed to at least step up in terms of the individuals for this second map. They did so. They did start to deliver a whole lot more than what we saw when it comes to Vertigo. It's still not enough, unfortunately, as much as we would have liked. But it was that first half that kind of already set the pace as well. And it's exactly the right example to kind of put it. So how that B ramp control went. Twice they tried it, twice they got denied it. And from there, it just never got started. And Ecstatic were forced to make a T-side comeback. Very much a difficult thing, but it still gets close. But in the end, unable to pull through. they will fall like the rest have to Kono. A 7-match win streak right now for the Ukrainian side. And I think we can officially say they're cooking. Pretty much every single team for the last 2-3 weeks have been just handed L's. Having barely lost any maps. I think 4 maps in the last 2-3 weeks they've lost. 1 game. Kono looking real damn sharp headed into the playoffs as well. They're going to have a couple of days of rest until the 9th of January when we start off those playoffs. But until then, they'll have time to figure out whatever else they have to do. Obviously, they've only had about a week with Captain Kogutos on the practice side, just being transferred from Kenzi's or from Bait. They had a bit of a swap, and it seems like, at least here, Captain Kogutos found himself a very good home. Has been allowed to frag out, to deliver whatever he wants. And Kono, they've been looking pretty damn good. Well, for us, for today, that is about as much as we have in store for action and everything else. That's all we have. 4 days for the game, and every single one of them have been here. So, what does that mean? Well, it means that for tomorrow we're going to be coming back with even more Counter-Strike, but there's still more to go. However, for tomorrow we're going to be swapping things up a little bit. We're only going to be having 3 games for tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after. And so, instead of what we have right now, which is a 10 AM Central start, we're going to be starting off around 1 PM instead. So, with that as well, I think that's all there is. I think we should know as well the games for tomorrow fairly shortly, but nonetheless, you can always follow Twitter below. You can always check out HLT for the games as well that we are going to have tomorrow as well. But nonetheless, we're going to continue with round number 4 tomorrow. It's going to be 1 and 2 and 2 and 1 games.